Ladies and gentlemen, happy draft day. We finally made it. We're going live very early. Some might say too early, but not us, not you sickos. Shout out to everyone joining live. We're going to be going live for the next 4 hours up until the draft starts. We're going to have a bunch of guests. We're going to have interviews, do a little mock draft, review that just went up on the site. But I'm hanging out with Tyler Rucker. Rucker, how are we doing? We made it.
Heaven is a place on earth. Shout out to everyone joining us. It's going to be a marathon. Me and Metcalf had this idea brewing, and we woke up today and been like, are we out of our mind? But I think we just kind of said like, hey, it's always the worst time ever. You're trying to figure out what to do and going up into the draft. So we figured, let's talk with the fans. Let's hang out. Let's answer some questions and talk about the buzz. I'm thrilled, Metcalf. I can't be more excited about today. This is going to be a fun draft.
Yeah. So everyone watching live, throw questions in the chat. We'll get to them all day long. We're going to start out with biggest storylines, some buzz. Chat's already blown up. Welcome everyone. Also, a little QR code in the upper corner blocking a quarter of Tyler Rucker's face. That's obnoxiously large, but that will take you straight to NoCeilingsNBA.com, where you can find our latest mock draft that is Intel based. It is a prediction. Our big board rankings, our breakdowns, link to the draft guide. It's still not too late. It's a great tool for tonight to follow along after the draft to catch up on guys. But Rucker, we got to start just biggest storylines. And is there a bigger one than this top four, this top three, what that order is going to be? And can you really remember a draft where we've looked at the top 3 to 4 guys with this much excitement?
I can't. I think, going back to the Paulo Chet draft, it kind of has a lot of similar vibes with like the uncertainty. Now, people will hear that and be like, what are you guys talking about? Everyone's mocking the same thing. And it's like, yeah, but when you talk to teams, Metcalf, you know this from talking to your sources and my sources, like people feel like it's going to go in order, but everyone's like not 100%. They're kind of like, I still feel like there's a firework coming. I still feel uncertain. So I think tonight is kind of one of those like, hey, we feel like it might go a little chalkish from, and obviously fans might have different preference of like, well, what's chalk? But we think we know the names, but we're not 100% sure of just the order. And everyone's got a really good educated guess right now that they feel like, oh, I feel confident enough about it. But there's always like everyone still has that doubt, that slight doubt, like, but so I think it's going to be awesome. It's just like, all right, let's see how it unplays.
Yeah, these last couple of years, I feel like we've been like, all right, we know who 1 through, like, we feel really good about 1 through 3, 1 through 4. And this year, it's like, 60-40 here, 60-40 there. And there's like a shocking amount of uncertainty. Like, one of the biggest ones, chances that the Utah Jazz draft Cam Boozer. For the vast majority of the cycle, it's been AJ or Darren at 1 and 2. But Cam Boozer is an incredible player, had one of the best statistical profiles of anyone ever. We've done that song and dance a billion times. And his dad happens to work for the Jazz. So what are the chances that he actually goes number 2?
I don't think it's 0, obviously. I think that's the one pause that everyone keeps having. And look, like you talk to some teams still, and there's still some teams that believe like, hey, I think he could go 2. I think he could go 1. There's still teams out there that are like, I think he could go 1 still. Now, a lot of that's a big hitting like statement right now because everyone kind of feels like it's going to be AJ, Darren in some order, but you never know until you know. And the Paulo draft is the perfect example. We were all set like it's going to be Jabari, and then all of a sudden Woj, shout out Woj, just gives us the biggest like whoa wild card curveball like moments before the draft, and we're like, oh my gosh, all right, they're doing it. Let's go. And that's why we all love the draft, because it is our sports fan reality show. We get to see it all kind of unravel on stage. It's awesome.
What would you do?
I would go Darren at 1.
Same. So
We've been saying it the whole time, but I also think it's just I would be shocked if it's not 1-2, those two, Darren
so
and Nate.
so I feel like when we were doing our latest mock draft,
Yep.
none of us got like a firm AJ's going 1 or Darren's going 1 or Cam's going 1. And yet we just kind of really effortlessly went with AJ at 1. Did that surprise you,
A little.
Sam?
For everyone listening, it's probably one of our toughest exercises we do at No Ceiling because it is very like we care a lot about it. And we got to 2 and it probably was like a 30-minute debate. And then we literally had to go to 4, I think. And then we said we have to come back to this. And it was like 3 hours later we finished and we were like, we're not done yet. We got to go back to have the conversation. So it's just that's also how every team feels right now. They're like, well, I think it is, but I can't say slam dunk. Yes, 100%.
Well,
Like, everyone's
especially
got the
because,
pause.
and like whenever you, or at least the people I've talked to, I know the top 3 in rankings by every scout and evaluator and exec vary from person to person, but it's like the vast majority of people I've talked to, it's like, hey, like who do you have at 1? It's like, oh, it's Darren. He's the best player in this draft. I'm like, then why do we keep circling back to AJ's going 1? I think AJ is worthy of a first. That I'm not trying to say that he's not or he shouldn't be or anything like that. But it seems like every time you ask, or at least every time I ask the general you, it's like, who do you think is the best player in this draft? Who would you take 1? It's like, oh, Darren. Okay. Do you think he's going 1? Yeah, probably not. Like, well, what are we doing?
But you're not wrong. I mean, everyone you talk to more people that feel that way. You're like, I have Darren at 1. And then I'm like, well, why is AJ going 1? I don't know. But it's also it's no slander to AJ because the argument is a lot of these execs, talent evaluators, scouts have seen AJ in person and they walk away like, man, look at this dude. And I've had, I talked to someone literally last night and they're like, hey, I have Darren at 1, but I saw AJ in person and I walked away like, am I going to put him at 1?
Yeah.
Like, am I going to move him up to 1? And I think it's just that it's why this draft class has been so exciting all year because it's just one of those like, what's your order? And you get it. Usually, other years, I feel like we've always had a little bit of debate. Like the Chet Paulo year where we're like, well, Paulo's great on this side. Chet's great on this side. Like, I feel like there's a little bit of, hey, I respect with everyone of like, okay, if Cam's your guy, I get it.
Yeah.
You love the production. You love the high floor feel. He's going to be a really good player for a long time. But AJ's like I'm swinging. Okay, I get it. And if Darren, you're just being like, I think it's a weird year and I've seen him before and the talent. And when he's on, it looks different. Like when that one's clicking, it looks scary. So it's just why it's been such a fun cycle. And we haven't even brought up Caleb Wilson, who might have the highest upside of any of these guys.
And that was the quickest pick at 4 that we made. And I also think that this is a real credit to Washington, who has seemed to keep everything really tight-lipped. Like typically something leaks out of, no, it's probably going to be this guy. And while pretty much every outlet you see keeps putting AJ at 1, including us, I feel like it's always backed up with, I don't really know. I just kind of have a feeling that they're going to go there. And that feels really rare. So I think there's some, let's say gamesmanship going on by Washington. Maybe they're trying to get a little extra value and move back a spot or 2. But I think they've done an incredible job of keeping their cards very close to their chest, which I guess isn't really shocking considering where a lot of that front office came from. Bunch of former OKC execs. And that's kind of how they do things over there, where it's like whenever you hear an OKC rumor of like, oh, they really like so-and-so, I'm like, really? Do they? I bet they do, because they're notorious for leaking things to the press. So I just think it's been a really, really fascinating job that the Washington's done at the top.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like a week ago there was even buzz like, "Hey, is there maybe a little bit of a handshake? Washington would take this guy and maybe talk to Utah," and
Yeah.
that was the buzz that was getting a little bit of like, "Whoa, there's nothing. It's not nothing," because some people feel like it's got something. So they're throwing smoke everywhere. And like you said, like the connections previously to OKC, like they're doing a fantastic job. You see these teams that are really, it's like it's kind of awesome. Like imagine having a secret and you can't share it this whole time. So they're doing a good job of kind of throwing smoke everywhere. Um, and like some of the best intel people are like, I don't know for sure. I don't know. So it's I think everything's on the table still. Like,
Yeah.
it would not shock me if we're getting a wild card like curveball. It wouldn't shock me if it's just hey, oh, everyone was wrong. It's not AJ, but I also understand. I think that's what we've been saying the whole time, Metcalf, our whole no ceilings team. A lot of people that do this all year round. It's like you kind of get either way they go because it's one of these drafts where it's just like, man, any other draft, Cam Boozer is probably going one, Caleb Wilson's probably
Yeah.
going one. Like these are special, special talents.
Could you imagine if Cooper Flag didn't reclassify?
I think we'd
Then
all pass out. We have a stroke. We'd be like, "How do you do that?" Like, oh my gosh, So that one. Every time someone reminds me of it, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, what would I do?" And then people are like, "Well, where'd you put Cooper?" I'm like, "I don't want to have the conversation. Please don't do that to me."
Apologies for me jumping and any background noise. There's a hefty storm coming through, and there's some lightning that hit very close. So apologies if that comes through, or if I just disappear.
We brought up Cooper Flag, and literally
The
basketball
storm
gods
gods
were like,
got me.
"No."
All right. Well, we have Ryan Hammer coming on in a little bit, but let's kind of keep bouncing around, looking at some different questions. As my dog breaks in. Oh, she's scared of the lightning. Poor puppy. But Chris Littman in the chat mentioning we had a little tidbit of Nate Ament at number 8 to the Atlanta Hawks, who may be a wrong hat pick. How deep do you want to go on that?
We go as deep as you want. It's live. We're live. I mean, look, we got lightning, we got dog. Oh, this is, we haven't gone live much this year. This is just kind of what happens now, folks. But there's a lot of buzz about it.
Yeah.
And it's not just a rumor. There's a lot of buzz. There's a lot of teams that think it's going to happen. We don't predict trades, but that was a breadcrumb where we're like, that's kind of what we're hearing is we might have a little bit of fireworks. So we also put some names that have been connected if Atlanta does keep that pick, but I do think there is a chance that is my the first instance of my least favorite tradition in the history of the draft, the wrong hat interview. So, Nate, it is a very wide range prospect right now. He's connected to a lot of teams. There's a lot of buzz everywhere. I think everyone's trying to figure out where it is, but if New Orleans, if that has a lot of heat to it, and they really do, I'm still personally a little interested after the Giannis trade if now Boston could be trying to pivot to that direction. So there's a lot of the Giannis trade was a fun little breadcrumb for everyone. The Giannis trade was pissing off the league. Everyone was like, "Can we get this going? Like we've got stuff we might be doing, but we have to know what the resolution is." And why it was kind of holding up everyone is that Miami pick was right in the middle of the lottery or right at the end of the lottery. So everyone was like, that could sort of pivot who we think's going to be on the board, but if teams behind. So it's like, well, the clock's ticking. Is that going to be the route? Or are we going to get fireworks somewhere else? There's a lot of stuff still up in the air, and there's a lot of players that you kind of get connected to 4 or 5 places that you're like, well, which one is it? So I think eight's the potential fireworks.
Yeah, and as of last night, that was the link of New Orleans and Atlanta. Now, like you said, is Boston like, all right, well, now we have to do something a little more aggressive here, and they might, and they could really shake things up. I got a message earlier today from a couple of people of, yeah, JB may be moved today. Now, obviously, things can move really fast. They can take forever, as we saw with the Giannis thing. But I think there's a really, really good chance that that we're not done with big name trades like we saw last night with Giannis. And then obviously the biggest blockbuster of the season so far, Julius Randle going to Brooklyn.
I'm really pumped we got a jersey edit with Randall last night on social media. I was kind of worried we weren't going to get that. And when I was like, okay, now I can really get excited about the draft. So, look, the chat is on fire. You guys, we know we're out of our mind. We're older guys that want to just talk about ball all day. And we're about to record or hit live, and we're like, we're probably going to regret this in the middle of the first round, right? But it's draft season. We're going to have fun. We're going to have fun, and we're going to talk with you guys. Chat's on fire. Like we said, leave some comments or questions. We'll try to get to them as quick as possible. As Metcalf said, Ryan Hammer coming through soon. A lot of guests lined up that are coming through. It's going to be a fun day. Somewhere to hang out.
What are the Nets going to do?
I think that 28 is now a little interesting. Like you got to have a little target of someone that might be slipping a little bit. Could that be a Jane acquaintance? Hey, if he's there, he ain't gonna be here anymore. Like we'll take the investment. Is that going to be another route they could go? But I think at 6, it feels like it's Wagler or Brown, and I think that would be really interesting if Brown somehow went 5, but we had Wagler going there, and I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, and I've heard 5 and 6 is Wagler and Brown. Mm-hmm. Both teams like both guys. From everything I've heard,
seems there's a wild card if Brown goes 5. That's where I get a little uncomfortable. Like, is it gonna be Wagler? Could Acuff maybe sniff into this convo, or is this someone trying to get up to 6 potentially?
Potentially, I'm
speculating.
I think the Nets have done a really good job of throwing out a lot of smoke and a lot of confusion. Like the Adai stuff, I think is a smoke screen. The Nate Ament stuff, I think, is a smoke screen, especially at 6. Now, if they trade back, does Milwaukee look to move up? And do they package 10 and 13 or 10 and Khalil Ware or something to move up to 6? I think that's a really interesting option for Brooklyn to consider, because then you move back to 10. There's still a ton of talent at that spot, where maybe you still get one of those point guards, whether it's Burries or Flemings, or maybe they're really in on Phylon. But I think they still have a lot of different options there. I've also heard that them getting back into the first round with that Minnesota trade, and getting the 28th pick was not just like hey, let's get an extra first. There are a couple wings that I think they really like there, but they'd probably have to move up yet again. So it'll be interesting to see how active they are, because they have a couple targets that they seem to be really, really in on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated to kind of see the direction they go in. I know they've done just as good a job as Washington. I feel like throwing a lot of names around where you're like, well, they're going to go that route now. Like, oh, Mara's connected there, and I know. Look, there's been speculation with a lot of these teams where it's like, what is the route they go? But there's also a lot of like trying to lock in some of these names, because you just get a wide range with a lot of them. Like you talk to a couple of different teams and they give you a different answer of like who's projected here. You're like, wow, okay. Like, so the position's locked in, but it also makes it like more difficult, because you're like, well, which would they prefer? I think personally, I feel like when I'm looking at the board, Metcalf, like I think there's a range where like I would be shocked if teams aren't going to try to get up. Maybe the late teens, but who wants to go back? I think those teams are also probably like, well, we know why you're wanting to come up. We want to just stay here. So
yeah, we also think these players are good.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I feel like when you get to 20, it gets a little bit of like, okay, now are you dancing with high floor or upside still? And right. I feel like the second guard run that we're expected could be, starting in the 16 and on. So going to be really interesting, and everyone we're going to probably run through these like 5 times. So I know me and Metcalf are just like spewing thoughts out right now, but there's a lot of
we got
really
4 hours.
fun.
We're having fun.
have
We're
4
all
hours.
over the place. But a couple comments about Cam Carr. How do you feel about him?
I love Cam. Fascinating. An archetype you don't see with that type of wingspan. I'm really interested to see where he goes tonight. I think he's one of those wide range guys that makes a lot of sense in a lot of spots.
He kind of fits anywhere. He's like that classic 3-and-D archetype, and really the only one in this draft. It's a very, very thin wing class. So if you're looking for a low maintenance off ball wing who's a good athlete, disruptive on defense, absolute sniper from outside, good athlete, it's kind of him. And that's about it. Like, I think Isaiah Evans has room to grow into that, but he's not quite there yet. He's still a little more raw, needs to get stronger. And Cam Carr is kind of like the most ready-made guy in that archetype, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the withdrawal deadline, me and you did some shows, and Braylon Mullins going back to UConn, we were kind of like, okay, this looks like it's maybe Cam Carr's opportunity to really take a grasp of being like, hey, if you want a sharpshooter, if you want an off-ball catch and shoot weapon off the, not a point guard, but like off the ball, I'm your guy. And I think teams are also intrigued of being like, well, we think he's got upside too. So then you're like, okay, well then we just see it all the time in the drafts. Like if you could find that with upside, that doesn't last long. So that's where I think he's the puzzling one where you're like, hey, does Milwaukee make sense now because they've got 2 picks after the Giannis trade? Does Golden State is probably my most personally, like, I think they're the most fascinating pick in the lottery besides obviously the top 4. Like, what direction does Golden State go? And I think Cam you could put him in a lot of places and he makes some sense. It's just kind of like who pulls the trigger. But look, him and Isaiah Evans are going to be your sharpshooting targets. But I think Cam's got a little bit more fluidity and on-ball juice to build off of. And Isaiah is just a lethal catch and shoot guy. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see how long those guys are on the board.
I am so far behind in this chat. My goodness, you guys are incredible.
We'll buckle up. I'll navigate too while each of us are talking. And we love you guys. This is awesome. I mean, oh my gosh, I'm having a blast already. You guys are giving me some adrenaline shots right now. This is fantastic.
Terrace Reed to the Raptors. Do you have any hope that he develops any sort of 3-point shot?
I mean, if he does, wow, what a value if you got him there.
Yeah.
But I think
Andre Drummond is a sniper from the corners now.
We didn't get a workout video. Someone didn't post Terrace Reed shooting threes. I feel like that would have been another one.
We got one. It was very early. But
it was very early. You're right.
Yeah.
Look, I think, Terrace is one that I think is a little buzzy in that range. And I think it's also like, it's more of just what he is on the court right now. He's 6'11", 260, bully, tough, and knows what he is. And I think his playmaking is really underrated. Like what a great year he had for UConn. So I think teams are intrigued with like, hey, that could be a plug and play type of center pretty early on that kind of is a nice connecting piece of the puzzle.
All right. Shout out to Sumo Pockets 34 for the super chat. Appreciate you. But says really enjoy the show. Thank you. Do you think Charlotte will trade picks 14 and 18 to move up? I don't believe they need to select 2 players in the first round. I think they're one of the most likely to. I know that they've had the opportunity to do so, but haven't pulled the trigger yet. So I think they're definitely one of the movers and shakers to potentially do that. I believe them and Chicago are targeting very similar players at 14, 15. So there might be some gamesmanship going on there. And kind of depending what Chicago does, Charlotte might have to counter.
Yeah, I'm not like saying this is exactly what's going on, but sometimes you kind of hear teams will have a little bit of like a handshake deal where it's kind of like, we want to see how the board plays out, but we might talk like seriously if our guy isn't there. I think Charlotte's going to be active. I think there's just too much smoke building around. Like, okay, they look like they're probably thinking hard about this.
Do you think they need to be, though? Because like
No,
at 14, the type of players that we keep hearing that they're looking at are the big physical forwards and wings. They the massive hole in their lineup, basically. Um, and I think at that 14 to 18 range, you could easily grab two awesome guys in those spots. Because like if you're moving up, 14 and 18 isn't going to get you to like 7. Like it's not going to get you to that range. But even if it did, I think that'd just be a massive reach for a lot of those guys.
yeah, like there was buzz that they were trying, like Golden State was trying to maybe get them, and then I feel like, well, it's like, okay, well, who are you going up for? Look, what I was getting at, and you asked it perfectly. Like, I think Charlotte's in an incredible spot in this draft, and people will hear that like 14 and 18. Normal years, I think 18 is a little bit like, this draft, that's where I think you could be like, oh man, he's still on the board. And that second run of guards, we've been saying it all year. Like we're expecting a heavy run in the top 10 of guards. Then we're expecting teams to get a little bit of itch to get the bigs, or, the forwards are thin class, the wings, like you were saying, Metcalf. So it's like, well, you could go for those, which means the next crop of talented guards could also fall down. I think Charlotte could be shocked at 18 and be like, wow, a guy like LeBaron Philon or Christian Anderson and Buko Corey could be still on the board. Bennett Sturts. Alan Graves has been a popular name. But I think at 14, they also got a shot to get a pretty dang good big. And I would love them to get a big, but like Honest Steinbeck's been, kind of connected to them. Merez Johnson could be there. Adai Mara could surprisingly be there. And then I think also like Kareem Lopez has been a name that has been connected there. So they're kind of in a spot to get two pretty good swings if they want. Now, they've been connected to so many trade rumors. I think they're in a great spot because I think teams are kind of being like, well, we want to get back there because it's two solid pieces. It might not be swings for the fences, but two pieces that could help your roster. And Charlotte's probably like, well, how do they might want to get their guy at 14 and somehow make a move. I don't know. I think Charlotte's in a spot where like I'm kind of being like, if they really do well tonight, like they could have one of the better draft hauls, or if you play this right, maybe you get a good piece.
And it wouldn't shock me if one of those picks is traded, but more so for a player.
Yeah.
And someone that we've heard kind of rumored about, who fits that center, bully ball, power forward kind of role. Also, quick little update. Ryan Hammer got caught up and stuff. Won't be able to join us. So no worries. You know how to find him on the internet. Go harass him. No, I'm kidding. Ryan's the best. He's just doing live stuff. And at the draft,
expecting this.
Schedules shift and change all the time. So we adapt and we adjust. Should we just pull up the mock and kind of run through that?
Yeah. Let's do it. Also,
everyone.
for everyone to kind of listening in, we're going to do some mock sims later, kind of try to do like with our simulator, we'll do some flash mocks and kind of do like a, hey, what if this happened?
Yeah.
And kind of, talk out the options and stuff. So it's going to be fun.
All right. So in case you missed it, over at NoCeilingsNBA.com, subscribe while you're there. What's the harm? But this is our latest Intel mock. This is our prediction mock that went up earlier today. And first four, no surprises. AJ 1, Darren 2, Cam 3, Caleb 4, and then we had Keaton Wagler at 5. And everything we're hearing was the Clippers really like Wagler or Michael Brown. And it seems like the Wagler noise has just been a touch louder than the other names.
Yeah, the Wagler one's a little bit louder. I know some other, draft guys have kind of said like, hey, maybe is Michael getting a little bit of noise? I don't know if that's, I always get really careful with late buzz because it's like, well, is that just the last ditch effort for the Clippers trying to get, Brooklyn to be like, hey, well, we don't want to lose. But Wagler's the one name I've heard there the most. I think there was always a fun little A-Cuff 24-hour session, which I got quickly. No, that's smoke. Would be hilarious if it wasn't. But I think people are thinking the draft starts at 5. which is obvious if you connect the dots. But the name right now everyone's expecting is Wagler.
Agreed. And Krivas doesn't get any love because he's not in this draft. So he decided to go back to Arizona. Otherwise, he would have gotten a lot of love. All right. At 6, we went Michael Brown to the Nets. Again, it seems like it's him or Wagler. Acuff to the Kings feels like the worst kept secret. Basically going back to January. Ament to the Hawks at 8. Burry's at 9. Fleming's at 10. So Burry's to the Mavs. Fleming's to the Bucks. What about this range do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about Acuff?
Yeah,
since
quick.
We never do.
Yeah, since we never do. Quick Acuff. I think they're not going to bite at teams trying to get them to come up. I think Sacramento is saying we're staying put. We feel like if you're going to take him, we're going to take him. We have backup options, but we think he's going to be there. So Kings fans, calm down. I think everything we've heard is they're not going to do it. They're going to stay put. Hope that their guy just falls right to them.
We talked about it a little at the start.
We can talk again. We got a lot more voices if you want.
Ament to the Hawks at 8. I've been seeing a lot of Hawks fans not super pumped about this. But
breadcrumb.
Read it. This is more so projecting Nate to that spot, not to that team. We've heard a lot of noise tied with Trey Murphy going to Atlanta. Now, does the Boston not landing Giannis shake things up? Potentially, likely. Who knows? Things can get weird. But it seems like Nate Ament could be one of the top names if this pick is moved. Now, if it's not moved, that's where I think things get kind of fun. I think Kingston Flemings makes a lot of sense here. And I think the Adai Mara ties and rumors also have a good amount of weight.
Yeah, everyone kind of just bear with us. This is where your head could get in a pretzel, but this is where things start getting really interesting. I think a lot of teams are expecting Nate to go top 10. It's trying to figure out where. Now, he's been connected pretty much the last week everywhere. So you could kind of think, well, hey, that's a good agency job, or is there some fire with it? There was a rumor about some New Orleans, Atlanta talks. And then when you checked in on it, it's got a little fire. And that's kind of what we're trying to hint at is we don't project trades, but we're hearing this one needs to be looked at. And if not, a lot of people are thinking Kingston Flemings and Adai Mara could be options there. There's also rumors of like Nate could be a wild card at 9. There's also rumors that Milwaukee really likes Nate. There's also rumors that now Milwaukee wants to try to go up and Nate could be the name. I've been saying it on social media, like 8 is where things could get nuts. And now that Milwaukee's got another pick to dangle, no one knows what they're up to, but there was buzz that they were trying to get up to go get Nate too. So everyone's kind of connected to Nate. It's just like, who's the team that's going to get weird and pull the trigger?
Yeah. And again, folks in the chat, this is Nate to the pick, not to the Hawks. So I think if the Hawks keep this pick, it will not be Nate Ament. Kingston Flemings and Adai Mara make a lot of sense. But if Nate doesn't go here to, via trade, it seems like 9 to Dallas has a lot of ties to it. And then 10 to Milwaukee as well. And then after that, if he doesn't go into really any of these next 3 picks, it seems like he might experience a bit of a slide.
That's what we've been hearing that for a week and change. It's like, hey, if Nate doesn't go 10, now that Milwaukee has 13, could he go 13? But it seems like a lot of teams are expecting, like, if he doesn't go top 10, we could have a little bit of an interesting watch. But there's a lot of smoke around him with those 3 teams we're showing right now. And if the Atlanta trade with New Orleans is legit, which if everyone thinks Milwaukee could be getting 8, you understand why New Orleans might want to be getting up to 8. It's just an unbelievable, like, are they really going to do this again? And we'll wait and see. But that's the Trey Murphy. I'm not all the details, but like the buzz, it would be basically be around 8 in Trey Murphy.
Let's talk about Braden Burries to
it.
Dallas. I love that fit. I think it makes a lot of sense. By all accounts, it seems like Kyrie is not on the move, but even if he is, down the road, Burries can kind of potentially step into that spot. We saw Cooper Flagg take on even an excessive amount of offensive creation last year. Ryan Nembhard had a great rookie season, but I think Burries from day one is one of these guys who can really step in and just play a beautiful complementary role to everyone already established on that roster. He can be a good point of attack defender, a good pick and roll creator, solid spot up shooter, like downhill threat, real sense of physicality on both ends of the floor. He seems like a perfect fit here.
Yeah, it's this is a tough pick to kind of project because the fit makes a lot of sense. The front office history seems like it could go other routes. I don't think Dusty May hire is shifting this pick for Mavericks fans.
You mean
no chance.
Hiring a college coach 24 hours before the draft isn't
no
changing
chance.
their entire draft prep?
So that look, 8, 9 are like the I'm ready for everything picks. I feel like I'm ready for a wild trade at 8. I'm ready for the 8 to just be like a whoa, okay. And then I'm ready for 9 to just be a name we're not expecting. Maybe I have Young Hansen PTSD still, but like Burries seems to make a ton of sense there. Wouldn't shock me if he somehow was like, oh, he went to Atlanta. Wow. It just seems like this is the range where things could get a little like, okay,
yeah,
wow, they did it. They pulled the trigger. Do you feel that way, Metcalf, or do you think it's kind of like these are the names that get connected and we're probably going to be in some order? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and it's always tough with Masai because we know that he's just going to take his guy. Like he's not going to worry about ranges and what's expected, what they're expected to do. He's going to go with his evaluation. He's going to go with the guy that he wants to continue to build around. We saw that in Toronto all the time. He made the swing on Scotty Barnes when a lot of people had Jalen Suggs over him. So like he's going to go with his guy, and that might be Nate Mann if he's at that spot. But I think the noise with Burries, the ties to Burries, the fit with Burries is just so good. Where if Ament's off the board, even if he's not, I just it'd be so hard to pass on Burries at the spot.
What would you do?
I'd go Burries.
I would go Burries.
I would also strongly consider Miraz Johnson, but I don't need to get on that soapbox.
Well, we've even said we've heard scouts even be like, why shouldn't he go 9? I was like, oh, I'm talking to the wrong person. You're asking the wrong people if you're but
a front line of healthy, lively Miraz Johnson and Cooper Flagg. That's fun.
That is fun. We're getting a lot of questions about Burries.
Yeah.
And I feel like you came around on Burries like pretty progressively. So why do you like Burries? Tell people why. People are like, oh, is Burries getting overhyped because Dylan Harper? And I'm like, well, not at all. No,
it's because of every guard that has success in the playoffs.
It is. That's like when you
look at these top guards, Michael Brown, Keaton Wagler, Braden Burries, Darius Acuff, Kingston Flemings, LeBaron Philon, only one of those guys is currently molded like all of the guards who have success and go make deep runs in the playoffs. And I know Jalen Brunson, he's the outlier, not the rule. You do not chase the outlier with small guards. And Burries is just ready-made to compete from day one. Like Michael Brown is my point guard 1, but he has a lot of work to do. Like he has to improve his decision making a ton. He has to get a lot stronger. Keaton Wagler has to get a lot stronger. Darius Acuff is going to get torched on defense. He has to figure out that end of the floor. Kingston Flemings has to get a lot stronger and figure out his at rim finishing. LeBaron Philon has to get infinitely stronger and figure out the defense. Braden Burries isn't like a great playmaker. He isn't an overly dynamic shooter, but he's a good shooter. He's a good passer. He's really good around the rim. He's really good on defense. He's an awesome rebounder. And he has the day one strength and physicality that will allow him to get on the floor. And as a rookie, that's half the battle, just being able to get on the floor. And whenever we look at past guys who end up making it, one of the strongest correlations is, did they get early minutes in their first 2 years? Did they get actual playing time? And those who don't really struggle to make the leap, really struggle to find their way. And those who do, at very least, stick around. And I think Burries is the guy out of this top group that I'm the most confident in getting consistent, early, stable, productive minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's been one of my favorite films to get caught up on. I'm an Arizona Wildcats fan, and no, I'm not just biased towards him. I feel like I even like am more strict with those guys because I'm watching them so much. But like Burry's first 5 of the games of the year, you kind of were like, okay, he looks like a next year guy, and then he was just tremendous the whole year. I think everyone has a little bit bad taste in his mouth because Michigan was a buzzsaw, and that whole Arizona team didn't play great in that.
Wait, what happened in that game? I don't remember.
You guys won. Thanks.
It was just so many head coaches ago that I forgot. It's a totally different era of
but
basketball.
This is wild, and hey, because I'm looking down every time, and I'm like, oh yeah, we have like 5-6 more hours on the air. This is gonna be great. I'm just gonna be weird and goofy at times, so everyone buckle up. You can make fun of me throughout the whole day. I don't really care. It's draft day, but I feel like it's a weird, like, for Pokemon fans out there, I feel like if Steph Castle is Charizard, I feel like Charmander is Braden Burries. I feel like he's kind of on that path, and what I'm getting at, and everyone can laugh and roll their eyes at that analogy, but like, when the playoffs were going on, you talked to teams, and it was Burries is buzzing.
Yeah.
And it was right after the combine, and it was the playoffs going on, and I was like, okay, is it because everyone's watching the playoffs? And it was like, absolutely. Teams are watching and being like, this guy looks like he could be an impactful player. And last year we had the same thing. Me and you, I know, had a conversation with teams that thought the same thing watching the playoffs, and they looked at Derek Queen. They're like, he's going to have problems defensively. Yeah. Where do you play him? And then look, the draft, like, New Orleans makes the trade. But before that, he was a guy that everyone was expecting to have a little bit of a slide. I think Burries has a lot of fans. I think Golden State would be doing backflips if he was on the board. I would be a little shocked if he got out of the top 10. But I also am never completely shocked because I know the draft, all it takes is one curveball and a guy's going to fall a little bit. And you're like, wow, good value. And we never know. There might be still a trade. Maybe OKC gets up. Maybe somebody else gets up. But he seems like a guy you look at and you're like, there's a lot of really good two-way paths with his game. I buy the shot. I thought it looked even better at the combine.
Yeah.
And he is 6'5", 215. He looks 230. He is stocky and he plays big. So I think Burries has got also a little bit more on-ball creativity than he got the showcase this year. But I think it was important for his development off the ball. So I think teams are looking at him and it's a good player. He might not be the superstar, but he also might be a guy that is a superstar in his role.
Where did you end up with him in your rankings? And are you concerned about his perceived lack of playmaking or ability to be that full-time point? And I know the answer to this third question, but the age, does it bother you?
I had him at 6. Spicy, I guess, but that's one of my guys.
I was 8, so not.
Yeah, I mean, really. I could get any order of the guards for anyone out there. I think it's razor thin. I think if it was, we were in a war room for a team, your board can look completely different depending on fit. But I watched Burries, and that's just the guy. The whole year film, catching up. I just thought there was so much growth. He's really smart with not forcing the issue. He's like the guy that, the old Spurs teams where I feel like they had all those guys that would be like, let me let me try to create a better pass for my teammate, and let me not just force the shot. He understands the shot clock, the situation. He also understands game flow. There's a lot of stuff with his game that really impresses me. I don't care about the age. Don't care. If he was 24, yeah, I'd care a little bit, but like he's 20. There's also some, like, I think Michael Brown just turned 20. I'm not going to punish Michael Brown because it's just, I always think we kind of fascinated about that. How many times have you watched an NBA game and been like, oh, Anthony Edwards, 26? Like,
it comes up a shocking amount of times.
really?
But that's also because, like, anytime Terrence Shannon Jr. is on the court with him, it's always, yeah, Terrence Shannon Jr. is in his third year and he's older than Anthony Edwards.
Now that I agree. Sometimes we're like, wow,
Yeah.
he's still that young. But I just, with Burry's, like, I think he's just going to be good. I think he's not as explosive as like someone like Steph Castle. He's not the defensive prospect he was, but I do think there's flashes throughout the year. The Bama game, I was like, he's starting to figure out some stuff defensively, and he had a great offensive game in that. The game at BYU, I thought he was the best player on the court, and I know what I'm saying with AJ there, but that game, he had a game-winning block. He was awesome. He has the ability to take over a game and not just scoring. And I think that's why Burries is a popular name.
Yeah, and the comps I've been going with all year are like a mix of AJ Mitchell, Derek White, Quentin Grimes, where it's like it's just going to work. I have very few doubts that it just doesn't work. All right, at 10, that after the Braden Burries hour, Kingston Flemings to the Bucks, Yaxel Lendeberg to the Warriors, Daimara to the Thunder, Cam Carr to the Bucks at 13. And anything in this range pop out to you?
Kingston's a tough one because every team seems to like him, but they also, I feel like, kind of be like, I think that's the odd man out.
Yeah.
Am I saying that correctly? Like they were like, he just might.
He's just like number
lower.
2 on everyone's board.
Yeah. Like I think Sacramento loves Kingston, but Baycuff's 1.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, they're like, okay, Kingston might be our backup. But there's also a lot of guards you hear that too, like later on, where it's like, well, is he number 2 to, is he a bridesmaid or the bride?
Yeah.
We want to talk about the Michigan boys?
Yeah, let's.
What are you thinking?
So we got Yaxel at 11 to Golden State, Adaimara at 12 to OKC, and then Morez Johnson at 14 to Charlotte.
Let's talk about Yax.
Yeah, let's.
Seems like a lot of good questions. Shout out to the chat. A lot of Hawks fans just not reading the tidbits. That's fun.
It's not many words, folks.
It's not many words. We're not saying the Hawks would take him. Just read one sentence. Hooked on phonics. A lot of buzz about Yaxel for the last couple of weeks that he could be one that slides a little bit. We've been kind of saying for like a month that teams don't take 24-year-olds in the lottery, even if their play says they should go in the lottery. And we also kind of knew some intel about like the type of person Yax was, and that's not a negative thing. It's just one of those like, okay, this one could be a little bit on the fence of like, our team's gonna like this, or is he not everyone's cup of tea?
Yeah.
I think he should go to the Warriors. I think the Warriors should take him. I think he's perfect for what they are at right now, and I still think he could be a really good piece down the road for them. But it seems like if he doesn't go there, we could have an interesting night.
Yeah, and they're a team that I would try and keep an eye on of potentially trying to move back.
Yeah.
To try and grab a couple extra picks or something in that realm and walk away with a few pieces, because like they need guys to contribute right away, and Yaxel does that. And I really think this, it's like, don't overthink this guy. Like, is he old? Is he a senior citizen? Of course. But can he play? Yeah, like he defends 1 through 5 he improved a ton as a shooter this year. He can take over the offense when you need him to. He can take a back seat and be a spot up off ball shooter when he needs to. He's a good rebounder. He's a little odd. I don't care. Like the guy can flat out play at 6'9", 250. It's kind of exactly what Golden State needs too. So like I like the fit of like Cam Carr a lot too. I think he fits exactly what they do and how they play. But I think Yax just gives them so much more versatility.
Shout out to good friend Kevin O'Connor, just dropped his latest updated
lovely
mock draft, and he had Darren at 2.
Darren at 2?
I believe he had Cam at 2 yesterday.
Well, that was his heart.
Yeah, which I get it. Everyone's going, I'm with you, Yax. Before I go on the rant, I love him. He's exactly what I would want in an enforcer tone setter, except he's also 6'10". These guys are usually 6'7", 6'8". He's a late bloomer. I know he's older, but like basketball wise, I think he's been playing organized basketball for 5 years.
Yeah.
He's gotten better every year. UAB last year, I loved him. I feel like even to start the year, like there was some guys in those ceilings like, I don't know. And I was like, I think Yax can just play.
Yeah.
Dude does a lot of stuff on the court and he's a dog. And then you kind of you heard teams kind of questioning like the maturity and his interviews. And you're kind of just like, guys, you want a nice guy as an enforcer? Like I keep saying, like, I think he's going to be a 6'10" Dylan Brooks-ish type of player.
Yeah.
Now that might be like every team doesn't want that, but you know who wants that is the locker room. And in a playoff series, you want to have Yax Lenenberg. And I feel like it's going to be the classic, like, gosh, we can't stand playing against him. But if he's on your team, you love him.
Yeah.
And I just think, like, for a team like Golden State, like, you're trying to probably make one last run at this, one last run at raising the sun a little bit longer. Like, give Steph one more run, Draymond one more run. Yax ain't going to be intimidated by that team. No way. So I think he's just little like out there enough and like it would be perfect. And you get an early contributor and probably someone that's going to stay around a long time after the, Draymond and Steph are done. So I just think the versatility he brings to the table, his play on the court too, is worthy of a lottery pick. But I'm nervous if it doesn't happen at 11 because I think things get interesting. Well, that was a good comment, Metcalf.
It was. Let's talk
great
username
too.
Let's talk Mara and Moroz.
Yeah.
I didn't love the Mara pick here for OKC.
Chat doesn't either.
Theoretically, I get it, but this was one that I was pushing pretty hard for Moroz. We've heard that they are aggressively trying to trade up to add a type of player that they seem to add in every single draft. But we went with Mara here. What was your reaction when we settled on that?
Uncomfortable, unsettled. It's just kind of like the problem is for everyone listening, OKC's a steel trap. You never get anything. Year, never get anything. And I kind of like if they did go Mara, I kind of get like he's a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I was lower on Mara to start the year. I was like, I don't know, man. And then I saw him in person, and it's not even just the playmaking for assists. I've talked to you about this 100 times. Like seeing him in person, how unbelievable of a processor he is as a passer.
Yeah.
It's snap reaction. Like he's a chess player at 7'3", 7'4" with this length. He's not the Wemby stopper. There isn't one. Deal with it.
That's what I was going to get to. So
yeah. So, but the last thing I'll say about Mara, I think for a while everyone was like, he's going top 10. And I was like, I don't know. And then you talked, and it seemed like he was kind of maybe gonna get out of that. And then now they're like, well, he could be a late lotto guy. So I think teams are trying to be like, well, at some point, everyone wants to swing on him. And that's what
Yeah.
I've been got the whole year. Like, someone's gonna swing on Mara because if it works, it's such a unique weapon at that size. The shot blocking and playmaking in a big man like that is just really, really valuable if it hits. But I don't know. OKC seems like they might go other. I think they should take Merez and sprint to the podium and just be like, it's Merez, thanks. But you made a great comment the other day. You said if we ever were betting on OKC in the draft, we would lose a lot of money.
Just all of it. And like, so the argument that I've always seen for Mara to OKC is always they got to deal with Wemby, and it's like, oh, okay, well, Wemby will let it fly from 30 feet out. So, do you want a Mara defending 30 feet out? I thought he moved a lot better in space this year than he tended to get credit for. The work that he did on his body this year at Michigan compared to what he was doing at UCLA, super impressive. But his superpower on defense, despite how well he moves in space at his size, his superpower on defense is protecting the rim and gobbling up rebounds and blocking shots. And if you're putting him out there to deal with Wemby, to guard Wemby, one, you shouldn't draft a player and construct your team just for one player because the league is constantly shifting and evolving and changing. But if your idea is, all right, well, we can have him guard Wemby, it's like, okay, well, now you're taking away his superpower. Now you're taking away his shot blocking capabilities. He could play with Chet. They could go two bigs there, and then you have, even if one of them's out on the perimeter with Wemby, you still have another guy roaming the baseline as that weak side help shot blocker. But I just think that puts Mara in a position that just doesn't make sense to really amplify what he's best at consistently. I think Merez makes a lot more sense if you're approaching it as from the standpoint of, hey, we just got punked by San Antonio and we need strength, we need toughness, we need physicality, we need rebounding. I like the idea of throwing Merez on Wemby on the perimeter a lot more because he has the strength to deal with them. He has the instincts, the defensive fundamentals where he can move on the perimeter. He can switch multiple positions and still crash the offensive or the defensive glass. We saw him do that all year. So I don't think you should be drafting if you're OKC to fix the Wemby problem. It's a problem for everyone, and I don't think there is a fixing it. I also don't think a Daimara, just because he's 7'4", 250, 260, just because he's big, I don't think that automatically means he's the answer.
I have Mara as my third big on my board. I think Merez is a slam dunk fit there. I feel like people maybe are like talking themselves out of Merez because they're like, we're not going to predict what OKC is doing, right? Like, I don't know why, if it's just like a pause, but also like Merez seems like maybe not the upside pick where if you're like an OKC team, you're probably like, well, maybe this might be our last time we're really picking up here. So like, do we want to swing a little bit? Which I would understand a little bit, but I also don't know if I love the options there that could be like the big swings. But like Merez, and I'm still high on Sorber. You get him back. You got a muscle now. Here, I wanted a little sprinkle, Metcalf. I don't know if you see this. Sorry, I'm going sidebar. No, 20 minutes ago, Jonathan Wasserman, a few hours before the draft, Atlanta Hawks, a team that sounds pretty active in trade talks, at 8 per sources.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry, per multiple sources.
Dang, that's really going to screw up them. That's really going to screw up them picking Nate Ament.
Interesting. Here's a fun little wild card because we're apparently needing to be on the air for 5 more hours because this is a good idea.
This is your idea.
I love it. I'm having a blast. This is great.
Oh no,
yeah, I did this. This is me. I'm crazy. Let's say that I don't go big at 12. Where would you go?
If you're OKC?
Yeah.
And the board
Everyone in the world thinks they're going big.
And the board fell exactly as it did?
Yeah.
I think Bennett Sturts is a name to keep an eye on.
He's got a weird enough smoke in weird places everywhere that it's like
Yep.
something's going on,
I think his range kind of starts at 12.
which is
Um,
wild.
we've heard Dalen Swain, as we had them taking him at 17. Do they just take him at 12? I think that could make some sense. I
Do
think
any of the guards make sense?
I don't think so. I think Sturts is the only one. I think our favorite, Alan Graves, does make a lot of sense as well. So those would be some of the top names that I think we could start to see at 12 if it's not Mara or Merez
I
or
think if
or,
they
or
went,
Hannes for that
yeah,
for
if
that
they
matter.
went another route, I think if I loved them enough and I was OKC, I might say we're not risking this. We're just going to take Swain at 12. I would be like, wow, you're really doing it. But if you're just like, we're not going to get cute, we're taking them here and we'll let our board play out for 17. I still think they're going to try to get moving a little bit. I just don't know where the spot is, because this the thing is like, you get reports of like, hey, they want to move up. It's like, guys, everyone wants to move up. Like every team would like to move up. It's what's the price to play and who can you get to go back? Because not everyone wants to go back, because it's like, well, hey, they could package this to get up to 6. And it's like, well, 6 might not want to go back to 12, So, and
It
I'm
doesn't
just
matter
throwing out
what they
numbers.
want. It matters what I want.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I think Mara's a tough one there. I know we went there. I know a lot of people think maybe it's that. I tough.
15, Hannah Steinbeck. 16, Bennett Sturt. 17, Dalen Swain. 18 to Charlotte, Alan Graves. 19, Terrace Reed to Toronto. 20, Kareem Lopez to the Spurs. Anyone in this range tickle your fancy?
I think Steinbeck, that's probably, I feel like that's maybe the floor. Is like Chicago-ish.
Yeah. He did cancel a workout with Memphis, and it sounds like they don't think he's getting to 16 or 17.
He also seems like the wild card too that might go a little earlier than we're thinking. There was some.
I think he's a name that makes sense at 12.
I was just gonna say that. Now I would say that for Thunder fans. There was a time where people thought that was the one.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of scouts thought, hey, I think that makes a ton of sense there. It also, we said this on a show recently, like he seems like that's the one people are really quiet about, which is like, that's usually telling when it's quiet.
Yeah.
16, 17, 18, 19 is going to be my favorite run in the draft, because if you're a fan of one of those teams, there's 14 names connected there, it feels like, and it's unbelievable. It's like, I think everyone thinks it could be a guard at 16. There's been every guard connected there. It seems like it shifts every 2 days.
The two I've heard the loudest are Bennett Sturts and Christian Anderson.
Exactly. And then you're like, is that misdirection because maybe they like someone else? But so you're just trying to play mind games right now. You're trying to connect dots. But I think Swain at 17 is getting loud enough to where, do teams think they got to get ahead of OKC now to get Swain? This is the poker match.
He could very easily go 16 too. Like I think once we get into the 16, 17 range, I know we just said he could very easily go 12, but I think this 16, 17, 18 range is where Swain probably hears his name called.
Yep. I think everyone feels like they have a good beat on this, but you also just hear so many guys connected to so many teams. You're like, man, this could be a trade spot, because teams are feeling that way too. And this order could just be all over the place. It's going to be really fun. It's like Charlotte at 18. I think you've heard trade. You've heard a ton of names. Could that be a guard? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems like one way or another, whether it's through a trade for an established vet or through, was it 14 and 18, Charlotte's walking away with a big man of some sort at the 4-5 spot. both names that we put down, we've heard them tied to. We've also heard them tied closely to a former All-Star. So it'll be really interesting. Let's talk Kareem Lopez.
Why not? Let's do it.
Didn't love this.
I don't know where to put him.
Same.
And you know what? I don't think teams know where to put him.
No, he is one of the wider ranges that I've heard.
Stan Vecini even had a mock, and he's like, I've heard everywhere, and I'm not convinced. And you talk to other people, and they're like, heard a little bit of everywhere. He is becoming the wild card. Him and Nate Amen are going to be like, if you feel good about your mock draft, woo, buckle up.
Yeah.
I think that's what we left this one going. Like Kareem and Nate are just wild because they're connected. I mean, you hear Kareem mentioned with Charlotte. You've heard him mention, like, could that be a wild card? Golden State, OKC. Feel like if I forget someone, let me know.
I've heard Brooklyn. I've heard Brooklyn likes him quite a bit.
Oh gosh, I mean,
but I don't think they like him at 6.
No, it's so. But you hear that and you're like, well, that's got to be trade down. It's just he's a name or up. Yeah, there you go.
Saving it until we got to the Brooklyn pick. But sorry,
yes.
Chowder has been asking about a billion times in the chat about the Nets potentially trading up from 28 for a big, whether it's Senek or Merez. They're gonna have to get way up for Merez. I'm not sure they have the firepower to do that. Senek, maybe. I've heard they are intrigued with Lopez. I've heard intrigue with Senek. It seems like Senek has a lot more fans than around the league than in the public space, but I think Brooklyn is probably going to be trying to be pretty active and not stick at 28.
Yeah, it just seems like Kareem's the wild one where, like, some teams think he could be slipping a bit. Some people think he could be lottery. You kind of hear everything. And it's going to be, he's the one name I'm very fascinated to see play out because
I don't get it with Kareem.
I've heard people say, like, end of first round, he could be there. You're like, well, hold on. And then you hear people like, he's going to win lottery. And you hear that a lot. So no one knows. He's all over the place. The latest I got was like, hey, I think the last two I think I got was like either probably Spurs or Charlotte. And I was just like, what? Why could anyone figure this one out? I think anything's on the table.
Like in this version, we had Nate going 8 specifically to Atlanta, and Kareem falling a little bit. But like if we flip those two names, and Kareem goes top 10 and Amen falls to like early 20s, that it honestly wouldn't be shocking because those are the two guys whose range I've heard is probably the widest out of anyone.
Yeah. I think look, I'm not even sold Milwaukee would do it if Nate was there at 10. I'm not sold on anything right now. Like I think those are the two names you talk to a lot of teams and they're like, I could see them being on the board for a while. So those are just the polarizing ones where it's like, well, it only takes one team. Some team's going to like Nate. Some team's going to like Kareem, but who is it? And also, like, even if they do like him, do they have someone higher on their board? I don't know. It's going to be really interesting.
I've been seeing way too much Kareem as Denny 2.0. He's not Denny. He's nowhere near the athlete, doesn't have the handle, not as good of a defender.
Denny was your boy too. So that one.
Words. One of my worst rankings of all time, but I nailed that evaluation. I was spot on with that. Christian Anderson, 21. The Pistons feel like the floor for Christian Anderson or Bennett Sturts. I think they go ball handling and shooting, and there are two very good guards in both those guys. Where I think if one of them is there, that's who they swing on. Chris Senek to the 76ers, Abuka Okori, 23 to Atlanta, 24, Zubi Ejiofor to the Knicks, Isaiah Evans, 25 to the Lakers.
Look, it's tough because I think we were even doing the mock and we were like, hey, a Corey, wow, he could go earlier. And Christian Anderson, we're like, he probably could go earlier. And this is how it happens with these exercises. Is you kind of do it and you look at it and you go, well, it makes sense in a lot of these places. Are we saying we think a Corey is going to be on the board at 23? He could go 6. He could go 16. He could go probably any of those runs. And I think you're spot on with what you just said. Like, this is the range where it seems like it's the guards slipped through the crack. And I don't know. I will say Sinak has a lot of fans.
Yes.
He's a fan here at 22. There's teams behind this pick. I think the Lakers are a team to watch that are trying to get up to get him. I also think there's a real shot he might go before this pick. So again, another guy where we're like, well, where does he go? And I had one guy say, like, I think he's going to go inside the top 20, which is like another guy that's like, wow, it's another name to throw. Where does it fit? So this is where it's going to get real nuts because the order could be all over the place. And I still feel like we're going to look at the end of the first round and be like, look at the guys that are still on the board. It happens every year.
Since we're not too far removed, someone in the chat's asking Terrace Reed to Toronto, can you elaborate? Seemed like he had a really good workout there, and they need help in the front court. You got anything more?
No,
he's just a really good player.
We've heard there's some fans, and we've heard today that's kind of a player on the list, and I think he had a great workout there. And I think there's another name there that is mentioned in the names we're hearing that would probably be very excited if they were on the board. But I think there's also a real shot that they're not there. So that's the tough part about this is you hear a combo of names, but you're like, well, two of those are gone. And I think Terrace is a name that teams are very intrigued with in this range.
Yeah. I feel like this is where his conversation really starts to get aggressive.
Cooked a little bit. Yeah.
And the further into the 20s you go, the louder the noise gets, especially, Okay. 26, LeBaron Philon to Denver, the biggest faller of this draft. Jaden Quains, 27 to the Celtics. Sergio De La Rey, 28 to the Nets. Thank God they need point guard.
They need another guard. So
29, Henry Vasar to the Cavs. 30, Koa to the Mavs.
This is a tough spot. Everyone's question. We got some questions already. Like, hey, do you really see Philon falling?
Someone's going to fall. And if you just look at the board, if you're a fan, if you're filling out a mock draft today, go check out ncmockdraft.com. We'll do one in a little bit. Try different scenarios and realize like, hey, okay, there's probably going to be a shift. And like, here comes the centers, here comes the run on this. And it just seems like one of these guards might slip a little bit. Now, do I think personally, I have Philon much higher on my board. I think he should go ahead of this. I know Jeremy Wu had a mock that came out too. I think recently had Philon being the one that slips a little bit. I think he's a stud. I think he could play. I think he's got that swagger you want. He's 176. It's loud. He was 176, I think, last year. So I think that's pointing at that. But like, if I was a betting man, I still think he goes ahead of this. I just don't know where. Yeah.
And that's the tough part is like we got to 20. We got before this, we were like, man, Philon on the board still. And we kind of like stopped and looked throughout the whole thing, and we were like, one of these guys is gonna fall. And I think if you said a month ago, it might have been like, hey, I think he might be connected to Memphis. And then it was like, okay, now it's shifting to this guard. Now it's shifting to this one. And their Sturts is a little bit like the loudest right now, but could that be another direction? Maybe. And I mean, we had the recent buzz that Minnesota was trying to get Phylon in. And I feel like when it's that late and it's a team picking later.
And they were able to. They got him in for a workout, and that was when they had picked 28.
And that's where it gets interesting, because I also think agents start to understand where things could, are we saying Minnesota's going to, all of a sudden now trade up again? No, we're not saying that, but there's always some smart movement by the agents that's like, hey, we should go here. And you never know. Let's be safe. But you want to talk about Quaintance or anything on Phylon?
Yeah, and for Denver, I love the fit. I know we try and give them a big in most of these exercises because they need one, but I think the most intriguing bigs for them are gone. Like Terrace Reed here would be awesome. Zubi Ejiofor here would be awesome. I think LeBaron Phylon would be an incredible value get for them. Especially, hey, maybe is there a Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown type of deal out there? That makes that a little more feasible. I've also heard Denver's trying to trade out of this because they have to preserve as much cap space or cap room as possible to try and bring back Peyton Watson, which seems to be their number one priority. So it's really tough. It just kind of got to a point where it's like, all right, Phylon can't fall further than this, but we see it every year. Someone's going to fall. One of these guards is going to fall, whether it's a Corey or Phylon or whoever. Like we saw last year with Kasper Siakashonas falling to Miami, where even if people weren't in love with him, most people had him mocked in the lottery. And he just kind of perpetually ended up being everyone's B choice based on how the board falls. And all it takes is for one or two perceived reaches for guys to start tumbling. Let's talk Quaintance, though, at 27. Because pretty much everyone on the team from different people has gotten a lot of it. The fall could be really rough with him.
Yeah, and look, this is the toughest part of doing this intel mock and everything is like, we got some fans and they're saying like, there's no way the Celtics will take him. There might be a chance that no one in the first round takes him.
Yeah.
But it's also
wild.
Which would be wild.
Like, I get the concerns with the medical, but at the end of the day, the talent's the talent. And he could easily be the best defender from this class. And even if you're only getting that for 15 to 20 minutes a game, I would want the extra year on that contract, but I get the concern.
There's legit concerns. It's not just us being like, oh, it's Robert Williams. The Celtics would do it again. No, that's a complete new front office from when it was Robert Williams. That was Danny Ainge. And, there was even stories back then where it was like, hey, when that was happening, they were like, I think Danny Ainge was like, we were scrambling to talk to our medical guy to be like, can we do this? Everything we've heard about Jane is the medicals are not good. And also, I think there's some like, hey, there's questions about, the background and stuff. So, and I'm not saying like Jaden's back. It's just like, it's not smooth sailing in a bad medical. There's just some doubts and concerns. And when there's any doubt on top of a medical situation, that's where you're like, okay, this one could get interesting. And teams don't know where to put them.
Yeah. But someone's going to swing. I just don't know where.
Someone has to.
We got really close to dropping
someone
him out of the first round.
So,
but we're also hearing.
But you just can't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Metcalf. Go ahead.
Okay, you might be lagging. What? Yeah, you're behind. De La Rey at 28, Vasar 29, Colpete at 30. Anything on these guys?
No, I'm scared I'm lagging now.
Yeah, you are. You're like 5 seconds behind. Incredible. Are you frozen entirely now?
Am I back?
Nope.
Okay.
Where are you? And he's gone. The joys of live production, folks. So Cleveland, we've heard Henry Vasar. We also heard a little Malik Thomas. I think continuing to build up that front court depth makes a lot of sense. But Vasar is a really fascinating guy because I think if he would have gone out last year, he would have probably been a lock to be in the first round. That was at least a good amount of the feedback I had gotten. But oh, look who decided to come back to work.
Now?
What?
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm sorry. I just realized I had like 76 tabs open, so that's probably
That. When has that ever caused an issue?
never had.
Anything on De La Rey, Vasar, Pete?
No, Serge is a tough one. I know Nets fans will be that like another guard. I think that's just probably a value thing. I also wonder if, you know, he's a tough one to puzzle. I think I've heard like 27 with Boston to like 35-ish is probably the wheelhouse to keep an eye on De La Rey. He also seems like maybe the wild card goes a little earlier than we're ready for, but teams were very intrigued with him last year.
Yeah.
Very excited about him. So he's had a better year this year. I'm curious to see. I feel like Woo's Maki left a breadcrumb. Like he could still be a stash guy, which I was like, oh, whoa.
Man. I wonder if that's just something with the buyout.
Yeah, I think it was maybe buyout related.
He's like, what, 21? He's going to be 22 as a rookie?
I think so, because I was like,
he's not like freshman age. He is a little older, but he is playing big minutes at a bigger club in Spain.
20 and a half.
Okay. I wonder if that's more of a buyout issue. But like, I think we don't see first rounders get stashed. That doesn't happen. So I think if he goes first round, Ricky Rubio, was he the last one who was? And that's because his buyout was astronomical and Glenn Taylor's Glenn Taylor.
I think that was the last like heavy hitting buyout, right?
I think so. Or like the actual first rounder who was not brought over immediately.
Yeah.
So I get the idea of that, but I wouldn't be trading into the first round to stash that. Like I would just grab him. I would have just grabbed him at 33 or gone somewhere else. I think a couple other names in the second round to keep an eye on, potentially jumping into the first. Alex Caravan, a lot of fans. Joshua Jefferson, a lot of fans. Malik Thomas sounded like he was having really good workouts. So wouldn't be shocking if he goes in the 20s or even earlier. He might be kind of a wild card where his range might be like 17, 18, 19 to like 35. It's kind of an unfortunate range to have because there's a lot of uncertainty there, but this is just kind of how the board fell.
Nice little comment in the chat. I will say Phylon had a little bit of buzz a while ago, which is don't ignore that. But the buzz was if they got another pick, could that be a wild card? Potentially. But that's the tough part about getting all the intel is it shifts very fast and you want to make note of previous ones because it's like, well, did that get quiet on purpose? Phylon's a wild one. I could see anywhere, but it's going to be crazy with the top 10, I think. And all of a sudden, like, okay, well, where does Milwaukee go? They could go any direction. I'm not going to be shocked.
Yeah, then the only two names, or the two loudest names I've heard with them are Amen. Their owner, Haslam, is a massive donor to Tennessee, and Kingston Flemings, who we did give them at 10. So if I do think if Flemings is there, I would think that they swing on him. And then they're probably not walking away with 2 point guards at 10 and 13. So like just little things like that are what cause guys to just kind of tumble by the pick. Shout out to the super chat. Any Orlando rumors? Who do you guys like for them?
Orlando. Hold on, guys. We had Okpara there. I think. What are you thinking, Metcalf?
And I think a big makes sense here. Felix Okpara, I think, is going to go a little earlier than some people anticipate. I think this is kind of a really fun range for him. Low maintenance, big, awesome athlete, big time shot blocker, rim runner. Otherwise, just continuing to build up that point guard position where they just continue to struggle.
Yeah, I think like Quadir Copeland, maybe get you some like a playmaker with some jumbo size. Yeah. See Emmanuel Sharp if he was still on the board. Ugano Onyenso, maybe. I think you got to get some big help. I also could see them just trying to look for a guy that maybe could stick and surprise a little bit. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. With like, I think Felix, we put him there, and he could be a name that goes a little bit earlier. I think some teams are going to like a little bit of the big run in the second round because there's some good specialists. I think the second round's a specialist run where you could find some guys that you're like, hey, all right, I don't have a lot of offensive game, but really good rim protector. Or there's some guys that are good shooters. There's some defensive weapons like the Dylan Mitchells. But I think it's going to be a really interesting round.
Anything else in the second round that kind of stood out to you? Names that you want to highlight, think could go higher, favorite fits?
I still like Malik and Joshua Jefferson. I think Joshua Jefferson could also be a guy that still maybe flirts with Boston in the first round. Malik Thomas has been one that kind of has like a little bit of a wild, like, oh, wait, could he go in the first round? But I again, it's another name where it's like, if he goes in the first round, then all of a sudden someone's going to be on the board still. So I like Malik, but I'm wondering if he's going to be like, oh, he's number 2 or 3 on a team's board. And it keeps like happening where it goes down a little bit. I would love if Minnesota still could somehow get him. I'm curious if Minnesota's going to do something with that pick.
Yeah, because like the player pool is generally going to be the same. Like it's not going to change all that much from where they were at 28, but they're going to save a bunch of money from it. Should we bring on our guest?
Yeah, be our guest. I'm excited for this one.
Here.
See if we're yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Sam? How are we doing?
Pretty good. Getting excited for the draft. We're almost there, right?
Absolutely.
No.
Sam Esfandiari, thank you for joining the show. On the open, please plug away. Tell everyone where they can find your stuff and how they can appreciate your incredible Warriors coverage.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Light Years Podcast. You can find it anywhere you get podcasts. We will be going live after the draft today, reacting to whatever the Warriors do. If you're scrolling your Twitter feed right now, they could literally be doing anything, trading up, trading down, staying there, trading the pick for Trey Murphy. I have no clue where it's going, but I'm excited to find out.
And they're still in on the Giannis sweepstakes, right?
Yeah, just waiting for the next trade demand in 4 years with Miami. We'll finally get him.
So we also got a link for everyone that's watching live. Sam does great stuff with Splash Sports. They've got a really fun contest. It's free, mock draft predictor. Go check it out. But we wanted to have you all because, one, Warriors coverage fantastic, and 2, we were talking about this before you hopped on. I think that's probably my favorite team to keep an eye on tonight. Who are you rooting for? We're all fans now, so you gotta tell me who are your guys that you're rooting for there, or who do you think could be an interesting option for Golden State.
I'm rooting for them to somehow pull a rabbit out of their hat and compel the Hornets to do a trade down scenario and get 2 picks. Because my read on this draft, and I'm curious if you guys feel the same way. I like basically every player mocked between 10 and 18, and I can't decide which one I like the most. And then you piggyback down the fact of the Warriors have like 8 open roster spots. So I'm just being greedy right now. I'm looking at an opportunity to plug 2 holes. Yeah, I know I've talked with you about it. You've been on my show, Tyler, in the past, and it's like I can't decide, like, do they go after the wing? Do they finally get a center, a position they literally have not had for a decade? Or do they get one of these guards who can both, keep the offense afloat when Steph sits, which is always an issue for them, but also kind of be a guard they can build for the future because he's turning 39 next year. In theory, he's going to retire one day, although I guess if you look at LeBron, maybe none of them will ever retire again. You never know.
So I'm curious, because you mainly do Warriors specific coverage. How much of like the actual draft film do you start to dive into this time of the year? Because it's just a totally different world to live in a lot of the time.
Sure. Well, I mean, the Warriors season ended on January 20th when Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. So
Fair.
I pivoted pretty quickly. I was just like, well, there's no point watching this team anymore. Obviously, I watched them, but like once you know that there's no shot that they're going to make a playoff run, and then, about a week later, Steph basically got shut down for 6 weeks with the knee thing. It was very easy to pivot over to college basketball and kind of, my focus was more on watching like LeBaron Philon or Ade Mara or like any of these guys as opposed to being consumed with the Warriors 24/7.
Is there a name you think with like why I'm so fascinated with this team at this pick is like me and you have talked about this. Is like it seems like it could just go 2 different directions. Like, are you trying to build a little bit more for down the road, or do you try to get someone now? Like, if the Warriors did try to make one more run at this, is there a name you think makes the most sense? We even discussed before, like, hey, if I was Golden State, I feel like it would make a ton of sense to try to make that Charlotte thing happen for the exact same reasons. Like, that's 2 good pieces you could get. This is the draft to do it. But if they stayed put, is there anyone that you like the best for them, like the fit with kind of like the playing style and everything?
Yeah, I mean, if they stay put and it's 1 pick, it's got to be Yaxel Lendenberg. I think he's the cleanest fit. Like he essentially plays basketball exactly the way that Steve Kerr wants guys to play. Can do a little bit of everything, highly competitive, really good passer, good feel for the game, and he's got positional size. So, I mean, I think if they drafted him, he would be playing 25 minutes a game almost day 1. So it's hard to watch him and really watch Michigan in general and not be like, that guy's perfect for what they want to do.
I'm sure you've heard the concerns about the maturity or personality issues with the Axel. Personally, I think they're overblown, but there are a couple, let's go with fiery personalities in that locker room already. How do you think that would go over?
One of 2 ways. Either
both very fun, or at least entertaining.
Yeah. Either Draymond's going to punch someone who's actually able to physically stand up to him, or they'll be in love with each other. I kind of think it's going to be more the latter. I don't think they've really ever had an issue with eclectic personalities or whatever you want to call it. What they've had issues with is kind of immaturity in the sense of like me, like on the floor, like guys who get upset if they don't get specific shots or plays called for them, or don't understand why they're getting, chewed out by the coach for not making an extra pass. In general, if you play the quote unquote right way, in other words, just quick decisions, move the ball, defend and rebound your ass off, you're going to be loved in Golden State. So I think it's overblown. I think he's the type of guy. Here's my read on it. I think he's the type of guy, if he goes to a team that's a dead end situation, you're going to start seeing kind of some of those like immaturity questions come out. You put him in a situation that's more competitive and more serious, you probably see the best out of him.
If it's not Yaks, give me one more that you like.
I mean,
we all like have a wish list. We're all fans tonight, so I'm just trying to say. Also, by the way, Metcalf, big Michigan guy. So if you have any Michigan burning questions, just hammer him away. This will turn into. We'll be talking the whole time about to you.
I do have one, but to answer your question first, it probably is LeBaron Philon for me. I know that like worst kept secret is if Braden Burries falls, they will take him and they won't think twice about it. Like he's clearly number one on their board at this point, and I get it, and he's cool. I just don't think he's going to be there at 11. So I'm not like really getting my hopes up in that standpoint. Philon just intrigues me because the one thing the Warriors have not had for the vast majority of this run that they've been on with Steph Curry is like a viable creator behind him, someone you can trust to create offense and maybe play a little bit next to him. And I just feel like the size stuff with him is overblown. I really do. To me, I really don't see that big a gap between the guards projected, like for sure going between, let's call it 6 and 10, like the Kingston Flemings, the Michael Brown, who am I forgetting? Acuff, those guys, and LeBaron Philon. I think it's overblown that there's a gap there. And so I'm just really excited, like really drawn to him as a prospect. I genuinely like the way he plays. And I think this happens to a lot of guys where everyone fixates on like the one or two negative traits, like, oh, he's a little too skinny, or he's a little too small, or he's a little too old, as opposed to focusing on the fact that he literally checks every other box. And if you put value into the advanced stats or anything like that, like also projects better than like half the guards projected to go ahead of him. So that's the other one. Personally, I would like to see, just because, well, let's just take wins and losses out of it. They're a tough watch when Steph's not on the floor. So I'd love to have someone who made him less of a tough watch too. 5 connectors at the same time, just wanting to pass the ball in circles is fun until it's not.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, that's why I feel like this is the most fascinating pick of basically the lottery in the first round, because it's going to send a clear message of kind of where they're seeing the future of this team.
Yeah, I love the idea of them. God, if they could move back though and just get like, even if they're older, just walk away with two guys who are just ready to go right away. And I think at like 14 and 18, that'd be incredible for them.
Can I ask you guys a question? And then I want to ask the Michigan question next. Okay. What player falling to 11 do you think could actually compel Charlotte to start thinking about something like that? Let's forget that the Warriors would probably have to throw in something else to even it out, but I feel like it's only on the table if someone is available at 11 that Charlotte's like, we got to do it. We'd rather have him than the two guys that we're going to get at 14 and 18.
It's tough because the type of players that I have heard that they're going after, like those big physical forwards or centers, there are a bunch of them available in that range for them. So like, I think they really like Hannah Steinbeck. I think they really like Merez Johnson. So like maybe if one of those guys is off the board already, if like Hannes goes really early or Merez goes really early, that might entice them a little bit to be like, we just got to go up and get one of these guys. But then like even like an Alan Graves, I think still makes sense for them in one of those spots. So it's tough. Maybe a Daimara, like if he's still there at 11, and they envision a center rotation of like him and Ryan Kalkbrenner and then Moussa Diabate for the energy and just the pure chaos factor. Like those would probably be the top names for me.
Yeah, I would look. There's a lot of smoke around 8, but if all of a sudden like 8, 9, we're expecting to be guards, and I think if it was just like, whoa, it's back up, it's like big, or Ament in a big, and then all of a sudden Milwaukee just shocks everyone and took another big, I think maybe they could be like, oh gosh, we got to get up, or we're gonna lose out one. So maybe they could then be like, Golden State, we'll do it. Let's go. I also just feel like that's a possibility because I feel like 8, 9, no one really has a like if it's Mara and another out or something like that, but that's where, like we were talking earlier, as I mentioned, like if I was Golden State, I'd really want to get that somehow because you really could get some great value. But I don't know. And if they love Yaks, they also might be like, hey, we think we could get them still at 14 and have another pick. So I think it's really, they're in a good spot to kind of let things play out. And if one of those guys go, Burries might be on the board. And I do know, like you've confirmed too, but I've heard that they're very high on Burries.
I can't see a world where he falls to 11 and then they decide to pass on him. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Atlanta to me is actually the most interesting team in this whole thing, because I tend to think that they're going to be the first ones to make a big trade or do something off the board, because they're kind of playing with house money with that Pelicans pick.
Which might be going back to them.
Funniest outcome possible. Like they essentially would just be getting Trey Murphy for nothing at that point. So, but you know, do you Pelicans? Any idea who the Pelicans are desperate for to move into the lottery?
Sounds like amen.
It sounds like amen.
Of course.
Okay. Which is just like, I'm telling you, Summer League, I will have the Joe Dumars shirt. I know it's Troy Weaver too, but I'll print it. I will do it. But I think it's a wild one that has a lot of fire around it. And it's not just a couple, it's not just one team thing, and it's a lot of things. And Jonathan Wasserman just said that pick trade talks are heating up. So we got a long way to go. And I think we're going to get fireworks starting around, 8, 9. It's going to be really fun.
I brought this up earlier. Question for you. Okay. On Morez Johnson. Yep. So I'm looking at this strictly from a Warriors perspective. So you're going to have to clue me in a little bit. Like, Yaxel, you don't need to watch more than one game to see exactly how he'd fit with the Warriors. You could say the same thing about Ade Mara. Can you make the case for Morez Johnson to me? Because when I watch him, and you can tell me where I'm wrong here, the defense obviously fits them and just every team in the NBA. I don't have to think twice about it. Offense, he just looks like, to me, another Steph gravity merchant. Like, I don't see offensive upside out of him, but that might also be a function of the role he played in Michigan. Again, I'm just going off of what I saw watching, increasingly watching him more and more as the college basketball season went on. It was clear they were going to be one of the
and like you said, the first and easiest selling point is the defense, the versatility, the IQ, the way he directs everyone out there, like incredible communicator, the rebounding on both ends of the floor. Like he's just a monster, like freak athlete. But then, like, offensively, I get the hesitations because a lot of it is projection based. This was the first year he really ever shot the ball. Even going back to high school, when we saw him at Hoop Summit like 2 years ago, I was like, this dude sucks. Like he can't dribble. He has no scoring touch. He's never going to shoot it. Like, have fun being just like an energy big in college for 4 years. So to see the fact that he's gone from that to a spot where he jumped up to like almost 80% from the free throw line this year, slowed down a ton in terms of processing speed and patience and composure and traffic, really improved as an at-rim finisher, where it's not just power and chaos, but like actual touch and like creating some stuff off of a pivot foot, occasional passing flashes. All of this needs to get a lot better, but I buy the shot long-term. I think they're really fun, connective passing stuff there long-term, but in terms of like day one stuff on offense, it's all going to be low maintenance, kind of self-generated stuff out of just hustle plays and being a really good screener, being a good rim runner, having some sort of versatility and like agility out of the short roll where he, can catch it in the short roll and like spin or, take a Euro step or something like that. But then just constantly hammer the offensive glass as well. So the offensive impact is going to take some time to get there, but I do buy the pick and pop stuff. I do buy the spot up stuff, at least at like modest volume. And like my ceiling outcome for him is Al Horford. Oh, wow. So I think he still has I think he has a lot of work to do on offense still, but he's also just barely scratching the surface. And the amount of growth that we've seen in just like 2 years is really, really exciting.
No, that does change kind of the way I look at it. Because, like, yeah, if you do think that there's more to develop there on the offensive side and have be an actual hub of the offense, then I totally get it. Then I can make a case for him to go in the top 10. I just didn't see much of that at Michigan. Everything went through the other two guys.
And you're not alone in that.
Yeah.
So that's why I have him at 7, because I do buy the projection with a lot of that stuff. And again, maybe I'm overweighting it because of how out on the offense I was a couple of years ago when he was coming out of high school. And it's like, oh, he's not a total bum on that end, and there is some actual skill and touch and growth. But yeah, and the number 1 and 2 selling points with him on any team are the defense and the rebounding, because those are just outlandishly good.
Nice. Okay. I think you've sold me, or you've sold me that he's attractive enough for someone to trade up so I can get the players I want.
One or you trade back to 14 and 18 and you walk away with Mraz at 14 and Bennester's at 18.
Or Phylon. Might be
yeah,
shot.
or Phylon. There we go.
Do you think is Mraz going to fall to 14, 15? It feels like he's been the one who's been rising the quickest up the board. Like, I feel like every mock I saw a month ago had him between 15 and 20, and everyone I've seen the last few days, it's more 10 to 15.
I feel like 14, 15 is where everyone's like, hey, it's going to be there. That's the sweet spot. But then it's just like everyone was thinking it was OKC for a while. I'm not convinced it's going to be that. And then it's just kind of like that might be the big run where he's the one that goes last. So like, it's tough because he also just seems like the intangibles, like the defense, the upside. Maybe that gets the team to just be like, we're going to swing a little early. But yeah, I think he's on the way up. I think he's going to be a redraft guy that we're like, man, he turned out to be a heck of a player. But
those
the Golden State would be interesting.
The 14 and 15 with Charlotte and Chicago are the two teams that he's most strongly been linked to.
Got it. Okay.
So if he does go a little earlier, it might be because one of them trades up. And it sounds like Chicago is trying to get ahead of Charlotte to do that, but we'll see.
Nice.
Any lasting thoughts? Any scares for tonight? Any guys you're just like,
yeah, just for the Warriors or in general that you're just like, this dude sucks.
The fact
we're getting a hand on the face already. The
fact that you said the Pelicans want Nate Ament terrifies me into watching the Warriors drafting him, thinking they're playing 4D chess. Like, I mean, that was part of their calculus with the Wiseman and the Kuminga picks. I know that to be true, that like they thought they had the highest upside, and if it didn't work out, they'd be able to flip them because all these other teams liked them. Well, we know how that played out, and we can all hindsight's 2020. But I just hate the idea of your decision being impacted by what you think other people think. Like, it should be because you think they will fit best in your team. And ultimately, if you're really thinking of it from an asset perspective, the best asset you're ever going to get is going to be someone who's actually producing winning caliber basketball in your rotation, as opposed to, well, the coach seems to hate him, but the GM keeps saying he's great. Like, no one has eyes and can't see what's going on. So just stay clear of Nate Ament. That's all I'm saying. I want no part of him. I know exactly what Steve Kerr is going to do to him. I'm going to be hearing about how great he played in Santa Cruz. He's never going to get a minute on the team, even though they're like 500 at best. And he's playing another G League guy over him because he's more physically mature. I've seen this too many times. I want no part of it. I don't think it's nothing against Nate Ament. He deserves better than that too. That's my rant. That's
always fun when you leave the last part. Like, he just deserves better than coming here. It's fine.
It's not him. It's us. Yeah. That's how I'm going to leave it. It's exactly how I'm going to leave it. Be realistic with who you are. Don't try to be someone you're not.
Do you have any other, even just like non-Warriors specific takeaways from the work you've done, or predictions or hot takes, anything like that?
I know you agree with me, Tyler. I think everyone's overthinking Darren Peterson with the injury. I think he's clearly the most talented player in the draft. Now, I'm not saying do not consider the injury, but it seems more like a freakish thing than anything. And I think there's a very realistic chance we're going to look back at this in 5 years and laugh that people thought about that and were so concerned about it. I think he's far and away the number one player for me. So honestly, him going to Utah would probably be best situation for him. I don't think I love the idea of him next to Trae Young and Anthony Davis in Washington. Whereas like him and Keontae George, that's a nice fit there. Nice little two combo guards. Kind of lets him play the way he wants to. I mean, they got talent all over the place there. So that's one. Other take. Here's my prediction. Someone is going to take Darius Acuff and force the Kings to trade for him before he goes.
Ooh,
I think that everyone knows they want him. I'm not buying their signaling that they'll be happy taking someone else. And I have no clue what the Clippers or Nets want to do other than potentially troll everyone and get extra assets. So it just seems, I'm calling it right now. I think that the Clippers are going to take Acuff, and I think that they're going to inevitably get something out of Sacramento for facilitating a trade there.
It seems like it would be like the ultimate, like, wow, rare Kings W. They just told everyone who they wanted for like 2 months, and it just happened. Like, this is going to happen, really? But I'm with you. It's like, it was so loud so early. I'm like, are teams really going to let this happen? But I like that. That's a good one.
All right. Appreciate you guys. This is fun.
Thanks for stopping by, sir.
That was good. All right. Shout out to Sam taking some time.
I love everyone coming on today because it's like they're happy to do it, but they're also like us, where it's just like, I've got to figure out my life before the draft starts, and then I also have to scramble with like all of the stuff, and everyone's just preparing for chaos. So, hey, shout out to the chat, Metcalf. I mean, they're just red hot. You guys are the greatest. This has been a blast. What are we thinking?
Where do you want to jump to?
Do some questions? Get some questions in the chat. You guys, fire away. Let's go. Let's get rolling. See what's going on the line. Looks like we had a little Jake Fisher says some Nate Ament buzz at 9.
At 9.
Mavericks.
We were hearing that.
We were hearing that as a wild card. That's what I was telling everyone.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying. He's all over the place. Who's lying? Who's telling the truth? Right. Sixers intel. Oh, Bennett Sturds.
Let's go Sixers. I meant to click on that one first.
Good.
That was first. We'll get to Bennett Sturds next.
Snack. Cool, Pete. I feel like you had one more name. Someone else.
Swain and Graves too.
Swain and Graves. Think Swain and Graves should be gone.
There's a consistent theme with a lot of those names. I think Zuby. Was Zuby as well? Or was that more wish casting by
wish casting? I think we were like, wow, Zuby would be fun there. And then
I think Senek, Pete, Graves, Swain, I think are names that we've heard.
Graves has a lot of heat around 2019 that some teams think he won't be there. So it's trying to play detective of, well, where is it?
Yeah.
So like a lot of teams are interested. Like Metcalf put it perfectly. There's a lot of names that we're going to mention that are connected in that range, and it's trying to figure out the pegging order. Same kind of thing we talked about earlier with like that second run of guards. It's just like they've been connected everywhere. It seems like it changes. Trying to just get the last one.
Ben Sturts or Sergio De La Rea.
Shout out to Norin, one of the OGs.
Yeah. This is Sturts for me pretty easily.
Sturts for me. The shooting firepower is too dangerous, and I also think he's even more incredible of a playmaker than people realize. Like the passing highlights are great, but he throws people open.
Yeah.
He's my ultimate wild card of like, does he just get to the NBA and it's just unbelievable? He's probably going to be so much fun at Summer League.
Yeah.
He's probably going to like pull up from 8 feet beyond the arc in his first game. And it's just like, oh, if he gets red hot, Jim's going to be going nuts.
From Shea Halperin. What are the chances Swain falls to 22, which is Philly? I wouldn't say great, but not 0. So that's a wide range, and I was super unhelpful.
No, well, we can talk about Swain.
10 to 20%?
Oh, gosh, I thought you were saying 10th pick. I was like, if Milwaukee...
No, I think his range starts at 12, depending on how the first 11 picks go.
Yeah, 12 seems like a Presti, just like, screw it.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Like, they can't trade up, they can't trade back. Some of the bigs that they liked are gone, and it's just like, we need a big physical forward who can dribble, pass, potentially shoot. So I think his range starts at 12. and a lot of teams like him, but he also might be like one of these guys like Kasper's last year, where he's just everyone's second option.
Yeah, he's a fun one because I feel was it you? Someone was like, "Hey," I feel like we had conflicting intel about Swain at one point, where it was like you talked to some teams and it was kind of like, "Hey, I don't know, it could be 20s."
Yeah, because there's a lot of skepticism about whether or
Yes.
not he can actually do what he did at Texas this year
Yes.
in the league, because he's going to be used more as like a 3-and-D wing, and is the 3 going to be good enough to justify that, because he's not going to get as many on-ball reps as he had at Texas. Rightly or wrongly, that's just the consistent feedback I got.
Yes.
Alrighty. Who do you think falls from the first tier of point guards, and then again from the second tier? So I guess that kind of depends where you separate your tiers. But I would guess that Flemings will be the last one from that top group drafted. And I'm not including Phylon in that top tier. If you are, then I would say Phylon. And then after that, I would. It's probably, unfortunately, Phylon.
You know what? I'll go a different answer. And the problem is I don't feel good about the second part of that, because I just have heard every type of order. I would probably say maybe Okori is the one that slips through the cracks, because I just think his range is really wide. I think Kingston could be the one out of the first group.
Yeah,
but
I don't think far, but like
I'd be
late
shocked
lottery.
if he got past.
I would be shocked if he got past Milwaukee. Especially
if they don't take him at 10, he's not going 11, 12.
But like if they go Amen,
like
they go Amen at 10 and then Kingston at 13.
Yeah.
Like I would be shocked if they don't go point guard at 10. I'd be shocked if he fell past Milwaukee.
We can do this with a little. Okay, here's hypothetical. We don't need to get the simulator up yet, but
yeah, we'll do that later.
They go 10, they go Nate, and somehow he doesn't go. Or what if they went Cam Carr at 13? He's Charlotte probably is not taking him at 14 because they don't want to risk. Chicago will go big if that's the case. Memphis would probably not. They might. That Memphis is a scary one at 16, because if they all of a sudden they looked up and they're like, well, Honest is still on the board, I feel like they might just be like, yeah, fine. We don't care if we took Boozer. I don't know.
You're obsessed with Memphis going with multiple bigs.
They have build the trenches. Right. I think they're going to go guard and big. I think that's a really smart route to go, but I just like to get drunk with power. I was like,
Swain wouldn't shock me there either, but
yeah.
JQ falling down draft boards. Yep, unfortunately. What center do you think fits best with the Nets 20 through 30? So they're at 28. So
they got Julius Randle, so they don't need a big.
Exactly. So honestly, because they have Randle, you're not building around Randle, but you have him for 2 years. I think Vesar makes a lot of sense.
I do think Vesar makes some sense.
Like
there.
Legit floor spacing. I don't think Terrace Reed will be there, but I think Terrace Reed is the best one. I think Zuby would be a tough fit. I'd probably say Vesar.
Yeah, after Vesar, it gets like I like Vesar, but after that, it gets a little specialist heavy for me with the bigs, because I think who's your next? Ugana is probably the next big off the board.
Ugana or Okpara.
Yeah, so you're getting into a little bit of toughness, but probably.
And I'm not taking any of those guys first round.
No, I'm not either. Yeah, I like Vesar. That's a good one.
Okay. Any concerns with Caleb's rebounding? I think a lot of it is just defensive awareness stuff that we see with his off ball, where he ball watches and gets caught with that kind of stuff. So I think it's more of a symptom rather than, and he works hard, like good pursuit, but lacking a lot of the fundamentals and doing the little things for me on that end of the floor.
Side note, our No Ceilings guys just sent a video to us, but I'm just seeing for the first time because we're talking to you guys. I don't have the Kim Boozer all white suit. AJ said he looking like LeBron in 03.
Apparently Yaxel is telling the Mavs and Dusty to draft him. So he said, "Coach, draft me, please." Trey Murphy or keeping number 8, the two options for Atlanta.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Trey Murphy. Favorite point guard between Anderson, Okori, and Sturts. Sturts for me.
Jeez, those questions are on fire. We love you guys. For me, with those three, Okori for me.
Not telling.
We sometimes have stuff we have to keep close to the chest, folks. Oh, we got another one?
It'd be a long trip for him.
Get someone popping in with us?
And I guess if we have to.
Hey.
How are we doing?
1 2
Thanks for coming in. We needed to close our relief pitcher for a little bit.
Yeah, Corey's just going to rock solo here for the next 2 hours. So,
how are we holding up? Excited? We were just talking about Kim Boozer's all white suit.
Yeah, I've been analyzing the fits. A little disappointed in Cam. Nothing groundbreaking. Not going to move him off my board. Phylon, Michael, some major damage to their stock.
Yeah,
is it that bad?
That. What was so bad?
Michael looks like he was just really excited to go to his junior prom. Phylon, his tie looks like it reaches the middle of his shirt. It's rough out there for some of my guys, but we do have some risers too. Kareem Lopez, very well done. Kingston, very classy stuff. Ade Mara, very professional. Shout out to him. Alan Graves,
looking good.
Worried because we got to worry about the hair situation with him, but the fit itself is great. Burry's also another guy who looks like he's fitted for prom. AJ pretty strong, but the shirt, But look, Fashion Police, it's called draft fits, guys. We talk about draft fit all the time. This is draft fits, and we're gonna learn a lot about these guys. Darren, most boring suit you could possibly get. So
I feel like that's kind of been consistent with him.
Classic him
throughout all of these. Yeah,
very, very him.
Oh, I just saw Kingston. Kingston with a great.
Kingston looked great. A-Cuff looked great. Cam Carr, yeah, pretty solid, all black. Nothing crazy, but he's disappointed in my guy Michael because Albert and I were talking to him. After he came over to the
he was pumped about it.
After the No Ceilings Airbnb film sesh, when we walked him down, he was going to get fitted right after that, and Albert and I gave him some advice, and on the court we're not worried, but off of it, this is a tough night for him.
I'm trying to pull up Kingston with a little, what is that, maroon with the pinstripes?
Yeah, Kingston's fresh. Kingston's looking fresh with the maroon. Oh, Dalen Swain, another guy who looked good. Really, I feel like Boozer's
got the suits. Come on, guys.
Boozer's fit. You can go to mine and.
Do you have it? You've been the suit guy.
Yeah, I did. Look, I didn't want to kill anybody on social, necessarily. Just doing my stock up, but a couple of guys like.
Yax looks. Oh, okay. Mara, good.
Yeah, good. Merez, a little boring. Going with the open. Christian, this is H&M via 2011 for him. Not my favorite. Cam, I see what he's doing. Didn't execute it. Phylon, like, come on, put on some dress shoes. Acuff, very snazzy.
Michael, was that reverse Dumb and Dumber?
It's like Easter prom theme.
Graves looks sharp. Okay,
Graves
I gotta
looks
move
sharp.
him up.
Swain looks sharp. Hannes, very boring.
Corey, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Darren's Men in Black.
Men in Black, yeah.
Fantastic.
That's a CIA operative. Caleb,
Safe.
pretty stock. Yeah, safe. Amen. He took a risk. But I don't mind the risk taking. But we got to get maybe hire us consultants, draft fit consultants.
What is it? Someone just go full out like Dumb and Dumber and just be like, will someone team up with me? Like teammates doing that would be hilarious. Just bright
that would be
orange and
unbelievable.
bright blue. Like if Mara and Merez did that, I'd lose my mind.
Yeah. You steal the night.
Yeah. Teams are like, these guys are hilarious. We have to draft them early now.
Does Michael's choice of suit compound the shot selection and turnover issues for you?
Yeah, it certainly makes the decision making.
The decision making issue might be bigger than we thought.
And I don't fully remember, but I feel like he looked sharp at the lotto.
Yeah.
He's got a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah.
PG1 on my board, but
same.
Oh, we got Kendrick Perkins given the A-Cuff hour.
Thank God.
Yeah, we needed that. That was on my bingo board. I'm missing that spot. What do we think of tonight, Corey?
I really think this is going to be way more chaotic than we think. I don't think anybody's got a handle on how this is going to go.
We were kind of talking about it earlier. It seems like the most uncertain, like people are like, yeah, I think this is going to happen, but no one's certain about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces. I mean, the trade rumors, which I'm sure you guys touched on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now we're starting to see the Trey Murphy stuff heat up, just like not necessarily the same target that we hinted at, but just in general that he's going to be moved, which, so there's a lot of smoke there. I mean, I'm just very excited. I kind of still feel like this is the Jabari, Chet, Paolo situation where everybody thought like, oh, we got to figure out stock. And then maybe not at 1, but I still feel like Boozer's going 2, even though all the smoke is Darren at 3 or Darren at 2 rather. But I wouldn't be shocked if it does. I'm shocked by nothing, but I do think that it's going to be a little bit chaotic.
I feel like that's the best way to put it. It's like we're at the point where we've talked to so many teams, we've heard so many different things that like, I'm going to be numb to whatever. I'm just going to be like, I'm not going to be shocked. It's just kind of like, how does it play out?
Yeah, I mean, look, we learn every year the draft never plays out the way, like even really accurate mocks get blown up.
Yeah.
So
it just takes one.
And that's what it is. It takes one player to screw up the whole board. Like I'm not going to be shocked if, Dallas does something a little different than people expect and they go with a Kareem or an Allen Graves or an Ade Mara. I'm not going to be shocked by that. So, and if that happens, then, all bets are off. Maybe not with Mara because he's in that range, but it's just not going to shock me. I'm not going to be shocked if multiple guards fall.
Yeah.
For anyone out there, that likes to follow the odds, like it kind of matches. Usually if you're following the sports books and whatnot, I feel like you get a little bit of like, okay, these are the favorites in some spots in the top 10, but like after the top 5, 6, it's just like everything's kind of like no one knows. It's wide open. I'm with you. I think there's going to be a lot of wild cards that we're not ready for.
I feel like the only player I'm like kind of confident in is Caleb at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's like the only spot I'm like kind of confident in. Maybe like if Acuff's at Sacramento, I feel like that is something to be confident in. But I mean, we've had so many conversations with so many people around the league, and it just seems like there's more uncertainty now than ever because the class is too talented. Like, I don't think teams are trying to show their cards.
And I don't think there's many consensus opinions as, we kind of typically see where like the tiers or, the very top guys or each grouping really tends to separate themselves in most drafts. And here it's like, all right, well, you got the top 3 or 4 guys, and depending on the flavor of the day, like you can kind of go whatever way. After that, like that top group of point guards, you can kind of go with whatever you like. And the value in terms of like finding guys who could like legit be long-term good starters on good teams goes way deeper into the first round than it does in almost any other draft.
Yeah, it's like, when you and I went to the ice cream shot with Albert and in Portland, and
one of the best times we've ever had is
Rucker, and Rucker wasn't
never
there.
heard about that place,
but we had so many incredible choices.
I've never heard about it. This is the first time I've heard of it.
It's our yearly tradition in Portland to the ice cream shop.
No idea what's going on in here.
Yeah, there's too much. Like, all of the guards are so good.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous how good. Like, I feel confident in every one of the guards being an NBA player. Like, I don't even know what guard I would look at and be like, yeah, I don't know.
Like, I'm lower on Okori, but like I have him at 23, and in most drafts he'd probably be almost top 10 for me.
Yeah,
I'm with you though. It's a weird feeling where like it's not like, oh, I think like the guards aren't going to work out. It's just like to what level are they going to work out? Like, there's some that I might be a little lower on, but I'm like, I still think they're going to be really good guards in this league for a long time.
NBA players. I feel confident
NBA
they're mostly NBA players.
Yeah. Like, if we still have more than 2 or a little less than 2 hours, I can't believe we're this far and we're still alive.
Oh yeah, we're having fun. Little question on the screen. I think that would be insane for Utah to do, but that would be me.
Yeah, it's insane.
Number 2, N. Laurie for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
I'm a Celtics fan. I think I'd have a seizure.
That would
some massive
worse than
Jaylen Brown.
Worse than that's on the Luka trade tier if that were to happen.
Yeah.
What's your guys' prediction tonight? Do you think he gets traded? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to rush it.
If they trade him tonight, I don't think they'd be rushing it. I'm sure they would have had their due diligence on their options. Like, I don't think they're like, oh, Giannis isn't working out, so what else can we do? I feel like that organization is too on their stuff to not have their backup ready. Not saying that he's going to get traded tonight.
Yeah.
But if he did, I don't think it would be an indication that they're like rushing to trade him. But I'd imagine he gets moved. Look, the team is currently constructed. I think that window's over for the Celtics. I don't think that team is good enough to compete with the teams in the West. And
for sure not.
And I don't think they're good enough. Well, I guess a lot hinges on the Knicks front court depth after the offseason because they're probably going to lose Mitchell Robinson. But I don't know if they're good enough to beat the Knicks. I mean, I don't really look at their playoff loss this year as an indication of what their team, like, is underachieving. Just I think they overachieved in the regular season and played up to expectation in the playoffs. Like they were
Well,
playing with house money.
they have one style that they refuse to pivot off of or adjust to, and it's great for 82 games. Playoffs, it gets a little different.
They were one of the biggest overachievers we've seen in a long time last year. They should have been picking in the lottery this year. But
Yeah, it reminds me of those Bulls teams when Derrick Rose was in limbo returning.
Yeah.
And Tibbs would get them to overachieve with like Nate Robinson and John Lucas III and like all these random role players. And then the playoffs come and it's just a different animal. And, you know, like Tatum came back and like he got playoff experience coming back from an injury. Like to me, that's a win enough. You know, like they were never, I think, serious contenders, regardless of what it felt like in the regular season. So I don't think they have to make any panic moves necessarily. It does seem like the Jalen thing is coming to a head. I don't know what his value is going to be.
I think it's gonna be up there. But look, like I would love them to talk to New Orleans personally, because I think like Trey Murphy and
Everyone should be
Herb.
New Orleans.
I also would love New Orleans not to trade with Boston and maybe trade with a team that has the 8th pick that we mocked there, because that would be making me very happy for the next year. I don't know what Boston does, but if you're going to try to compete with New York, you got to look at their team and you're going to have to build depth. My dream would be like, can you pull off a Herb Jones and Trey Murphy special? Never say anything with New Orleans, but I think it's, from what I've heard, he's going to get traded. It's not going to be repairable.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
He got a taste of what it's like, and you're like, I'm good. Let's do this. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I also don't think you should take personally that he's
Right.
being dangled for Giannis.
One of the best players in the world.
Yeah, but he thinks he's one of the best players in the world, which he is, but very different levels.
Yeah, but like if the rumor was for, you know, like, I don't know, who's a fringe all-star that's like
Julius Randle.
Yeah, if it was a rumor for Julius Randle, you could take that personally. Like, you think Julius Randle is better than me? But it's like for Giannis, it's like, all right, this should be a part of the business. I'm a mature adult who's making a gigantic salary. This is how these things go. If it's also he wants to move on because he just wants his own team and he thinks that it's going to be Tatum's team, then I understand that too. I think, and I don't think the Celtics should be butthurt about that. But I don't necessarily know if that move has to be made tonight, unless it's for some specific salary cap reason that getting off of him now makes more sense in preparation for like free agency or something.
The wildest thing, which like I feel like it was a dangling rumor where it was like, oh, what if the Clippers were throwing around 5? And then I was like, well, that's the cap reset for the Celtics. If they're like, we're not going to compete with the Knicks, we just swing upside, regroup. But I don't know if I feel like it would be too quick of a like, whoa, that's wild. But I don't know. I mean, it sort of makes some sense if you're just being like, we got to go another route. Can we get value? But
I think that hinges on what are the Clippers thinking right now, because I've also heard stuff that like they're starting to sniff around on Kawhi's value.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for Boston, I think it makes a ton of sense. If you can get the 5th pick for Jaylen Brown, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've heard the price for 5 is extremely high,
which it should be.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
they know how good that player could potentially be, but it's just a fun wild card. For everyone listening, we literally were on the first pick when the Giannis trade broke last night. We were like, oh my gosh, we haven't even started. And that broke the moment we like all sat down. It was amazing.
Yeah. We started very late on the East Coast for
very, very late. Oh man.
We haven't really talked about that trade. What did you guys think of? Were you surprised? Like the value?
I guess it was mid first round because I feel like I blacked out when it got announced. So sorry, I'm wrong on that. I honestly think it was a good move by Milwaukee to get the value and as many picks as you can and as many players that you could kind of see what you got. And we've talked about that roster forever of how stripped it was. If Milwaukee didn't think they were going to build a contender, I don't know if it made a ton of sense to get Jalen. And I love Jalen, but
I get the idea of not wanting to just be back in the exact same situation.
Right.
Again, next year of like, oh, cool. Now we have this other all NBA level player who now wants out again, and we have to go shop him again and try and do this, go through this circus over and over again. So I get it, but I do think the Celtics package was like pound for pound probably more valuable, but the convenience of the Miami one kind of, I think it makes sense that it put it over the top.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like all things considered, Giannis is he's a little older. I still think he's got a ton of more years left in him. Guys are just playing so long nowadays, and I think he's got like at least another contract where he'll be awesome. Healthy, I don't know. I mean, that who's to say with that, right? Like he's been a little banged up recently, but I don't think he's lost a step when he's actually on the court. They didn't get any blue chip prospects, and that's always unfortunate. And they didn't get any, from what we could tell now, they didn't get any blue chip picks.
No, and it's like what, 2031, 2033.
So it's far out. It's far out. But, and look, at that point, like Pat Riley is going to be pretty old. But I don't know if this is like a politician thing where like you just go to the grave like with the position.
We've been hearing about him moving to his Malibu house for what, 15 years now.
Like, I mean, if he's not there, like who knows? Maybe, I mean, I know Spo will still be there, but I think from like an executive standpoint, you don't know like if the person who takes over there, and maybe it is Spo.
Yeah,
maybe it is Spo. And if it's Spo, maybe he does have the cachet to like continue to bring in like superstar players and use the allure of South Beach. But that's not a guarantee, like that happens. So those picks could be pretty enticing, especially if you can predict that we're going to have the same lottery setup at 7 years from now that we're entering into, and crazy things don't happen and people don't get really upset.
Right.
And they change it again. But like, if it's just stock, like those picks are what they are, like they could be really valuable, or they could be less valuable if Miami were bad and it ends up screwing them. But ultimately, I don't think that you're going to be able to judge this trade until then, because what they got now is like, it's fine. And you probably don't want to get an it's fine package for, a finals MVP champion, face of your franchise level player. So it's tough. But if they didn't have anything better, then what are they going to do?
Right.
Just seems like something that should have been done a long time ago, but now you're just like, we got to do something. And I think the whole NBA is happy that this is over with. You can move forward.
And obviously, like they had reservations to a point with the package too, or it would have been done earlier.
Right.
So, but I mean, like I like a lot of the pieces on Milwaukee, like individually, but it's nothing to like be super excited about.
Yeah, like I would imagine they can flip Hero for another first, or Cleo Ware for something interesting, or at least a flyer on something. So, and if not, then you take the flyer on the 7-foot monster who can shoot threes and see if just a new situation can get a little more consistency out of him. But I have some concerns if you can't figure that out in Miami with that organization. Is Milwaukee going to be the one to unlock that?
It's if we're still asking the same questions that we asked when he was playing high school basketball in Arkansas,
No, but what if this coaching staff can
that's
change?
true. And I didn't think of that perspective.
I can fix him. It's fine.
I said that about so many girls in my life.
Welcome to the 2.5 hour mark of the stream where we start talking about our regrets.
It all brought us to where we needed to be, fellas.
We're having fun. 2.5 hours. This was a great idea. What else we got? What else are we thinking? This is always the lull part of the day.
You guys want to bring on Ignacio? You want to jump to the Kyle Mann interview? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I think I'm getting yelled at by my beautiful, lovely wife who
We love you, Corey.
You didn't need fixing.
I hope she didn't need fixing. And I'm introducing, a new segment to the pod where every week I say on air that I am placing a $20 bill in our drawer, and the only way for my wife to find that money is if she listens to the podcast. So depending on how long it takes her to listen to an episode, she might find a giant sum of money one day.
Get those listens up.
Because I can promise you she doesn't listen now. But
just mid next season, we're gonna be like, Corey, why you haven't put out a pod in like 3 weeks? What's going on? He's like, I'm broke. My wife has bankrupted me.
No,
the drawer is cracking.
It's in the drawer. When she finds it, she gets to do what she wants with the money.
That's a good bit.
It's my thank you for letting me do this stuff.
Fair enough.
For a week.
You go attend to your family. We'll jump to the Kyle Mann interview, and we'll bring on Ignacio to talk a little international class right after that. Thrilled to welcome on one of the very best in the draft space from The Ringer. You know him from Netflix, Kyle Mann. Kyle, thank you for taking the time. How you doing?
Netflix's own. They just greenlight all my pilots, and I'm really entrenched over there. It's
moving and shaking as always. So I really appreciate you taking the time. Busy day, awesome day, draft day. Doesn't get better than this. A lot of storylines, a lot of smoke, a lot of buzz all over the place. What's just one of the kind of biggest storylines that you're most excited to either monitor or see get resolved in this first round?
They're kind of 35,000-foot things that we've been thinking for a while with this group, which is there's been a lot of cloak and dagger, smoke and mirrors, whatever the expression is, with the top three guys. I'll be curious to see where Peterson goes, because I think, I know we all talked over like a very filling deep dish pizza in Chicago about how we all kind of were like, yeah, I mean, he's like what are we even talking about? Like and there's an interesting kind of disconnect, I think, between the mock draft world. I don't know if you guys have observed this, where everybody's like, well, everybody around the league thinks it's AJ. But then at the combine, when I'm talking to basketball side people, they're like, Darren is like by far the best player. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, I don't understand. So I'll be curious to see if people if Ainge in particular looks past the scuttlebutt or just the noise that's been around Peterson, or even if, unless something's come out, if Shams has dropped something that I missed, or if Washington pulls the trigger on him, because I think he is the most talented dude at the top. And then the order of the guards, is obviously going to be a thing. Which guys are there going to be some dudes who fall into the 20s? Like, is a Phylon going to fall like to one of these teams who are just rubbing their hands together, I'm sure, hoping to get a hold of a player like that. So those are the two things at the top that kind of come to mind for me.
I'm right there with you. I feel like the more we like inch towards the draft, every single basketball person you talk to is just kind of like, well, Darren's that good, but it just seems like no one's comfortable with being like, hey, the top four is just going to be this. Kyle, is there any other guys like outside the big four that you're just especially a fan of, that you're like, I'm really intrigued to kind of see where they end up? Like, we all have our guys, but is there anyone specifically for you that you're just like, hey, I'm really curious to see where they land?
See, there are some guys that I'm curious about. The other thing that I was going to say, just a quick tack on to the end of the Peterson discussion,
yeah.
is I had to really like look around, like make sure the clouds weren't getting ready to come and like strike me dead. But I was doing a mock and I just based on the intel we were getting, it was like Peterson might go 3. I was like, this is insane. And I was literally going back class by class and be like, is there anybody that comes close to the like shot making, scoring talent of this guy in this body type? I was like, and I went all the way back to 1996. I was like, yeah, dude. Because we keep saying the thing about Kobe. I was like, I want to just make sure that I'm going to go year by year and make sure there's not somebody I'm overlooking here. And it's like, you could make the argument for Anthony Edwards. I know I'm like totally doubling back on the question here, but like,
No.
you make the argument for that. And then I was like, man, it just feels like it'd be unprecedented for a guy that's this talented as a scoring like combo guard to fall to 3. And then I went back further. I was like, ooh, there's another time that happened in NBA history. And that was when I was like, 1984. I was like, I dare not say it out loud. But
close the graphic, X out.
Yeah, it was blasphemous stuff. So anyway, in terms of like guys, like where I'm curious to see where they end up. God, there's so many talented players through here. I mean, I'm gonna be elated to see where all of them go. I mean, I know Ural's Org is pretty high on Michael. I'll be curious to see if they reach for him high. Yaxel too, I think, is an interesting one because there's discussion about him sliding. I'm gonna guess that that's just kind of all interview based or maturity based, because I think if he had just sort of like a Boy Scout exemplary kind of personality, I don't think this would be really being talked about, because maybe people just are worried about what he's going to be like if he's going to continue to get better. What is this like new lifestyle going to do to him? I don't know. That's a lot of just kind of personality speculation. And then there's gosh, I'm just like talking off the dome here. Jaden is another one that I've kind of repeatedly. I don't know. Where do you guys fall on that?
I've heard that he could like fall.
I have too.
Now those words mean different things to different people. Where it's like, you'll talk to a scout and be like, oh, I hate him. I'm like, where do you have him ranked? Oh, 9. I'm like, that doesn't qualify as hate. So it's like, take it with a grain of salt. But that's kind of the buzz where it's like we might be waiting a while to hear Quain's name called because the medicals weren't good.
Mm-hmm. And that's the one I feel like you talk to team and everyone's like, yeah, you can fall. And like Metcalf's saying, you're like, well, how long of a fall are we talking? Because I think we just still go back, like, you got to take a swing at some point in the 20s at the end of the first round, right? Because if it hits, you just look like a genius. And he's still so young. I mean, you know, like Kyle, like, I don't know. But that one I'm curious about, and I'm curious if someone's just like, well, we're going to do it. We don't care. Like, we'll wait and see if we can make this happen. But the talent is just awesome.
And you're a Kentucky guy. What have you heard?
Not a ton, honestly. It's been kind of quiet. I think there was a disconnect between the staff. Clearly, he came back way too early. He shouldn't have come back when he did. It's amazing that he went out there on like 1.5 legs and dominated Edgeworth the way that he did. And then that was an odd piece of tape. I had people hit me up and being like, of course you got him as high as you do because of Kentucky. I was like, he barely did anything here. Like he was barely, and also what I'm basing it on is Arizona State. So, and I've heard people kind of nitpick the offensive variety of what he does. I'm just like, dude, he is one of those guys. He's like a Mitchell Robinson type of guy. I think and Mitch fell for different reasons. I mean, he was really unknown in that draft. I think Mitch fell like 29. He fell pretty far. I don't worry about the range and the variety of what Jaden does because he's going to give so much on the defensive end. And if you look at like the Duran model, it's just like I don't see. Jaden plays through dudes' chests a lot more. I just think he's got more of a nasty streak dunking everything. I think he has like straight line drive, kind of potentially shown some of that here and there. He wants to shoot it. I don't know that he's ever going to, but I don't know. I'm just not super worried about the variety of his offense. I think the defense is going to be that impressive if he's healthy.
Is there anyone in this draft, whether it's based on intel or mocks or big boards or other rankings out there that you see that you're like, is everyone so low on this guy? I love him. Just someone that you are just way higher on than most.
Oh gosh, let's see. I've bumped up. Who do I have higher than consensus? I mean, Jaden's one. Obviously, we just said. I ended up with Baba pretty high. I mean, compared to other people, I ended up with Baba at 24, which, yeah. You want to talk about range of things that players do. I know I just think it's going to be a high floor. I think that's my thought process is like the high outcomes, the low outcomes. We saw him work through a lot of stuff in college, and I think he can pass the ball. Like his passing craft is really, really impressive for his size. The shooting's good enough. I think he'll be a decent enough spot shooter. And then I think defensively he's really clever. I think he just projects as like a really quality role player that might not seem worth bumping him into the 20s, but some of these guys, their low outcomes are going to be what happens. And I just think he's going to kind of just end up when the smoke clears. Somebody who's a serviceable NBA player.
Is there one team tonight you're just, besides like the top, that one team specifically, you're like, I can't wait to see what direction they go in? Obviously, now everyone wants to see what Milwaukee does, but I feel like there's a couple teams I'm just fascinated to kind of see, like, okay, they got a fun pick tonight. Like, where are they going to go?
I mean, Golden State's one of the more interesting ones if they hold on to it, because I keep going back to this, like they don't really have any choice but if they keep it, but to do the cringy twin timeline thought process, because they got to get somebody that can play immediately. And I'm just like, well, you think it's probably going to be older? I said Mara just because I thought it could give them some center depth, and he fits the way they want to play now. And then you work with him, and I think he can become, a starting center in the NBA. In terms of, I think Charlotte is one I've been really fascinated with because they have the potential with the types of dudes that are in that range. There's a lot of kind of quality fours, maybe not with starter or like star upside, but like starter quality kind of guys who could give you a lot in that range. And then there's some guards that I think could help them. So in our most recent mock, I had LeBaron Philon falling and then managing to scoop up Merez. I don't know that he's going to be there, but I just think they have a lot of options to make their team better in a hurry. So, yeah.
All right, Kyle, you got to run. You're a busy man. We really appreciate you taking the time. But before you do, obviously, plug all your stuff. That cute little startup called The Ringer. But bold prediction, hot take, anything that you're calling your shot on tonight.
Oh gosh.
Metcalf just putting people on the spot. Look at this. Everyone facing the guillotine,
Yeah.
It's a draft. It's all a crapshoot. We're all just guessing.
Like I just jumped in the ring with somebody I didn't realize I'm like dodging Metcalf's punches
wrong,
here.
We won't mention it ever again. And if you're right, we'll plug it till eternity.
It's just the internet.
I mean, for just this class in general, I think Dalen Swain has like star potential. I'm not saying it'll happen, but I think he's got some tools that if he figures out how to not be a liability as like a spacer, like he just really, really he's one of the nastier handles in the class as a guy at his size. And I think he's got passing ability. And I just feel like there are outcomes for him where he becomes like a really impactful offensive player. I don't know that I have any pick. I mean, a lot of times you get lured into thinking guys will fall, and it just ends up being like a reflection of your big board, because I've just kind of been critical of Kareem Lopez. And if I come on here and be like, oh, I think he's going to fall, it's like, well, yeah, you don't like Kareem Lopez. No wonder, you think that. I feel like somebody might reach for Sanak higher than I would. That seems likely. And then, I don't know. Bennett Sturts is another guy. I'm curious to see where he ends up.
That's a good one.
I mean, what's your all's high? Where did you all end up with the consensus on Bennett Sturts on your all's sphere?
I think we were pretty high on him.
I think he was like ranked 15-ish, 15, 16,
Yeah.
17. We had him. I think we had him going to Memphis in our final mock, right?
Yes,
I
I
can see
believe
that.
so. Because I think that one's which guard is it? I feel like that's a lot of buzz, and then it's like, is there a wild card there? But like, I'm with you. Sturts, I feel like you hear everywhere. And you're like, well, how high are we getting? This seems like we just keep going up, like as we get closer. So I'm really interested to see where he goes tonight.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it's one of those like everybody likes him but nobody commits. Like I don't
Yes.
know, because he's really not objectionable in any way. Like it's just like likable kid and can do so many different things, and help so many different teams. So yeah, so there
All
we
right,
go.
well, Kyle, enjoy tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time. You're the best.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Thank you to J. Kyle Mann from The Ringer, one of the real ones. Speaking of real ones, we got to bring on a member of the No Ceilings family. Ignacio, how we doing, buddy?
That's a difficult act to follow because Kyle is awesome, but I'm gonna do my best, and it's great that we're here. It's great that we're finally in the draft. It seems like it's been a while, especially for me with a class with not a lot of international talent this year, and I don't want to be a
Easy
bummer
year for you.
from the first second of my appearance in the stream, but yeah, it's been a long year.
Mr. Worldwide. It's been a minute, but I know there's still a lot of ties to the international class. So I feel like I'm excited to kind of hear what your vibes are. A lot of these guys have like an interesting background where I feel like everyone's like, well, they just played 1 year in college or something. But there is a lot of connections still, Ignacio, with like a lot of these guys because they're going the NCAA route, but that you've been seeing them since before this.
Yeah, I think this class, the strength of the class, I think it's made by what would be the equivalent to the one and done guys. So you have one and done guys in college, and then the one and done international guys would be the guys who are going to turn 19 during the year of the draft. This year, it's the guys that were born in 2007. And for years, the comment in the international sphere has been that this is a class that lacks depth, and it doesn't really have this year particularly. It doesn't have to do with how many guys went to college, because when you look at the international guys from college that are going into this draft, you're talking about Hans Steinbach, born 2006. You're talking about Adai Mara, born 2005. Baba Miller, I think it's 04 or 03. I think he's 03. So not a lot of guys in that 2007 generation also stood out in college. And this 2007 generation, from day one, the number one guy was Karim Lopez. And we're here on draft night, and it's still Karim Lopez 3 years later. We thought maybe Mika Murinen from Finland would be somebody that would be here today, but really not a good season in Serbia. And of course, he's going to college next year, entirely different context. So we hope that's good for him. But yeah, so that lack of depth in this 2007 crop is what makes this class, especially in Europe. I was looking at the history of the draft today, and this will be the first draft without a European one and done since 2015.
Wow.
2015, we only had two kind of one and done guys. One was Emmanuel Mourier, who went to China, so he counts as international. And the other one, Juan Baulet, Argentinian guy, drafted by Brooklyn Nets, never touched the NBA.
We need to make a history doc of all of the guys that got drafted like first round that just never touched the NBA. But that's fun.
Whatever became of them. Yeah, that's an off-season piece for sure.
That might take some time. Is there any prospects like either that, you know, have the international background that played in college for a year, or any guys that are maybe going to be like some second round stash potential guys? Like, is there anyone you think is worth kind of keeping an eye on that, you know, fans might not be familiar with? There is a couple feel like guys that might go in the second round that we were a little pleasantly surprised that like, oh, they're going to stay in. So is there anyone that you're kind of keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I think the first guy you have to start is Sergio de la Rea from Spain, who I think has already, he's probably going to be a first rounder just because of all the guys who dropped out. And just because I think he has a solid track record of 2 years being a contributor in the second best league in the world. It's the NBA. Then you have the Euro League. He plays for Valencia, a team with not the budget of the big Euro League teams. And this year they were able to make like a Cinderella run to the Euro League Final Four with John Montero as their lead guy, who's going to be in the NBA at some point. And so De La Rea was able to like play a role in that team. And what I love about De La Rea and what I think it's going to be what keeps him in the NBA or gets him to the NBA at some point is that ability of he can play off ball. He's a really great shooter with a proven track record. Every single year he's shooting over 40% from three. But if you give him the ball, he can also run offense and make plays for others. So that malleability in you can play him on ball, you can play him off ball, you can have him as a perimeter scorer, or you can have him as a creator for others. It's something that was really good for Valencia, and it's something that I think will probably put him in late in the first round this year. He had offers from college, seven-figure offers from college, and decided to stay in Valencia in the same system he's always been, and it definitely paid off for him because De La Rea was always like a solid international prospect, but we never thought he would get to this point. So he's the main one, and if you guys want, we can start on Sevos Ishchenko from Russia.
Real quick with Sergio. So I was late to the international class, but Sergio was a guy that I stayed the most consistent with all year. And it's like, man, the fluidity, the quickness with the shot looks so much better than it did last year. I think he's gone through like a bit of a cold stretch down like these last couple of weeks, but if where I struggle with him, and I desperately wanted to have him up around like 20, but I have him like late 20s, copped out. I got scared. But if the shot doesn't get to like really good levels in the NBA, what is he? Because I do have some concerns about the athleticism. I think it really shows up on defense, like with his on-ball stuff. Like his footwork is tough, but like off the ball, I think he's really smart, really active. Obviously has the size. The fact they measured at 6'6" is awesome. So like I love the playmaking, I love the feel, I love the size, I buy the shot, but I feel like I've gotten torched with those kind of guys in the past where it's like, oh, and now he's shooting 32% of the league all year and getting exposed on defense, and whoops. So what do you kind of see as like the variance of outcomes for him?
That's a really good point. I think the athletic limitations are there for sure. And you could be looking at a case as many other 6'6" to 6'8" prospects who can kind of pass a little, but not create off the dribble for themselves, who come from Europe. I'm thinking Beat Krejci from the Atlanta Hawks.
Like
I'm thinking maybe a premium version of that is Dario Saric or Chidi Osman, who came like, oh, they can pass, they can play point guard, and then they come to the league and the handle is not developed enough to dribble in tight spaces, and they are not quick enough to get by their guys. But all of those guys who are high IQ guys who can make the right play ended up contributing to some degree to really good teams. So I think one of the more realistic worst case scenarios for Sergio, and I don't think I have a reason for the shot not coming around. That being said, I didn't have a reason for Zachary Rissache's shot not to come through, and it certainly hasn't. But
plenty of time.
Yeah. But if the shot doesn't come around, I think he can still be a guy with like really optimal size who can run your offense on the second unit. And that will give him, I think, 2 or 3 years in the league. So I think the worst case scenario for Sergio, and I think what puts him in the first round, is that the worst case scenario is still a player that offers some value and not just a straight non-NBA guy.
Cool. You want to jump to Kareem? You want Ishchenko? Floor is yours.
Yeah, so Ishchenko is definitely one of the more interesting stories of this draft and one of the more interesting late risers. Ishchenko was 6'3" when he was 17 years old, a lanky 6'3" guard, like really quick, really smooth, really aggressive. And since then, he's 21 years old now. He hit a late growth spurt, and he's 6'8" now. And he's not only listed at 6'8". I compared him to like every single opponent that he was standing next to because I really couldn't believe it. And went and former NBA guys, and he's really 6'8". So the more interesting part is that he hasn't lost that level of fluidity and creativity and aggressiveness with the ball. So that's kind of the attractive with Ishchenko, in the sense that he has the body of a forward, still needs to fill out a bit, but has that smoothness of a guard and that aggressiveness of trying to get to the rim every single time. And now he has the size to really make something happen when he gets to the rim. And also, I think he has kind of kept that, those flashes of passing. The shooting is interesting, really low volume of attempts, but he shot 46% this year from three. And he's able to make a defensive impact, like just, getting in passing lanes and blocking shots from the weak side as a weak side rim protector. So like a really interesting combination of, skills, some skills of guard, some skills of a forward, some skills of a wing, that I really find that blend super interesting. What I'm not a concern, but my question is how NBAs are going to look at his track record for a player that's never played outside of Russia, because Russian teams are not allowed, for the political situation, are not allowed to play EuroLeague or any European competition. So he's been playing a bit on an island when we've never seen him in another context. The Russian national team also doesn't play. So how is the NBA going to evaluate this season of Ishchenko, and how they're going to weigh that? And it's going to be an interesting case study. It's been a while since a player from the Russian league gets drafted. So a ton of that, I think, will have to do with how each front office and the scouts of that front office value that Russian league.
He seems like the one making a little bit of a late run. And I know it's the growth spurt was kind of like an eye opener when you were looking into him. And I know talking to you, you were just like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe how noticeable it is. I feel like when I turned on his film, it was immediately just like 4 dunks, and I was like, cool, I guess I'm all in. Like, let's take him in the first round. But is there a guy that no one's talking about, like, or someone else we haven't talked about, Ignacio, that I think you might be like, hey, keep an eye on this one. Maybe this one could work out and be someone that plays in the NBA level like consistently?
Yeah, I think Malik Lewis is a player that's been seemingly a draft prospect forever. This year, he's finally auto eligible. We know what he does. He's a forward, 6'8" guy, can shoot threes. This year has shot 37% from three. So this is one of his best year in terms of 3-point output. And he's going to give you defense, rebounding. He's going to be a strong presence at the four, which a lot of teams need. So it wouldn't surprise me if he earns a two-way. I compiled the big boards for the site, so I see everyone's votes, and I'm the Excel guy. And the other day, I saw Maxwell putting, for the first time, Tobias Jensen from Denmark, who plays for Ratio Farm Ulm. And I was like, this guy knows ball. Because Tobias has been one of the best performers in Europe over the past season. He plays for Ratio Farm, a team that sent a lot of players to the NBA in the past few years. Not a ton of success cases between Killian Hayes and Noah Seng and Ben Saraf, but it's a prospect factory. And 6'6" guy who can really pass, can shoot off the dribble. The physicality is a bit of a concern, but I think he has the IQ and the skills. We'll just have to see if the from a physical standpoint, if it matches that. And my final guy, I guess, and I'm not going to be objective with this guy because I work for Mexico City Capitanes, but Reynan dos Santos, he's the only G League prospect we have in this cycle. He really projects well as somebody that, has the athletic ability to be a 3-and-D 2 guard in the NBA. A guy that's really intense defensively, can shoot threes, can attack advantage positions, and like a really strong, really athletic guy. From knowing him and knowing how he works and what he brought to the team this year, he was a straight up scorer in Brazil. He was like an off the dribble scorer. He was the main guy on his team. He comes to the G League and the coaching staff tells him, hey, if you want to be on the floor this year, you're going to need to be an off-ball guy. You're going to need to play defense, and you're going to need to shoot spot-ups, and he does exactly that. So I think maybe the on-ball stuff wasn't really shown this year, but if you go back a year, there's something there. So I think he's a guy that could, add something to a team, maybe starting in a training camp or in a two-way, because I just think we talked about a lot of guys in this draft, in this international class, that have the skills but not the physical tools. I think he's a guy with the physical tools, and I think that will allow him to make some type of impact.
I know this international class is a little thin, but just projecting forward, is there anyone for like the 27 or 28 class that we should be like really getting excited about that could bring back some of this international juice that we've had from the past couple of years?
So the 28 class, I'm going to skip one because the 28 class seems really solid, seems really with a ton of depth of talent. We have, I'm probably going to blank on some names, but we have Fabian Kaiser from Germany. We have Omer Kutulay from Turkey. Nathan Soliman from France, who's been a prospect seemingly forever, and he's still not even 17. So that's great. I'm blanking on a ton of 2009 guys, but there's about Nikola Kusturica from Serbia. That guy could be a pro right now. So there's a lot of guys that in that class, and I think it's going to be something like the 2024 NBA draft, where we had a lot of international guys, maybe not like a clear-cut generational talent like Wemby was, but we're going to have a ton of depth in that class. Next year, not the deepest class, but a lot of, certainly better than this year, just because of the 2008 generation that is slightly better. There's a pair of German prospects in Cameron Hoyndu and Ugo Yimga. Ugo is kind of a offensive, kind of weirdo big guy who puts the ball on the floor. We'll love to see him shoot better. Has some skills of a center. It's kind of crazy. And then Hoyndu is just a great defender, just a great all-around defender. The guy that's going to be higher on mock drafts, I think, is Stefan Joksimovic from Slovenia. Slovenia is a must-watch. Slovenia U18 is a must-watch this year because they have a lot of guys in that 2008 generation who could make an impact in a ton of places. But Joksimovic is definitely the guy to follow. And the guy that's going to go to college is Luigi Swigo, who could have been a guy this year.
No, he's a domestic prospect. He's a domestic prospect. He's domestic prospect now. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count. But I'm just, the first time I watched Swigo, and this has to be like 4 years ago, I said, oh my God, this guy's so uncoordinated. Like couldn't like put his right foot after his left foot. And he developed a ton. He already had that size. I think he just grew more comfortable into his body, and now he's going to go to Villanova and probably is going to be projected as a top 10 pick in the first mock drafts that we see. So really excited about him. But yeah, he's outside my jurisdiction now, so he's all yours.
Oh man.
Anything else on this draft that Dine takes, questions, that just like bizarre takeaways from looking at all of our ridiculous rankings all year?
No, I think I think again, I'm just happy to turn the page to next year's draft, just because of the low amount of prospects this year, and to bring it all back. Kareem is, I think, this me being low on this class doesn't mean that I don't like Kareem.
Where are you at with him? Because I am low. I don't get it.
I did the exercise today of putting every single international class that I could remember and see where Kareem would have ranked, and I always had him as like a second or third best prospect in a class. Second or best international prospect in a class.
Okay. Oh. No, yeah, but still, I mean, okay.
Yeah. So let's say the 2024 class, he would have been behind Alex Sarr. He would have been behind Rissotto, and he would have been behind Nikola Topic. Last year was kind of a similar class to what next year's class is going to be, with a lot of like first round guys, but not like a clear cut number one international guy. So last year he might have been the first international prospect off the board, just because Senge and Traore and Saraf and Gonzalez were kind of divisive coming into the draft. But yeah, he was always like a top 2, top 3 international prospect, which generally puts you in the middle of the first round. And I think that's where he's going to go. I think you wish the on-ball stuff would have come around. We're yet to see if that's a matter of him playing in a really competitive league and him doing what the coaching staff told him to do, which is like attack advantage positions and shoot spot ups and run the floor in transition, or if that's something that's just not in his bag. The defense, I think it's kind of where I see the more division. If you love players who create events, you're going to love him. And if you're a lover of defensive fundamentals and footwork and positioning and off-ball awareness, you're not going to like him. The people in the league that I talk to is lower on him. Are more lower than higher on him in that regard.
Makes sense.
I do think it's cool beyond the basketball side of it. I always think it's cool when you see, okay, this guy probably is going to be the best player in his country's history.
Yeah.
And I think Kareem might end up being the best Mexican player of all time.
Is firstborn, if he's first rounder tonight, is that correct?
Yeah,
which is awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like rooting for it 100% because of just that. I'm like, all right, that's gonna be cool.
That's going to be great, and I think that's going to be huge for basketball there in Latin America. So really rooting for him. But yeah, going back to the De La Rea case, I think the worst case scenario for him is if the shot doesn't come around, and I think there's truly concerns with him because just how cold he gets at some points in the season. So we'll see if the shot comes around. I think he's a legitimate guy, and in this NBA with a lot of like super skinny fives, I'm talking about Wemby and Chet and etc., to having that physical guy at the 4, but also not losing floor spacing or not losing that complementary offense from the perimeter. I think it's valuable. So definitely fits with a lot of like skinny centers who really need that powerful guy at the 4 next to them. So yeah, there's certainly avenues for success for him, but I don't really see him, unless you're 100% sure that the shot comes around. I don't see him as a top 10 guy, but top 20 for sure.
Awesome.
It's great. It's talking to you. It's kind of hard. People don't realize when we have different time zones and different people all over the world. So, but this was great because I also, full disclosure, like I feel like we need to have you on more so I can just hear you pronounce guys, because me and Metcalf butcher everybody's, and when you pronounce it, I'm like, that sounds cool. When I do it, it just sounds
my
terrible.
Pronunciation of Sergio de la Rrea. That
I mean,
you
you're
don't
not saying it like Ignacio. That's fine.
You don't hear the music.
I mean, I'm talking in a language that I'm butchering like 1 every 2 words. So it's only fair that I speak my language correctly. So, and we have a few players with Latin or Spanish last names this draft. So that works wonders for me.
I was on a phone last night with a scout and literally like realized I was pronouncing honest wrong the whole year. So that was fun. I was like, oh, the night before the draft, and I just found out the correct way to pronounce it. He was quick to fix it. I was like, oh, this call's going great.
When we were covering Wembanyama, when he was coming out, this was back in 2019, maybe. I think for the first 2 years, I called it Wembanyama. And so that's immortalized forever out there on some podcasts. So, man,
People don't
Spanish
forget.
is so easy because the accent marks, you know exactly where to accent the word. Like, more languages need that.
Yeah, completely get it. That's what we need. Maybe the guide next year will have a pronunciation guide, and it'll just be Ignacio telling everyone how to say it.
We need that. But I need to learn to pronounce first. So,
legend. Metcalf, anything else?
No, you did an incredible job as always covering these international guys. There are only like 4 of them, so you should be better.
You're an easy year.
No, you're the best.
This wasn't long enough for me to have the chance to mess things up.
No, Ignacio's the best. Go give him a follow. He knows his stuff. Guy's really, really smart.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
Let's do this again soon.
Very soon.
All right.
Very soon.
Bud.
See ya.
Yeah.
Get into that time, Metcalf. Nathan Grubel. Draft deeper. Muted?
Oh my God.
Not muted.
Get out of here. I'm going.
No,
solo for the
he's
final
being
hour.
professional. He was waiting. Didn't want to, in case of Ignacio talking.
Well, you guys were talking about how to pronounce everyone's names, and you said pronunciation, not pronunciation. I almost wanted to hop on.
Awesome.
Be like, guys, come on. Like, we're not that far away from the draft, guys. We can do this. I promise.
I'm in hour 3. I am going to tap out. You guys are going to have some fun. I think you guys might be doing a little mock draft mania.
I'm going to let Nathan steer the ship. I'm also going to dip, and he's just going to go solo for an hour. So
Just rant a little bit, but I'm going to tap out just to get some graphics. Actually, also some more coffee going, and then I will be right back.
see you.
See ya.
All right, Nathan, how we doing?
Oh, we're living the dream. I'm ready to rock. This draft's going to be chaos. You guys have been talking about it for 3 hours. You've done an incredible job. I love listening to Ignacio, who was just on here. Everybody in the stream, I get asked by so many different people who want to connect with us, whether it's on a professional level or personal level, like, what is it that makes No Ceilings unique? And it's segments like that where you could have Ignacio literally educate everyone on international prospects who we might not even see pop up in this draft, but who may come up at another point for a solid 10 to 15 minutes without even breaking a sweat. Like, that guy, Ignacio, is incredible. He's one of the best people at No Ceilings, but all of our diverse voices, our collection of voices, our collection of different opinions makes us so unique. That's why I'm so proud to be a part of who we are at No Ceilings, and I couldn't be more excited.
All right. Well, what direction do you want to take this? Do you have burning takes that you want to get off your chest? Do you have predictions? Do you have gripes? Do you want to do a mock draft? What are you feeling?
Well, I'll be a little embarrassed to admit I wasn't listening to you and Rucker for all 3 hours that you were live. So I know, right?
You're being super
Amateur
proud
hour.
of,
Yeah, seriously.
Okay.
But but I don't know if you covered any of the Jake Fisher and Mark Stein nuggets from what they posted a little bit ago?
Not really. We have mentioned multiple times because Hawks fans are not pleased with the Ament selection that we gave them and refused to read the one sentence blurb right beneath his name. So we have mentioned that the Trey Murphy trade is heating up. Let's go with, but we haven't gone into further details. So,
well, I sit
Take over.
on the line of, talking about the big time names and also the sicko hour that we love to
Mhm.
promote at No Ceiling. So I'm coming in with a few interesting nuggets that aren't at the top of the draft, but I think are relevant. I'd love your take on a few of them. So there's two nuggets at the very end of what Jake Fisher and Mark Stein put out a few hours ago on their Substack. One of them is, I believe that if Phoenix trades into the first round, Arizona freshman Koa Pete is one of the Suns' top targets. That would be pretty interesting because we've been projecting. We have a feeling he's going to fall and he's going to be available in that late first round territory. I've been on some other podcasts and I've discussed with other people who have reminded me that Phoenix loves to move around in the draft. They love to trade up and look for opportunities to buy in. How would you feel about that scenario possibly being on the board at the end of the first round? Koa Pete to the Phoenix Suns.
I mean, I'm always a fan of going to get your guy. I'm not sure I love Koa Pete there. And that feels really kind of redundant with Ryan Dunn and Oso. And am I insane for that?
No, I think you're
And
spot
like
on.
Rasheer Fleming and like they have a lot of those guys, don't they?
I could see Matt Ishbia completely wanting his front office to lean into, I just want to get as many guys who are going to cause problems on the court as possible. Like you already have the Dylan Brooks type of attitude guys. You have, as you mentioned, some of the defensive Swiss Army knives. I wouldn't consider Koa Pete a Swiss Army knife on defense, but his physicality, his rebounding, like he could be. Like if you're high on Koa Pete, you're projecting him to become that type of player. I don't know if he is right now, but I think he would be a player who definitely adds to the identity I think they're building in Phoenix, which is why I thought that little tidbit was interesting. The other one, Jake said, I believe that Dallas, if it retains the number 30 overall pick, will give strong consideration to Cincinnati senior swingman Baba Miller with that selection. I don't believe that we were discussing Baba Miller's name a lot in the first round when we were working into the wee hours of the night.
I don't think once.
I thought that was interesting, though. Isn't he kind of like a Schmitz and Masai Ujiri guy, though? Like that's
Definitely Masai. Like there are a lot of like Chris Boucher type of vibes there, I guess.
Yeah.
Some like maybe like a mix of Precious Achua and Chris Boucher, and I guess like that's kind of the weird forward wing type of guy Masai loves to go after. So it makes sense. Some
was once
positional
billed to be a
size,
point
skill.
forward coming into college, and that experiment didn't work out at Florida State. He bounced around a few different homes, and listen, he had a great senior season at Cincinnati. So him being in conversations for the first round, it doesn't entirely shock me, especially when you consider, like we're talking about, Dallas potentially being that home, who's in that front office. I thought that was another very interesting nugget of where we could be wrong on our mock draft. I think both of those would be very fun if they happened on the stream live.
So where would Phoenix trade in? Because like the only team that kind of makes sense to me, it would be Denver at 26. I've heard they're kind of either looking for a big or looking to trade out.
I'm not convinced Boston's going to take a player at 27. They always love to trade out.
They always hop around like crazy
Right.
at the end of the first, early second too.
Mhm.
Because like I think Denver getting out of that spot, unless like in our mock LeBaron Philon falls to them, I think it makes sense to stay there. I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen, but they have to save some money if they're trying to.
They do.
If they're trying to re-sign Peyton Watson and not move off of guys, so that'd be really interesting.
It would be. I'm really interested to see, like, we're obviously, you guys have been talking about the Trey Murphy trade that can happen. Like, do we see a few other vets on the move? Like, we know that, as you just said, Denver has to move off of some salaries in order to re-sign Peyton Watson. Like, do we see a Cam Johnson type of trade tonight? Like, I'm very curious to see what other types of trades that manifest that don't just purely involve draft picks. Like, I think guys will be on the move because there's other dominoes that we're expecting to fall, leading up to the free agency period. And what better way to start that off than to maybe infuse some draft capital in some of those moves and go get some of these interesting players that we're talking about in such a loaded draft. So I want to see what other vets could possibly be on the move tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we've heard rumors that Denver might have to or is shopping Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
Does Sacramento move one of their guys, whether it's Sabonis for another top 20 pick, or DeRozan or Malik Monk? Like, does Sacramento actually get rid of one of these guys who continuously proves that they just don't work together on the court? So that's interesting. Yeah, because Trey Murphy, Jaylen Brown are the big names. They've kind of taken over the headlines, the buzz, rightfully so. They're the best players, but could be something else there.
I've been hearing so many people trying to bring up Jaylen Brown. I don't think he's going to get moved tonight. I don't think a seismic move would take place during the draft like that. Then again, never say never. We saw Luka Doncic get traded to the Lakers. I mean, I guess we can't say, you got to say never, but I don't foresee something like that happening tonight. But some of those other middling veterans who can be pieces to a rotation on a good team, but I don't see any other like stars getting traded tonight. I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, it won't shock me if a Jaylen Brown trade happens soon. Wow,
it would kind of have to be before the draft, though, right?
And I mean, breaking news: you don't consider Trey Murphy a star. Wow. Okay.
Oh my gosh! Here we go. Here we go.
That's
here we go.
Trade.
Listen, you know what, Metcalf? We're going to talk about it 1,000 times if that potential trade actually happens. But no, you know what? I don't even know what to say on the stream right now. I'll save those thoughts for if it actually happens. But that rumor, as it did for all of us, like that just blew my mind yesterday when that stuff started leaking out from very credible sources that could happen. I was like, are we really going to see this crap on draft night? Like, what are we doing, Metcalf? What are we doing?
Losing our minds. Mike Nori headed to Portland. I'm assuming you saw the contract details.
The stipulations, correct? the 1 year, the 1 year contract.
That's insane.
Kinda. Honestly, like I don't know. I don't even know what to read from that. Like, is that just, hey, this is like a trial run? Like, we're just going to give you a shot to do this and we're just kind of free to pull the plug whenever we want? Like, that's kind of like the whole point of being an NBA head coach nowadays is like you get these nice big fat 5-6 year contracts so that when they fire you in 2 years, you're kind of able to sit back and continue earning from the organization. Like a 1 year contract, like you should be giving a head coach a vote of confidence. And that to me is not signaling a vote of confidence in this guy. Like, yeah, great. If you do an awesome job, maybe we'll re-up you. We'll get you on a longer term deal. But just saying to the guy outright with a contract, like, you have to prove this to us, like, that's pretty bold from that front office. But we know that the Portland ownership has been up to some interesting things since they've taken the reins. So maybe it shouldn't surprise us fully. But I thought that was a pretty bold move. I was surprised to read that. And, bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
I hope it works out because Micah, like I don't know him, but I've heard really, really good things about him. He's a really smart dude.
Yeah.
But he's not one of the younger candidates. And maybe he was just like, screw it. Let's just go do it. I'm confident in my abilities. Let's go get our first head coaching gig and go from there. But he's got fun.
He's walking into a good situation though. Yeah. Like there's some real talent there. It's, I know your guy, Denny Avdia. I can say that he's your guy. You were planted your flag on him in that draft class, but
a little too aggressively.
I mean, we like Donovan Clingan. We love guys like Tamani Kamara and Scoot Henderson. Like there's real talent on that team. He's walking into a defensive-minded organization, a defensive-minded roster.
Yeah.
Like, there are ways to get that team over that play-in hump and get them into the playoffs next season. So it's not like some kind of impossible task. I'm rooting for the guy as well. I want him to do a great job so that he gets a contract that he rightfully deserves, taking on one of these spots in the NBA. So I'm with you. I'm rooting for him 100%.
Fair enough. You want to do mock draft?
Let's do a mock draft. Let's get weird.
Alrighty. Let me pull it up here, share my screen. That would probably be helpful.
We've got to show off our awesome simulator from
Of course,
the mind of Albert Garbage Time Gim.
Of course we do. Look at this beaut.
Look at that.
Well, ncmockdraft.com. You can go for a specific team, full draft, build your own big board, team big board, positional big board, trade machine, all that good stuff.
There's still 40 minutes to read the draft guide. You can get
get
up to speed on all these awesome prospects we're going to see come off the board.
Just, scan that little QR code, take you right to NoCeilingsNBA.com. Subscribe while you're there, all that good stuff. One round, you want to get super? No, let's just do one round. It's going to be a bit much.
Have you attended any of our mock drafts? Do you think we can do a 60-pick mock draft in 40 minutes?
Well, with only two of us. All right. Washington Wizards. How do you want to do this? Do you want to alternate? Do you want to do based on what we think would happen, based on chaos, based on what we would do?
So we've been having a lot of fun over the last however many hours putting out there what we think as a collective, No Ceilings collective, will happen in this 2026 NBA draft. I think it would be fun if you and I did our own what do we think is going to happen, because that can differ from the consensus we came to. We can take this a few different directions. I think that's the way we go.
Okay. I love it. First overall pick. Ooh.
You want to throw this off the rails already?
Yeah, I'm going to take it because I want to see what you do with Utah. I'm going to go Darren Peterson.
I love it. I love it. I mean, you've been so high on Darren this entire year. You haven't wavered off of it. I love when people take a hard stance for their guy, though. I love it.
It very easily could be AJ. In any other draft, it very easily could be Cam. It could still be Cam. But, isn't it a little weird that everyone just keeps mocking AJ there, and everyone, or not everyone, but most people just, at least that I've talked to, come away being like, "Oh, Darren's the best player." Then why isn't he going one?
So I've kind of taken up being the resident mock draft tracker for NoCeilingsNBA.com right now in the background, putting together a little project. And so I've been looking on the interwebs at every major outlet's mock draft leading up to this very moment in time. AJ DiBonsa is number one on quite literally all of them.
Mm-hmm.
The only person to still deviate from Darren Peterson at number two would be the Ringer, who we actually had J. Kyle Mann on earlier in this stream. They have Cameron Boozer number two and Darren Peterson number three. But everywhere else has basically settled now on AJ, Darren, Cam, and Caleb. And that's what I think is going to happen. That's what I've thought is going to happen for months. But in terms of the talent of Darren Peterson Metcalf, I've consistently heard over the last few days when people are trying to make the case for what Darren's upside could be, they're saying, what if he becomes like a 6'6" Damian Lillard who really assures us in the pick and roll, he's got this, he understands how to make these reads, he understands how to break down, read the second, third level of defense, make everyone else around him better, not just score for himself. If he becomes that player, then me not having AJ DiBonsa number one on his board, but having Cam Boozer on number one on his board, if he's a 6'6" Damian Lillard with a 6'10" wingspan, then I messed up. Then I fully just flat out messed up as an evaluator. And it's that reason why I don't think it's crazy to bring up the idea of Darren going number one to Washington. I never thought it was crazy. I'm just saying what I think is going to happen. But any of these top guys have a legitimate argument to go number one overall. And I think they'd all fit the team in different ways. Like, how would you see Darren fitting with this Washington core right now in the short term?
Perfectly. Like having and like I hate that Trae Young contract, but having like a veteran point guard who can like actually run the show and provide floor spacing when he doesn't have the ball. When was the last time Darren played with that? Like that's a complete inverse of what he played with at Kansas. And I think once you having him in that shooting guard role, actual secondary creation, allowing him to be that secondary creator, running pick and rolls, create for others, and being able to kick out to guys who can actually shoot, whether it's Trey Johnson or Keyshawn George or Trae Young. I think that's really valuable. So I like his fit there a lot, even though it seems like there's some overlap with Bub Carrington and Koulibaly and Trey Johnson. Like I don't care. Like I like a lot of those guys, but none of them are keeping me from drafting Darren Peterson.
The argument I've been making for Darren to go at number 2 to Utah, which is where I feel his best fit is, I've thought about it more. And the same reasons I'm making that argument, I could also make that argument for Washington, because it comes back to, I just don't think he's going to be ready out of the gate to be this like 30 plus usage rate kind of guy, like every single pick and roll down the floor type of ball handler in the NBA right out of the gate. He also wouldn't have to do that in Washington because Trae Young is there now.
Right.
So like for all the reasons why I'm saying Will Hardy's very creative in Utah, they find ways to get guys different shots. They run like the third fewest pick and rolls in the NBA last year. For all those reasons, I can make that same case for Washington. So from fit, from talent, it's not crazy. And, you know, we've been talking about it ourselves. Like if there was another draft class to mimic when we had Paolo and Jabari and Chet, like that whole cluster at the top where we didn't know up until the last second who was going to go number 1. If there was another class to do it, it would be this one. It's just, I feel differently about it from the sense of we didn't feel in that draft that there were like true blue superstars to come out of that group per se. This is kind of the opposite where we feel awesome about all of these guys. And that's why nobody can make a decision at the top.
So who's your pick?
I'm gonna go AJ here at number 2 for Utah. I'm not gonna go Cam.
If I went AJ at 1, would you go Cam?
I would have went Darren. I Metcalf, I can't see this front office taking Cam Boozer. I just can't see it. Like, I'm sorry. I know how much I love him as a prospect. I know what I would do to try to get him on my team. But every single time these Angels have had a pick near the top of the draft, they've been after athletic bucket getters.
Yeah.
Now, I do not think Cam is a bad athlete by any means. If I thought he was a bad athlete, he wouldn't be number one overall on my board. But he is not the run, jump, prototypical wing scorer that either AJ or Darren are. And because of that factor, I just can't see this front office steering towards Cam when they have one of those two guys available to them on the board. And so what I do think about AJ possibly to Utah, I think he gives that team something that they don't really have in spades. Like pressuring the rim, Keontae George has done a much better job of that over the last few years in the NBA, but it's not the same as a 6'9" guy barreling down and with all the strength that he has, with the ability to push guys out of their spots. It's not the same thing. They don't have another guy on the roster who can do that and can create looks for others by default with that rim pressure. So I think out of these top 3 guys, he would be the one to give them an ingredient that I think a lot of high-level teams need to win, these playoff leverage games in the NBA. I think he could do that for them, and I think he would fit in that aspect. Does he still have to improve as a spot-up shooter, on defense, all those things we've been talking about for months? Absolutely. But I do think he would be able to fit in right away as an alpha type of creator who can pressure the rim, can drive, can draw fouls, and manufacture offense in a different way than what we've seen in Utah the last few seasons, which is trying to, design sets and run guys off screens and design them into open jumpers rather than clean looks at the basket.
This is super easy for me. I'm sprinting to the podium for Cam Boozer. Like if I'm Memphis, I'm just like standing in line behind Utah, whereas like the second they drop their envelope off, I'm dropping mine off. Obviously that's not how draft picks work, but Cam Boozer, I will be floored, absolutely floored if Memphis does not take him and he's there. Yeah. Do you see any world in which one of those top 3 guys falls to 4?
I want to say no. Caleb Wilson does kind of feel Memphis to me, though, at the same time. Like, again, I have Cam Boozer number 1 on my board. I would be in the same position as you, Metcalf. I'd be sprinting to the podium to take him there. However,
But
Caleb is a supercharged athlete in his own right, a little bit raw in some respects, but really showed improvements over the course of the season in North Carolina as a ball handler, as a live dribble decision maker, as a pretty good standstill passer. We know what he brings as a rebounder, as a shot blocker, as someone who can play passing lanes and create deflections and get out in transition. We have the feeling that he's going to be one of the more frightening transition players the second he steps in the NBA. Even if the jump shot doesn't come around, but some of those other areas continue to develop for him, I think he could be one of the scariest inside the arc scorers and overall offensive threats that we have in the entire NBA. And so if that's what you're arguing about in the war room, yeah, I can absolutely see people raising their hand and going, hey, Caleb Wilson, you know what? Maybe he makes some sense here with a team that, you know, we're a little bit young. We don't quite have an identity yet, but one of the easiest identities to try and play into when you're young in the NBA is design a team that's built in transition and trying to play a little bit faster than just trying to figure things out in the half court offensively. So like, I agree with you about Cam Boozer, but I don't think it's crazy for anyone to put their hand up and say, are we sure Caleb Wilson can go here?
So I'm guessing Caleb Wilson to Chicago.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah. I mean, there is a clear break in the talent between these top 4 guys that we're talking about, and then what seemingly is a glut of guards. Like Caleb Wilson, you know, shout out our own Corey Tulaba. Like he's I feel like he's going to be ecstatic on draft night. That's the easiest pick I think we can pencil in right now, in my opinion, other than how I feel about AJ going number 1 overall to Washington. But I think Caleb at 4 to Chicago makes so much sense. He fits Bryson Graham's new philosophy.
Yeah.
I think he has real two-way upside. He's going to be exciting with that Bulls team for years to come. So Caleb Wilson, easy pick.
And this is what we would do, correct? Or what we personally think will happen.
This is what we personally think will happen.
Okay, got it. Clippers, I'm going Keaton Wagler.
I agree.
I feel like that noise has kind of been at least the most consistent since the lottery. Darius Garland isn't prohibiting me from drafting anyone, but I think Wagler gives the malleability to play with him, without him. I still think that Wagler has to be groomed to be a point guard down the stretch. I know some people think he's a 2. Maybe right now, I still think he's one of these combo guards who needs to lean more into the pure point guard stuff. I like the playmaking. I like the on-ball creation. He has to get stronger. But the good news is basically every teenager in the history of humankind has gotten stronger as they get older. So that's good. But like smart passer, I think he's a better defender, at least like in a team concept, than he gets credit for. Not good, but not the disaster that some people try and label him as. I think Clippers are going to swing on him.
I would agree with that, and I still think we're going kind of sort of chalk after that number 1 pick as to what we predicted. And those, I think we're going to go Michael here. They could go Darius Acuff. They could try and swing for the fences with a Nate Ahmet. There was a teeny tiny bit of smoke this morning about a Daimara possibly being in play for Brooklyn at number 6. I think that died off pretty quickly. Look, we've loved Michael at no ceilings this year. He's a 6'5" guard. He's electric with the ball in his hands. He's speedy. He can create shots for himself. He has parking lot range. He's one of the most creative live dribble passers that we have in this class. He can just do some things at that position that few, if any, of these other guards can. And for that reason, this Brooklyn Nets team is another franchise. They need some sort of direction. They need an identity. And I think he not only fits what they're trying to draft into philosophically, but he also brings that type of star power that the Nets desperately need in that backcourt. I think Michael is what's going to happen here. So that leaves us to, is this another easy pick, Metcalf, at number 7 for the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah. Like, there's no way it's not Acuff, right?
No.
We've had that connection since like January. It's been the worst kept secret in the draft world. And Acuff's an awesome player. Like, he's so good on offense. The what he did on offense in terms of volume and efficiency from scoring to playmaking, outlandish, and I was not expecting it whatsoever. The defense is a different conversation that I don't want to have right now.
Yep.
We'll have that during the draft once he gets drafted, after we sing his praises and celebrate him and are ecstatic about this next step in his journey. But he might be one of these rare point guards where it doesn't matter what the defense is because the offense is that good. Atlanta. Now you get the opportunity to either piss off a lot of Atlanta fans because you're drafting for a different team and they don't connect the dots there, or treat it as if they're keeping their pick.
That's what I'm going to do. Because we don't have the trade yet, I'm going to treat this exercise as they're sticking and picking. And in that case, I'll take Kingston Flemings off the board, guard out of Houston. I agree with all of the intel that's come out that if they keep this pick, it's going to be a guard. That's what I was hearing for weeks, despite all of the Adai Mara buzz here. That's what I was hearing. That's what I felt confident in. And I think if they're going guard, I think it needs to be point guard. So it would be between Kingston Flemings versus do they go a little more combo-y and someone like a Braden Burries. I think they would go with Kingston Flemings here. I think he makes a ton of sense for this team. This is an offense that wants to play fast. They want to beat teams out in transition. They want to get started on the break. They want to get into quick offense. Kingston Flemings has that speed, not only in the open court, but he's one of the best short burst quickness area guys in this entire draft. He can get to his spots in the mid-range. I think he can play a really interesting handoff game with other handlers like Jalen Johnson. I think they could find different creative ways to utilize him in the offense. And if his three-point shot hits, Metcalf, like, we've had questions about how it looks and how funky it is, but he has stayed true to his claim that it's gone in at every other level. It's going to keep going in at an acceptable rate. If that happens, then I might have been too low on Kingston Flemings in this draft class. Like, I already wrote like a pre-mortem on my own social media about, like, if I'm wrong in this draft class, where would I be wrong? And the first name that came up, even though I have him at 9 on my board for crying out loud, was Kingston Flemings. Like, if everything breaks right for this guy with what we've heard about him as a person, as much as what we view about him as a player, he could end up being a top 5 guy in this class. And so I think he makes a lot of sense for Atlanta here.
Totally agree. All right. At 9, Dallas. All right. So obviously,
you want to get crazy?
Dusty May, hey, go blue. I think any of the Michigan guys make sense here. They're not going to draft someone just because of a coach that they hired 24 hours ago, who's also a first-time NBA head coach. They brought in Mike Schmitz as the GM. Arizona ties, Braden Burries. I like the fit there. I like the upside there. I think Braden Burries makes a ton of sense. They also have someone making the final decision, though, Masai Ujiri. So this is not what I would do, but if this is how the board fell, I think we're going to There's just been like a weird amount of buzz and links and connections and dots to be connected there. I wouldn't like it. It's not what I would do. But if this is how the first 8 picks went, that's what I think will happen.
I agree with you about where all the smoke is. I don't like the fit either. Like, I don't kind of get it with the type of front court that they're building.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Not that they would have to go, like, I don't know. If this were me, Metcalf, we had this argument in the war room over the weekend when we were putting together our what would we do mock draft. And one of the names that came up was a player who I know you love and a player who I grew to love a little bit later in the process than you, but nevertheless, like, Merez Johnson to me would make a lot of sense.
Oh
here.
God, yeah.
Like,
that's what I would do. I would go Merez or Braden.
If you have the opportunity to build a defensive front line of Cooper Flagg, Merez Johnson, and Derek Lively, that's so hard to turn down with what we just watched in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because that seems so much of what we would do and how logical we're making that sound. That's exactly why it's going to be the opposite and why it's going to be main event on draft night, because we just don't know all the directions that this draft's going to take. But I will say, if Ament puts everything together and he comes around as a true blue offensive talent, then you have 2 forwards, one 6'9", the other 6'11", who can handle the ball, can make some decisions, can score in the mid-range, can shoot over the top of other guys. Like, you are kind of setting yourself up on a great path for success if it works out. It's just the probability of that happening. You really have to have trust and faith in your developmental staff to figure it out. So I'll be very fascinated to see if it actually happens.
And what the area where we saw Ament have the most success this last year at Tennessee is the area where Cooper Flag dominated this year, like in the mid range. And I'm gonna take the 18-year-old who is dropping multiple 40+ point games in the NBA over the guy who was reliant on drawing shooting fouls on mid-range jumpers in college. So I think it's like, if you really buy the outside shot, I guess I get it. But
how would you try to develop Amen at the next level? Because like I would honestly want to go more outside in. Like, I know that his strength last year was probably being able to draw fouls and get to the free throw line as often as he did. I think you and I agree we don't see him doing that to nearly the same degree, at least right away at the NBA level. I think if he works on building out that spot up three and then sort of taking his game more off the bounce a little bit, in the sense of, we're going to try to work on your ball handling. We're going to see if we can have you develop some counters to be able to actually operate in that area of the court. You know, have you watch a bunch of film, work with these guys, have you be a little bit more comfortable passing off of a live dribble. Then we can worry about how do we build you to becoming this guy who is, you know, living at the rim, because part of getting those touches and being able to do that from the top of the floor versus attacking a closeout is having the pull-up jump shot, especially from three. It's having the passing vision and the chops to be able to read multiple levels of the defense. Like, I think it's going to take a lot of work for Amen to become the type of player that he was at Tennessee, because the NBA is just an entirely different game, Metcalf.
Yeah, and I would just make him binge watch Chris Middleton film. And
that's a good one, though. That's a good one.
That's a tough fit with Cooper. So I don't know. Milwaukee at 10. Where are you going?
I think I would have to go Braden Burries here now that he's fallen to this point on the board, which is, again, this is part of what we're projecting that's going to happen here on draft night. But the Milwaukee Bucks at this point, I think they're in an interesting spot in this lottery, because now they have 2 picks where they can try and draft purely for long-term upside, but at the same time, there is no incentive for this team to stink right now. Like, they do not control their draft for the considerable future. I think they need to balance finding guys who have tools and traits that can get them short-term success on the court now, while also having a runway to being a much more dangerous player in the long term. And I think Braden Burries is one of the players we can project in this lottery that can do a little bit of both. We know that he has legitimate shooting ability. We know that he can pressure the ball against opposing backcourt matchups on the defensive end of the floor. If he continues to grow his game as a passer, as a playmaker, and become someone who you're putting the ball in his hands more often than not to do a little bit of everything for the offense rather than catch, drive, and pull up the shoot or score, now we're talking about someone who justifies not just the top 10 pick in this draft, but maybe someone who should have went higher than 10 and kind of does a little bit of everything for what Milwaukee's looking for in the short term and the long term. I really love that pick if that's actually what happens here on draft night.
Completely agree. Golden State feels chalk. I'm just gonna go Yaks. Like we've covered him extensively. The fit, the timeline, the versatility. I think it all makes sense. I would look for them to potentially trade back, and maybe with those Charlotte picks. 12 OKC.
I'm gonna throw this off the rails. Okay. I'm gonna do it. You asked me at the top if I had a spicy hot take I had to get off my chest. I've been saying it privately to you guys for at least a week and a half, possibly longer. If there is one team to just completely torch this part of the draft and just throw us all for a loop, we know it's OKC. Every single time they've had a lottery pick, almost every time they've had a lottery pick in this range, or at least the first lottery pick that they've had in a draft of recent under Sam Presti, they've looked for youth, and then they've looked for that intersection of size, ball handling ability, and shooting. Alan Graves checks a lot of those boxes, Metcalf.
Yes, he does.
I I think if he just feels like a Thunder player, and I think if they really want him, I don't know if they'd have to trade up for him to prevent anyone from taking him.
Mhm.
But I do think that there's a decent chance that he might not be there at 17 for their other first round pick. Like, this is where I could see them kind of planting their flag and taking their guy. Because just a few years ago, we didn't think they were going to take Topic where they did, just based on where they're at with the roster and some other things. Like, we haven't brought up Alan Graves here at all. I've just kind of been trying to piece some of the dots together. That's a crazy thing I think could happen. So, Graves to OKC.
Don't disagree with you. 13, Milwaukee. I think I'm gonna. I want to go Adaimara, but the fact that they also just brought in Khalil Ware, that gets
A little
really
funky.
crowded, really clunky, really quickly. So we're just gonna go with a guy who I think fits literally anywhere. I personally, I would leap at Morez Johnson, but I think Cam Carr just makes a lot of sense and connects to some smoke there as well. And it's what we did on the mock. So
I agree with you wholeheartedly about Cameron Carr. That makes a ton of sense. I would say though, like, if this was not just what we're projecting, what we think would happen or what really could happen, and you would have went Morez there, he'd be really interesting though with Khalil Ware, because like Ware can actually space the floor a little bit. I think he needs
the problem
a few of
is
those
like,
concerns.
Khalil Ware kind of sucks. So
Listen, everyone in the chat, if you were a Miami Heat fan or you're a Khalil Ware fan, he said it, not me.
correct. Been saying it for years. Charlotte at 14.
Charlotte at 14. I would probably go Hans Steinbach here. I think the opportunity to take a player who we continue to hear will not make it past 15 in this draft. I think Charlotte's one of those spots that makes a ton of sense. They need rebounding in the worst way, Metcalf. They need physicality in the front court. They need interior force. All of the other pie in the sky elements that could possibly come together for him about his game. The one thing we know that he will do from day one is rebound on both ends of the floor. I think he makes a lot of sense at that forward spot.
All right, that's the lottery. Let's run through these a little quick because we are rapidly running out of time. I think 15 is the floor for Morez, and I would be shocked if I think Hannes and Morez are going to go 14-15 in some order, and it wouldn't shock me if Chicago tries to trade up and Charlotte responds by doing the same. I'm going to go Morez Johnson.
I agree with you. I'll go Christian Anderson for Memphis. There's been a lot of smoke there. That seems to be a pick that's coming back around for Memphis. I think that's a good one that happens. He makes a ton of sense with how they're building out that roster.
OKC, let's go value. I think Adaimara easily could have gone at 12. Now.
We've heard he could slide though. Like it's not crazy.
Let's see. Charlotte again.
I will go Bennett Sturtz. I think he's another hot name that we've heard for the Charlotte Hornets. Makes a lot of sense. If you go get Hans Steinbach at 14, go get a guard who can shoot the lights out, give you some more backcourt support at 18.
All right, Toronto. This is where I'm going to stop the Phylon slide.
Okay.
We had a pretty big debate about it on our mock. We went with Terrace Reed. I trust the staff. Just want to kind of go a little different direction. And I think Phylon could really be in the mix there.
I'm with you, man. Listen, that 20, the San Antonio Spurs, we might be looking for a little more shooting, might be looking for a center, but they love physical downhill players. And even though I'm not as high on him, one physical downhill player, you had your mouse right over him, Kareem Lopez. I think he makes a ton of sense for the San Antonio Spurs. Feels like a Spursy pick.
Oh, all right. Detroit.
Remember, it's not what we would do, Metcalf. We're trying to predict.
No. Man, did this fall like the worst case scenario for Detroit?
For Detroit, absolutely. I mean, Isaiah Evans is still on the board. He's been linked to Detroit a lot.
He has. I still think they go point guard. I'm going to go Abuka Okori.
It's a fun choice.
But I like Christian Anderson and or Bennett Sturtz there a lot better. Philly.
So consistently have heard Chris Sinak for Philly. We've heard Zubi Ejiofor, and there's been a lot of mocks out there throwing out Dalen Swain out of Texas if he would get to the spot. If this is how the board broke, I actually think it would be Dalen Swain. I really do. I think they can go athletic swing, someone who can pressure the rim and play multiple spots on defense.
All right. Atlanta went Kingston Flemings. Oh, boy.
Terrace Reed staring you in the face.
Yeah, I'm going to go Terrace. I don't have any intel there, but it makes sense. So
if Terrace is going at 23, I think Zuby Ejiofor is going at 24 to the New York Knicks. Bring back in the New York City enforcer, Zuby Ejiofor.
Lakers. I think if Terrace Reed is there, they go Terrace Reed. Otherwise, I think Evans.
Isaiah Evans makes a lot of sense. At Denver at 26. I still think they go guard. I would actually say Malik Thomas here. I think at 26 is a nice upside story for that team.
Interesting. Boston. I'm gonna go Joshua Jefferson.
You're making Rucker very happy wherever he is listening to that pick. Brooklyn at 28 would have literally nothing to lose in this spot. This is the Jane Quaint spot. Yeah, 100%.
Cleveland. Let's see. I'm gonna go Vasar.
Vasar is the popular mock, and then to finish it out to Dallas at number 30. Man, the Nate Man pick is interesting. I want to take Koa Pete. That's probably what they would do, but like, can we take a non-shooter after drafting a questionable shooter with a first lottery pick? Like, I don't know if we can do that. I'll say it though. I'll say Koa Pete so we can get out of the mock.
Alrighty. Well, there are grades. Oof, brutal. D for Alan Graves. They're the results, but I think we're gonna have some fun tonight. I think it's gonna get weird. I think there's gonna be a good amount of chaos. And speaking of chaos, we're gonna bring up Albert Gim.
Here we go.
Who I'm not sure was ready to be on camera. Albert, what's up, buddy? I'm also going to bring back up Tyler Rucker.
And can we wish Albert Gim a happy birthday in the chat?
And I'm going to duck out for about 10 minutes. See you, boys.
Happy birthday
to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Albert. Happy birthday to you.
It's my favorite thing to remember every draft morning is also it's Albert Gim's birthday. Someone in the group chat throws, "Hey Albert, happy birthday." Look, we got everyone's giving Albert the love. Rucker got his coffee. That's true. Albert from Nick. Shout out Nick. How we doing?
There's no way you're doing this without coffee. We knew you were getting some coffee.
Without? I'm round 3 right now. I'm thinking of my undrafted list already. Albert, how we doing? I've never seen a person on a better high lately. Knicks. The Celtics don't get Giannis, so you were happy about that last night. I was like, nothing can knock this man down right now. And now you got your birthday and the draft. Like, what a run.
I actually wasn't happy about Boston not getting Giannis. I actually thought that would have been really interesting for y'all. As much as I love the Knicks, and this is a serious thing, as much as I love the Knicks, I've never considered the Celtics a rival because you guys have such a deep and rich history. I think it's ridiculous to put ourselves at that level. So I do have some self-awareness as a Knicks fan. So I've never thought of us being like rivals to you guys. If anything, I was just wondering, just because of everything that we've seen from Jaylen Brown and his very successful Twitch streaming channel, just wondering what that relationship looks like. And then since the Giannis trade isn't happening, where does Boston kind of go next was kind of my main question. I think it's a pretty wild one, and we might see some stuff tonight even regarding that.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's up in the air. Seems like the writing's on the wall for maybe this is a new direction with the Celtics. I think they knew probably what they were getting into when it finally came out that, like, hey, Jaylen was offered. I also just think, like, hey, it was a little dangerous last year for him to get a little taste of what it's like to be the guy. We've seen that NBA history where it's kind of like, all right, guys are kind of like, all right, I'd like my time to be number one alpha. But also the Knicks being awesome is better for the NBA. Like it's electric every time there's a Knicks game. You feel how just like the crowd pops are legendary, and that team has come along and been like just an awesome construction of that roster. So Boston's got a long way to go. I'm furious they're not in the lottery, but they just decided to like, hey, let's get some guys and overachieve by like 100 levels. But yeah, anyways, Nathan, what are we feeling? How are we doing right now? They're showing everyone in suits. I want to get Albert's opinion too on the top 3 suits, but Corey tried to give us like his rundown and he was very complimentary to a lot, but I feel like Albert's more of the expert.
Yeah, we definitely need Albert's take. I mean, listen, Cam Boozer looks like he's ready to rock and roll. Like that's definitely one of my favorite suits of the night, but we need a professional's opinion on these draft fits. Albert, come on, what do you got?
I wouldn't say I'm a professional, but the one thing that is clear is that some of the guys kind of went the non-traditional route. I really like AJ Devonta's jacket. I feel like he went a very interesting route with like the strings on the side. He's tying that together. I like that. This is the year of the double-breasted suit coming back. This has been a big trend this year. A lot of people wearing the double-breasted suit.
That's what me and Nathan were talking about last night.
Yep.
Big year for double-breasted suits.
I mean, I get it though. Interestingly enough, I just went to a wedding in Italy and I bought a double-breasted suit for the wedding as well. So it's a big trend right now, and I get it. These things are all cyclical, right? These things all come around. So looking at it though, like some of them also went pretty conservative. I do want to give a shout out to Kareem Lopez though. I love how he paid homage to his Mexican heritage, having the Mexican flag in there, being the first ever Mexican born player to potentially get taken in the first round is history. We're literally going to be witnessing history tonight. So that's super cool. But yeah, I think they've made a lot of interesting choices. Darren's suit looks pretty straightforward.
The Men in Black, yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Love
but
that.
that's also his personality, right? He's all about business. He doesn't care about pretty much anything else other than basketball. So yeah, it looks like some of these guys went chalk. Boozer with the light colored suit, I like.
Yep.
I like that one. Yeah, matches him well. Looks good. So I don't have much hate either. I think I'm on board with what some of the stuff Corey said.
Chat wanted to let you know that nice little humble brag there about wedding in Italy. After we just talked about all the highs you're on, you're like, by the way, I just went to a wedding at Italy. So
Sorry.
no, shout out to the chat. Unbelievable. The support has been fantastic today. Numbers have been awesome. We'll be announcing to you guys when they're coming on stage. We'll announce the picks. We're going to be breaking down, giving analysis of them. We're not going to be showing we can't do it, guys. We
Nope.
can't show the stream or else the feds would come knocking. So we'll be talking about everything. We'll have some stat graphics up on the screen as well. But Albert, I haven't.
We made it
yeah.
this long, Rucker. We can't get fired on draft night. We can't get
No,
fired.
no, we're too
we
deep
made
in.
it this long.
Too deep in. Me and Mick have had this idea to do this long, lengthy stream, and right now I'm like, well, what are we thinking? We've got another soldier coming on stage too, and he's better with the boxes and everything. So we're gonna get weird. I think we're gonna do an ESPN tribute where we're just gonna have like 15 people's faces
I love it.
around a tribute. So this is
There
great.
he is.
Corey Tolba. Albert
we
gave us
are.
the suit rundown too, so we needed another one, and then he's just been on a heater of humble brags, Italy, championships, good vibes. I can't believe I'm alive right now. 4 hours in.
Crazy.
How we doing, Corey?
Feeling great. Went with my big coffee mug for this one.
Oh,
That looks nice.
We're not sponsored.
Suitors. No,
We're
free
not
shouts,
sponsored.
so no logo.
But I have my Carl Anthony Towns Gatorade because I'm trying to be a champ tonight.
Oh, nice.
hydrate.
Can someone in the
Let's
chat
check
just
it
give us a
out.
ticker for how many times Albert brings up the championship or Italy?
No more. I'm done.
No, I'm pumped for you. Pumped for New York. Shout out Steven. What are we feeling, guys?
Exhausted. Oh, the draft. Excited.
We need an
shouts-
8-pick trade to get the adrenaline going. Sorry,
I
I'll go
cannot
ahead.
wait for some chaos.
I was gonna say really quickly. I think as I prepared for the draft tonight, all I could think about was like, what if we're like getting ready for the wildest draft we've ever covered as a collective at No Ceilings. Last night, as we were kind of working through the Intel mock, we had like long bouts of silence because we were just like, man, this feels like the weirdest year ever, and Intel seems to be all over the place, and that is making me wonder if this is just going to be the wildest night ever. Maybe we get a million trades. Maybe we see guys get drafted all over the board that we never expected. I'm just really excited and pumped to have the best night ever with you guys. I'm really excited.
I think that silence was prolonged from Rucker having to find out that the Celtics didn't get Giannis, and so he was kind of just in a dark place for a little bit, trying to figure that out. But
It was the Jerry West video that Kyle Mann, shout out Kyle Mann for coming on, but always tweets with just "Hello darkness, my old friend," and I feel like I was just kind of like, all right, so we're not going to be good at all, and we're going to trade Jalen for nothing. I was like, yeah, I see how this plays out. I was like, when does football season start? Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
yeah,
Oh, bad.
where are we at, fellas? Number one. I know we're projecting AJ DiBatsa. Do we all still think it's AJ? Metcalf and I just got weird. We did a mock draft with Darren, going number one overall, the Washington Wizards. We had a good conversation about it. Boozer goes 1. Somebody in the chat. Let's go.
Wouldn't
I'd be
shock
clapping
me.
for that one.
Would not shock me.
Are we at the point where nothing's going to shock us?
Probably.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Maybe.
I was shocked by Mike Hill's suit. Do we want to run that conversation back?
Yeah.
I actually didn't see his suit. What was he wearing?
Was that a
Albert,
prom? Was that a prom
You're
suit?
gonna be very disappointed. No, it's not. It was a junior prom suit.
It's
From like
I
1978.
I described it as like a Inside Out Dumb and Dumber baby blue,
Oh no!
Yeah.
white with the baby blue inside.
Oh no!
No, it was like if your junior prom was themed Easter.
Oh,
Oh,
gosh,
no.
that one might be better.
Jesus! Now I gotta look for him.
Nah, you don't want to. You'll take it.
Shout out to Michael, friend of the program, but we roasted your draft suit.
Yeah,
we
he's about to go.
consistently talk about him as PG1. A little ribbing about a suit is okay.
It's fine. Adam Silver approaches the podium to, I guess.
Getting booed as usual.
Man, he looks even skinnier than usual. Brother's lost some weight. Whew. Stressed out.
I don't even know what to say to that, Albert.
Sorry. He looks even thinner than usual. Oh man. Look at these guys.
He probably can't contain his excitement either. It's gonna be a great night.
Just a quick one for everyone in the chat. We had a question. Yes, do not tip picks.
Yeah.
We will be on the watch. This is for fun. This is for excitement. That's all I got.
It always looks nice on screen, but Corey and I can attest after attending the 2021 NBA draft, it's a pretty miserable in-person experience. It's not super fun. And then like we couldn't stay off of our phones because we kept getting notifications about the picks and then seeing guys up there wearing the wrong hats. It's just not a fun experience.
I didn't have the same service that you had then
Oh,
because I did not get tipped on it.
oops.
Just Albert's so bougie. First he's talking about double-breasted suits from Italy, and now he's talking about cell service that works.
That's
an
number
arena?
3 for the chat. That's 3 humble brag.
This is reverse bullying.
No, but here's the thing.
Complimenting you on your success.
Here's the thing though. Like that was a real wild card situation because Albert has California service. You know, you don't know
Yep.
what service is rocking at the Barclays Center. Like my service is great for Long Island, but for Atlantic Ave, Brooklyn,
It's not
so
looking
much.
hot.
Hey, shout out to ESPN. Just right out of the gate when the Wizards are on the clock, being like, "Hey, Kwame Brown."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, probably could have started it with John Wall and then
Yeah, probably could
transitioned
have
to
started
Kwame.
there.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Oh man.
How
I
many
don't-
trades do we think are going to happen tonight? Like, if I had to set an over/under, like, what's a fair over/under for trades? Because, like, I think
3.5.
once we get to the 20s,
It's a good number.
no, I actually like that. Yeah, I like that line. I might go
3.5.
over. I think when we get to the 20s, it's going to get nuts.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess it depends. Like, well, it's just the first round, so that's the only thing.
It's just the first round.
Yeah.
3.5 is a good number.
Yeah.
Want to say under?
I think I lean under.
Okay.
But the problem is, I always think like, there's not good, and there's always like,
Yeah.
They come out of nowhere.
There'll be like 4 or 5 straight ones in like the 20s of teams just like bouncing around.
Yeah.
Didn't the Knicks like 3 years ago make like 3 straight trade backs by like 2
Yeah.
picks each time?
It was when we were streaming too, and I just wanted to throw my computer out the window. So yeah, I had no idea what was going on.
oh gosh, I gotta mute my notifications.
Feeling good
Woo,
about
that
Bulls
was careful.
trades.
Yeah.
Fortunately for
Corey,
me,
you're the Bulls guy, Corey. What do you think?
What just happened? What did I miss?
No, I said I just gotta mute my notifications before I get ruined. The picks. That's all I was saying.
what do I think? I don't think anything. I think it's wait and see. The last time I thunk, the Bulls drafted Patrick Williams at 4.
Oh boy.
So
That one worked, right?
for his rookie year, certainly everyone was stoked. This is why we don't judge players based off their rookie year.
I think you're going to be pretty happy tonight, Corey. I think you're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I mean, Caleb Wilson's been my favorite player. Who let the dogs out?
Mike Brown.
Sorry, boys.
Mike Brown entered the chat. Special guest.
Do we count that?
Rucker
Is that another humble brag? Do we count that in the chat?
No.
Knicks
no.
championship?
No. That was Rucker. He invited Mike Brown to his house.
That was serendipity.
Literally, guys, that was Kwame Brown right after. He's here. Sorry, guys.
I think the Bulls can only disappoint me by not taking whoever's left at the top 4. At 15, it's a beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You're playing with house money. Swing for your guy. I have my preferences. Granted, we'll see who's actually available, but just don't do something stupid.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good philosophy to live by in the NBA draft.
Yeah, I mean, I could appreciate confidence, but the last time a Chicago Bulls executive appreciated confidence, they drafted Patrick Williams.
That's a great
about
one.
Corey's Bulls. I can bring up my Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh yeah.
I want Zuby Ejiofor, guys. That's who I want. Is that realistic for me to dream about at 22? Do we think he goes earlier? Do we think they go an entirely different direction? Nick's going off in the chat. We love that.
Take us
I
in,
mean-
by the way, folks.
This pick has been in for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, look at the network. You know what? I think there's a lot of Zuby teams that would make a ton of sense. I'm very interested to see if someone pulls the trigger, but smart player. We all talk about we love Zuby. I feel like some teams can be really smart wherever they take him. Yeah, I agree. I also can't stand when the first pick he'd take a while on the clock. What have you been doing the last couple months?
Well, they've got to build up the drama, man. They got the anticipation, the excitement.
Sure.
Not like we haven't been waiting for months for this pick to be made, but
Dog's just growling, so he's really on edge about this pick. He's put a lot on the sports book. Oh, they've got 5 too, guys. We're okay.
I was just about to say.
Shout out Tim Legler.
Who's
I
it
want
gonna
the
be,
pick
Albert?
already. I had a, it's crazy. I had a dream last night that Peterson went number 1, and I woke up not feeling great about stuff. So
Here comes Mr.
Here
Silver.
it is.
Didn't mean
it's
to
got to
interrupt
be
you, Albert.
Debanza. Come on, please.
There it is.
AJ to
There it
Bam.
is.
Wow.
Okay.
Went with his government.
Junior drop?
Now the draft begins, everybody.
Makes
Now
sense.
the draft begins indeed.
What if we just got Woj out of nowhere? Stone Cold Steve Austin music? Let's talk about it, folks. What are we thinking?
I think it makes sense. He's got incredible upside. 6'9", 6'10", awesome athlete. Probably the best shot creator, versatile scorer in the draft. We saw the playmaking improve throughout the year. I like the on-ball defense coming into the year. The defense this year was kind of a mess, but he feels like he was built in the lab to be the number 1 pick, and I think he fits seamlessly into this Washington rotation, like from day one.
I don't remember if it was Nathan who said it. Somebody said it, but there's like a star power to him that he really, like you mentioned, Metcalf, like he really fits the mold of what you'd expect the number 1 pick to look like. And regardless of all the counting stats that we see here on the board from our beautiful draft guide, shouts to the team. But regardless of the stats, like he has this aura about him, this confidence about him. Corey and I got to see him at LMU, and he kind of really did carry himself like he knew he was going to be the number 1 pick. And he was really just, set on preparing himself to be the number 1 pick and to lead this Washington franchise into a new era. And now with them having, he's going to walk into the NBA with a legitimate point guard and Trae Young with him and all the other young guys that they've got. Washington becomes insanely interesting from day one. And I think grabbing AJ here with the front court and the back court, just the overall roster that they have, Washington fans can start to dream a little bit. It may not be immediate in year 1, but in year 2, maybe they're pushing for a 5 seed in the East. Who knows, right? All that is on the table now when you take a guy like AJ, who's an alpha number 1 type of prospect. So I think it was the right pick.
Albert, I'm with you. Like when I heard Michael Winger kind of say that quote about what they're looking for and who they're looking for at number 1, and he was talking about, we want someone who can be an ambassador for the city, not just for the franchise, but for the city. And you just listen to AJ Dibonsa and all these interviews and how he carries himself. Like you were saying, Albert, he really was carrying himself like he thought he was the number 1 pick and he was going to be the number 1 pick. Like how electric of a personality he is. He's outspoken, but he's confident. And that's exactly the type of person you would want to draft at number 1 to be that ambassador for not just your franchise, but for the city you play. And it just makes sense on so many different levels.
25.5 points per game. Not
Mic
per
drop.
40.
Mic drop.
Not per 40. I mean, he really lived up to every expectation that people had for him. Maybe even exceeded it. I if you gave me 25.5 points per game, I would have took the under.
Corey, I didn't get to see him with you and Albert when you saw him in a workout setting, but like when we were at the Garden watching him against Clemson, like that was one of the best in-person prospect takeovers I've seen in a half of basketball. Because it wasn't just what he did as a scorer. It was in that second half. He worked the middle of a floor as a passer. He made everyone else around him better, which has been one of the criticisms about him, is that he might not be as quote unquote willing of a passer as maybe some would want him to be. He can do that at a very high level. And that was just one of the things that stuck out to me this entire cycle of 25.5 points per game. We know how downhill scorer he is. He can pressure the rim, draw fouls, get to the free throw line. But if that passing really is next level and comes together for him, like how special of a talent is he at 6'9", 7'1" wingspan, all the tools, everything we're talking about, like that's what a number 1 pick looks like.
Yeah, we've been saying it for years, right? Like
Yeah.
it was written years ago. He's one of those guys like a Cooper Flagg who, you know, you've been following, and we see time and again, like the guys who were deemed the number 1 pick years in advance is not always easy to live up to that. So the fact that when you get a guy who actually does and lives up to that hype, I think it's impressive.
I'll never forget his junior year in high school when we saw him at the Nike Hoop Summit. I remember I was sitting next to you in the gym, and you were just watching him so intensely. And I looked over, and you were just kind of silent. And then you turned to me, you go, "Damn, is he just young T-Mac?" And 2 years later, now he's the number 1 pick. And I think that comp still lives, and it's possible that he becomes that type of player. But to transition a little bit here, the number 2 pick might be the most exciting pick of the night. Like, we literally have no idea what's going to happen. Obviously, we have some hunches about what we think is going to happen, but this might be the biggest, most important pick of the whole night here. Metcalf, I'm not crazy to feel that way, right?
No. I personally, I would go Darren Peterson, but I understand going Cam Boozer. There are a lot of coincidental links for Cam Boozer to go to Utah, on top of the fact that he's really, really good at basketball. So we've really kind of been firmly set in Darren and AJ at 1 and 2, but I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be guaranteed.
There it is.
Yes.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is. All right.
Darren Peterson to the Utah Jazz. The best guards I've ever scouted since we've been doing this. I like the fit with him and Keontae. I know there's a lot of agency stuff about them potentially not wanting to be out there together, or at least on the same team, and taking away from each other. But I think they're immediately one of the most exciting teams next year. And I think they're a real chance to like battle for like a top 6 seed in the West next year.
Really big smile for a guy that didn't want to go to Utah. On a serious note, I think this is a heck of a pick for Utah. I think this was the right one. I love Cam. I love both of them, but I think I like the fit with him and Keontae alongside. I think the talent is unbelievable. I really do feel like this is a perfect example of just like, guys, sometimes it's just the year we're expecting from these prospects. It doesn't live up to it. And that does not mean that their whole career is going to be like that. But everything you asked around about with Darren, I feel like me personally, I've probably asked about him more than any like superstar prospect ever. I never got one bad thing about Darren. So if this hits, this is a superstar talent for Utah, and it could get really fun and scary in a hurry. But just fascinating to see that they just went for it and see how it plays out. But the potential now, I love it with Ace Bailey. I think it makes Ace's game go to another level, makes it a little easier. But man, if he's cooking and he's healthy and everything's going, I feel like Summer League even he's going to remind people of just what he can do.
I just want to say really quickly, the point that you made about the fit with Keontae, I couldn't agree with more. And I think that's one where we've seen Keontae grow as a scorer in the league, but also his playmaking has grown a ton too, right? And it's a situation now with Darren being a guy who can also handle the ball. Now you have to worry about both guys. And both guys can play off the ball as well. And so the combination of both guys being able to create with the ball in their hands and be threats without it, I love that tandem. And to your point about Ace Bailey and the front court that they've got, there's a lot to be excited about and what their future looks like because of all the talent that they've put together on this roster.
This is also back-to-back years of guys being rumored to not want to go to Utah, and Utah being like, we don't care. We think you're the best player. Welcome to Utah. And just kind of calling their shot. I think that's a really cool move by their front office and continuing to build. I really like their team.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Metcalf. For those keeping score at home, that's 2 for 2 now, 2 years in a row that front office has done that. So
Did they fix?
You're muted, Corey.
Of course I am. I was talking to KOC today because he interviewed Darren, and KOC's been a little apprehensive about Darren throughout the cycle. And I was like, so after you interviewed him and you spoke with him, I was like, do you feel better? Do you feel the same? And he was like, I feel much better. He's like, the kid gets it. Like awesome personality, tapped in. He's like, and you won't believe how many people around the league have been calling me to like continue to get intel on the kid. And but he was like, I feel so much like I feel great about the kid, and I moved him on my board after the interview itself. So we also have to remember, oftentimes these are kids. They're not going to handle every media situation perfectly. They're 18, 19 years old. So he's an incredible talent. I really hope that he looks like the guy that he did in high school athletically. But even if he doesn't, he just had one of the best freshman guard seasons on record when he didn't. So like there's a pretty awesome floor there as well.
Sham's saying that they flew out to Ohio to meet with Darren, talked about his mentality and everything, and Darren expressed that he wanted to be part of the Utah Jazz and he was excited to play alongside everyone. So
Love that.
love that.
And he's an incredible fit with Will Hardy's system.
Oh, for sure.
That's what I'm like the most excited about. I'm like, oh my gosh, Will Hardy now is going to be creating for those three guys, and then you have Jaren Jackson, whatever Walker Kessler situation happens, but like this team gets really interesting fast. Now I know we're putting some lofty expectations on a rookie coming in, but it's not just a rookie. This is a guy that has firepower around him as well. So I don't know. I think it's going to be one of these guys that we just look really quickly and be like, oh yeah, okay. He's starting to look like the old Darren that we saw as a high school prospect, and we were just so excited about. I mean, I just feel like this happens a lot where we get caught up in kind of like, man, like this year wasn't what we were expecting, but that doesn't mean it's going to tell the whole story. And I think Darren's just going to be a bad man as a rookie.
Listen, we know that we kind of think about shooting with the Utah Jazz when we're talking about that team because of how good Lauri Markkanen's been there, because of guys like Bryce Sensabaugh, Keontae George. They have threats at different positions, but they ranked 21st in three-point attempt rate last year in the NBA. Darren Peterson was averaging like almost 14 threes per 100 by himself at Kansas. That team is going to immediately improve their three-point shooting in a big way. Looks like we're getting another pick.
There it is.
All right.
Damn Boozer. Yeah.
Man,
3 for 3, everyone.
Chalk.
I gave a long talk about how this draft could be really exciting and twists and turns, and we've just gone
Yeah,
chop the
but
first
we
three.
didn't
No,
really
we were
ex-
expecting it.
We
Yeah.
didn't really expect much chaos in like the first four.
You
Like,
mean
we knew what
Jalen
names
Brown
were.
didn't get traded to Utah at the second spot? What?
Can we talk about how insane Zach Edey and Cameron Boozer could be in the front court? Because it is like this is immediately. I love Darren at 2 to Utah. I love that fit. I still love AJ at 1, but like this fit could be a dream for Grizzlies fans, especially with everything that's been going on with that franchise. Like now you get Cameron Boozer, you put him with Edey, you have Cedric Howard. You're rolling a little bit right now.
I want to ask Metcalf because I consider Metcalf to be like one of the defensive specialists here at No Ceilings. And like I do want to ask him about, are you concerned with the Edey Boozer front court from that aspect?
No, I think it makes Boozer's life even easier, I guess, because I don't think Boozer was playing at 250 this last year. I think he was a lot heavier. And I hopefully if he actually is around 250, 245 going into the season, I think it's going to make his perimeter defense a lot better. And more of like what we saw in high school, where he was sliding his feet, where he was anticipating stuff, and he was being a little more reactionary, and having a little more of that front court depth, I think is going to allow him to play with a little more of physicality and consistency on that end of the floor. Because like at Duke, I thought he was really bad on defense, but I do think context and philosophy and what they asked him to do and not get in foul trouble and all that kind of stuff also played a major factor into that. Because if he was in foul trouble, they were awful. So I'm hoping that we see him slim down a little bit, where he just gets a little lighter on his feet, like we saw in high school. Because like he moved really, really well in high school, and he just looked like a different level of athlete.
I will say this: one important aspect of playing defense is ending possessions on the defensive glass.
Yeah,
and good luck boxing out Edie and Boozer when you're on the floor together.
I appreciate the Chicago Bulls understanding the assignment and just pick us in just immediately.
Usually a really good sign.
We love that. We love
Usually
that.
a really good sign.
But we kind of pass on the crucial, important question of the night. Does Carlos Boozer return to work tomorrow for the Utah Jazz?
That was a hot topic of conversation when we were going through our war room exercises yesterday.
Very interesting quote before the draft to drop. Also, his suit was very impressive, and I've never seen a man chew gum that aggressively.
He's still chewing gum aggressively.
He's still doing it.
Corey,
It's the only thing I can look at now.
for you,
It's driving me insane. I'm like, can you guys please talk? I can't look at it anymore.
Corey, for you with the Bulls at 4, how excited are you to add Kareem Lopez to this roster? What is that going to look like? I know it's the pick you wanted, so.
That's 11 picks later, Albert. Come on. That's not now.
Well, that we both got a chance to talk with Kareem, and we're big fans.
Yep. Yeah, big fans. But it would hurt your feelings if Caleb Wilson wasn't the pick here for sure.
Yeah, it would do more than hurt my feelings.
But Corey, I do want to say it's wild that your favorite prospect in the draft looks like he's going to go to your team. Like, when's the last time that's happened to you? This is exciting stuff.
Derrick Rose.
Oh.
To be completely honest, they get a bad rap with Bulls fans, but almost every year, John Paxson drafted my favorite player. Like Kirk Heinrich, Ben Gordon, Joakim Noah. Like, really good track record for Garpax drafting. Miss those dudes.
It's a new era. It's a new regime. Time for optimism, excitement.
Slap. Yeah, slap.
Come on.
No, I'm excited.
Slap it up.
I'm excited. I'm excited for slap. Or I'll let you know if I'm excited for slap in about a minute. Because I'll tell you one thing. If this isn't Caleb Wilson, I'm out.
Yeah. Slap.
Completely out. Like, that's it.
Corey will be slapping somebody if it's not Caleb Wilson.
I am basketball agnostic at that point. Like, just out until it'll be a Dolan situation, like where people were like, I'm out until Dolan sells the team, like until the Reinsdorfs are gone, which is never, because the youngest one took over. So let's hope it's Caleb Wilson.
If there's anything that could surprise me, like Young Hansen last year when he was drafted at that spot, and we just had no idea that was coming, it would be someone other than Caleb Wilson going to the Bulls here. So,
can we see the Bulls big board right there on that screen in the war room? That was crazy.
Here comes the tall man.
Ah.
All right.
And
Merry Christmas.
Starts.
Okay.
This is actually when the party starts.
They showed the Bulls war room, and everyone just like couldn't stop smiling. It was just amazing. I was like, okay.
Whew.
Good.
Guys, I'm so excited for this next portion of the draft because I think everyone has a different opinion about all of these guards that are coming up in conversation. We can continue to talk Caleb Wilson, but like maybe I'm just being a little bit overeager about
you are.
What's
you are
a little bit, just a little
We're
bit.
We're gonna talk about Caleb Wilson.
Corey's like
Nate, you could talk about
of all time.
What do you think?
Talk about we're going to do at 10 though.
you could talk about Seth Trimble at 22 or whatever the Sixers are picking.
Oh, nice.
Jeez.
Okay, Corey, tell Bulls fans why they need to be all in. This has been a guy you've been hyping up all year. I mean, why should Bulls fans be like, this is going to be different, this one's going to hit? Like, what do you get excited about?
I mean, you start out with, you got arguably the most athletic dude with like the best anthros in the draft, 6'10", 6'10 and a half. Dude had, I think, 67 dunks, which was the most by a freshman by like 12 dunks. And he did that in 12 less games. Like just an absolute athletic freak, killer in the mid range, and like an adequate free throw shooter. So I think that speaks to the fact that like there's a chance that he shoots threes eventually. Right now, it was pretty rough, 26% on pretty low volume at North Carolina. But this is a dude who is going to be a two-way beast. Like, I know his defense is not perfect, but I think he's so disruptive. And I mean, for all of the little inconsistencies there, like he had some killer moments on that end too. And that's really what I look for. I mean, the consistency is great. It's not always there for young players, but if they're showing that they can do things consistently, then it's just a matter of unlocking it. And hopefully Thiago Splitter can do that. He also like allows Chicago to be really big. Like Modest and Caleb Wilson are huge as a 3-4, and I think they can play interchangeably on the wing. Really interesting passer, and the kid wants to be great. I mean, I don't think anybody's given better quotes. I think Boozer has the line of the cycle with, if you want to hang banners, pick me. But Caleb Wilson's just been time after time just being like, I want to be the best ever. Like, I'm going to work harder than everybody. I take things personally, like all that. Like, he's going to be an incredible ambassador for like a new era for the Chicago Bulls. I don't think the Bulls have really had a player to get excited about in a really long time in the draft. Like even going before Arnishovis, like Kobe White's cool. Wendell Carter's cool, right? I mean, Laurie was really great. But that also came on a night where they traded Jimmy Butler, which was a lot of emotion. So this is like the first time, and they're going to get another crack at a player, and a really good one in a little bit. Like, I think this is a really exciting night for Chicago.
What do you think about the Bulls' direction, like where they're headed now in the front court, as far as, like, you mentioned Modest and Caleb playing interchangeable positions at that forward, the wing spot. They went with another guy in a trade last night with Nick Claxton. Front court might be a little thin, but they're also like really, really versatile now, Corey.
Yeah, I don't really particularly care about the Nick Claxton trade. I mean, Jalen Smith's probably better than Nick Claxton, and he fits better next to Caleb Wilson. I don't think either of those guys are like there in the long term. I mean, sure. But we talk about like wings and maybe guards are going to be available. Like, there might be a big available for Chicago at 15 too. Mm-hmm. So like you could be looking at a Merez like possibly at 15. Or there's smoke that the Bulls are trying to trade up a little bit, a couple of spots too. So they might be thinking like, hey, we can solidify our front court. They also have Noah Senge in the front court, right? So there's and as much as I thought people got ahead of themselves with him at times during his draft year, like I still think he's a good prospect, Noah. And apparently he's now a 7-footer too. Everybody, Rucker is just growing to be 7 feet tall now. Amari Williams.
I saw Amari Williams is now 7'2". I was like, no, that's interesting.
You get a 7-footer. You get a
7-footer.
So we'll see. I'm excited though.
By the way, first, the clock hit 0. So I was like, is this an NFL draft situation where like the Nets could have just sprinted up there and been like, Keaton Walker. But also ESPN cut to Wagler, who was smirking, and I was like, Did you just tip it? But we'll see. This is going to be pick is in, so we're getting a little interesting right now.
Looks like the Clippers had some sort of fan watch party, and all the fans are wearing brand new merch. So I don't know if they're fans.
I saw it. I was like, that's cool. Wow. A lot of empty seats, actually. Here comes Mr. Silver.
Here we
Put a
go.
little pep in our step.
Okay. All right.
Keaton
You're right,
Wagler.
Albert. He did in fact tip it a little bit.
So we're
That's
5 for
exciting.
5 on our mock.
We sure are.
Yeah, we are.
I'm so happy.
Mess
This
this
is
up,
great.
Troy Weaver. I dare you.
So I know that when we were putting our composite board together, it was basically a tie between Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown Jr.
Yeah.
How many of us here actually had Keaton Wagler at 5 on our boards on this stream right here?
I did
Who had
not.
him at 5?
Albert.
I've had him at 5 since January. Didn't move him.
So it was me and Albert then.
Humble brag tracker is now at 5. But Albert, talk to us why you've been so
Yes.
like a believer of Keaton. I feel like you got to see him in person and you were just right after like, oh man, I'm in. So like, what was it for you?
I think like it's a 2-part thing for me. I think the first thing is like just watching him play in person a couple of times this year. He just really sold me because the 2 times that I got to see him in person, he didn't have his best games. He played against USC and UCLA, and they weren't his best games. But the thing that I loved about it was that he continued to make an impact. Whether he was hitting shots from outside or he was moving the ball or he was, competing on defense. One of the games, the defense was so-so. But just with him, I think I love the story. The fact that, he was kind of unheralded coming out of high school and he really proved everyone wrong. And he had an unbelievable freshman season. And if I kind of get into like the granular things with him, like I think offensively, he's such a versatile guy, a guy who you could put the ball in his hands. He can create for you. He can run ball screens. He can get downhill. I get it. He's skinny. No one's denying that. But the thing that I've enjoyed about him is even though he is skinny, he plays through contact and he's shown that he's not afraid of that. And also he walks into the league with an elite skill. I think he's going to be an elite shooter, a guy who can really shoot the ball off the dribble, off the catch, which just makes him really dynamic. The fact that he's going to be able to do stuff for you on and off ball. And, he's not a perfect prospect either, and why he didn't go number 1. He's going to have to continue to, clean some stuff up, and especially on the defensive end of the ball, you want to see him lock in a little bit more at times. But I kind of waver on that too, because when Kylan Boswell went down, Illinois just kind of threw him the keys. It was like, you need to run our offense at all times. And so he was really trying to obviously just stay on the floor. And Illinois defensively too, they're really not trying to foul ever. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of potential there with him. And I think with Los Angeles, you're getting a guy who can handle the ball, but also has plus size. I think there's a lot to like there.
He's also your redo for Jet Howard.
Jet Howard course correction. Interesting.
Corey to humble him a little bit. We always remember at No Ceiling.
There's got to be somebody in the comments in the chat who had that one locked and loaded.
Still a big Jet Howard believer. Still believes.
Second team guy. We all know this.
Yeah.
All right, so if more of the people on this stream right here had Michael Brown over Keaton Wagler, do you think the Clippers are going to possibly regret taking Keaton Wagler in the long run, trying to thread the needle maybe between, we have Darius Garland, we have Ben Mathurin, let's get a guy who can maybe play in between them. Maybe he still becomes our 1 long term. But did they try and get a little too cute trying to thread that needle? Is Michael Brown Jr. the better point guard? Like, talk to me about that.
I don't
Are they
think
gonna
that
regret?
I don't regret. I mean, time will tell, but I don't think they were looking for their next point guard because I think they probably have their point guard, Darius Garland. I think they were looking for somebody who is going to be able to grow with the team, hopefully slide in, complement the guys that they have. They still have Kawhi Leonard. Like, Keaton Wagler better start watching the tape of before Kylan Boswell went down, because like that's the role that he's going to be playing early in his career. Now, look, we've heard rumblings that they might be, taking fielding calls for Kawhi. And, I don't, if that's the case, then I wouldn't say that Darius Garland is necessarily, a lock to be there long-term either. But I think he offers a good transition, whether you want to keep going in the direction of competing, whether you want to rebuild. Like, he's a great piece and he's got a ton of potential. I mean, this dude was super, super productive this year. I'd imagine he has a chip on his shoulder for being under recruited for so many years.
Sure.
And when he started getting hype, it's not like he wilted and fell apart. Like, people talked about him and he still balled out. So there's a lot that he's going to have to improve upon, but some dudes can just get to where they need to go, whether they're a tippy top athlete or not. And, we see, as long as you think the game at a high level, like you think the game fast, you could play the game slow. And think that he's going to be good, whether Mikel's awesome or not. But, let's see what Brooklyn is actually doing here before we talk about, like, are
That's
they
true.
passing on Mikel?
They just showed
I know we've
Brooklyn-
talked about
Oh,
it
go
all
ahead.
year. I know we've talked about it all year, but I don't think it can be emphasized enough how unlikely Wagler was to be this high of a draft pick.
Yeah.
The guy's highest high school rating was 150. I know he's Mr. Basketball in Kansas, which feels weird. But like, the kid can hoop, and the fact that he had 2 power conference offers, it's just wild.
Pick us in.
Wow.
Mikel
Mikel
Brown,
Brown.
Jr. goes to the Brooklyn
No.
Nets.
Thank you, Nathan. We're making you designated. Announce it because the chat apparently didn't understand when we had it up on the screen. But
Oh
Who
my
wants it?
God. Bro, he's wearing,
Albert's seen the suit for the first
There you
time.
he's
go.
wearing it's an Adidas suit.
Well, hey,
it has
it's
the
a
3
bag.
stripes.
Do you think he's going to be sponsored by Adidas by any chance, sir? That's the joke.
Oh,
Who wants it? We're all Mikel fans.
Best point guard in the draft. Size, shooting, rim pressure, athleticism, playmaking. Sure, decision making and turnovers, shot selection have to improve. I think they will. When Corey and Albert did that film session and we got to sit in and on it, I was so impressed with his demeanor, the way he took criticism, the way that he thought the game, the way that he acknowledged where he screwed up, what play he should have made instead. I think this is a kid who's going to put the work in. I think he has a really good frame to get a lot stronger. I just think he's the most well-rounded point guard in this draft, and way better on defense than he gets credit for, especially once he puts on a little muscle.
Yeah, this is great for me personally on my hopeful content agenda for next year. And being in state, that's great. Would love to give him some dinner recommendations. Got some great ones for him. This is awesome for Brooklyn, though. Like,
yeah.
they've this organization has never had a player like him. Like, since they've been in Brooklyn, they've gone for home run, free agent, trade, whatever's, and it hasn't worked out. And that has, I think, in my opinion, prevented them from growing a real, true grassroots, organic fan base. And I think that Mikel is the kind of guy who, like, has a star power to him and is going to be really explosive and really fun there with that team. And it allows them to stay really big and have multiple ball handlers. A guy who fits the modern game and a guy who has the personality, as we saw, as you mentioned, Metcalf, like, to really be a leader and be the dude. They need that. They've never had that.
Albert didn't want to interrupt, but already the Kings pick is in. I have a feeling I might know who this one is. Go ahead, Albert.
No, I'm the last one here on the stream that wants to get, net fans excited. But when it comes to Mikel, like, when we were talking with his mom and she was like, we never ever tell him the stuff that he wants to hear. We tell him the stuff that he needs to hear. And that's something that I really enjoyed hearing her say, just like understanding that they were serious about his development and wanting him to be like the best version of himself. And to Metcalf's point, when we did the film breakdown with him, he was so raw and real and humble about where he needed to grow, and he was never defensive or insecure anytime we brought up a clip that, maybe wasn't like his best move or whatever. And so for the Brooklyn Nets, they're getting an unbelievably fun player who has all the athletic stuff that you want. And also, I know on on the telecast they put 6'3". He's 6'5". Michael Brown is a 6'5" point guard who has plus athleticism, can really shoot the ball from outside, can really pass the ball as well, and is coming in with the right mentality and attitude that you want from a future franchise cornerstone. So once again, I'm not excited for the Nets, but excited for the Nets.
Yeah, I mean, this is the upside swing. I think Michael had the back thing this year, in and out of the lineup. I feel like the best stretch of games when he looked like kind of had like the most fluidity with his body and everything. He was almost 29 a game on 56, 52, I believe. 5-game stretch, but still, like when you watch those games, you're like, this guy's moving a little different now. He's got some pep in his step. I thought the defense even looked better like in that stretch. And this is a guy with the growth spurt. So this is the upside swing. If Michael hits, he's got some of the scariest upside from this point guard class of anyone. And I think it's the character, the background you get. Like, you guys are all right. Like, Brooklyn Nets fans should be ecstatic because this is going to be a fun one. I also like him with the guys they got last year because now you don't have to just be like, Michael, you have to take over full time. Ease him into it. You can play Yegor a little bit with him. It seems like a really smart pick that the Nets just said, we're going best player available. We're not married to any position right now. Like, this is the best talent, I think, on the board. Kings.
Pick number 7.
Pick is in.
This would be incredible if it wasn't Darius Acuff.
Darius Acuff. Okay.
Nice.
That would have been really funny if it wasn't him.
Yeah, we all would have been stunned if it wasn't Acuff.
His offensive season this year was just insane. Like, I didn't really get the Acuff hype coming into the year, but the way that he grew as a shooter, both on and off ball, the fact that they were like running him off screens for movement threes at the end of the year was like, what are we doing? Assist rate over 30. Yeah. I think he had a 3.0 assist to turnover ratio, turnover rate under 12, insanely high usage. Like, there wasn't a single thing on offense that he did poorly this year. And he just looked like a totally different player than the guy who came out of IMG, where he was over dribbling and like the playmaking was awesome, but the shooting was super inconsistent, except when he faced Cam Boozer. And like, there's some fun flashes and stuff, but the consistency and the steady improvement from start to finish, it was one of the more impressive like guard seasons that we've seen in quite some time.
I mean, to be fair too, with his IMG tape, I believe the best teammate he had there, and it wasn't during his senior year, was what, Donnie Freeman?
Sadiq White? Like, yeah.
Like, so, in high school, that's sometimes how it goes with guys, especially when you don't have like, as loaded a roster as maybe some of the other teams that you're playing against in that Scholastic League. He also upped his game in that SEC play. Yeah. And over the last 11 games or over the last 10 games of the season, he got to the free throw line 11 times per game. The dude is a beast. Like, he is an offensive engine. I think that he is safer to be like a high level player than Wagler and Michael. But I mean, I'm not sure if he has the same kind of potential, at least as Michael, just because of the size and the athleticism. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about a strong dude who's physical, can really make plays, can score the rock, has a good feel for, when to score, when to make plays, will get you out in transition and allow you to play fast. He's going to look incredible with spacing. And he's all business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's all business. I mean, Albert, like when we were at P3 and we were watching him work out, and P3, for the people who are watching at home, is P3 Sports Science. They're, a specialty facility that's worked with 70% of players, and they do all this crazy stuff with these dudes, measuring acceleration, deceleration, load time, all this crazy stuff. And he was working out there, and we watched this whole workout while we were going through stuff with him, and same way he approaches the game, quiet, like just going about his business. So for the Kings, especially too, like, I mean, this is a team that they didn't even tank. They were just bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No two ways to go about that.
Like, pretty good outcome for them.
Corey, what do you think about like his So his passing was one of the more, I'll say, underrated aspects of his game coming into the college season. And like you and I have done podcasts, like you've talked about it, I've talked about it. You've called him like the best lob passer in this entire class. And like that being like a very slept on aspect of his game. Like it's not just the 3-level scoring chops. It's really what he did to elevate the rest of his teammates around him at Arkansas from a passing perspective, not just from a scoring perspective. I thought was really impressive and what catapulted him up the draft as well.
Yeah, I mean the lob passing was ridiculous. I mean, it didn't matter if he was 3/4 court, half court, in at the 3-point line. Like if Brazil or Billy Richmond were airborne at the rim, he was going to place a ball and allow them to catch it and slam it home. Like to build that kind of chemistry with those guys, to have the trust in guys to go up and get it, create the best shot attempt that you can get in basketball, like a dunk. Like, I mean, the efficiency on those. Again, like he's a real deal offensive engine. He doesn't really have a weakness. He might not be the best rim finisher out of the guards. He might not be the best shooter out of the guards, but in totality, he is the most complete out of all those guards. At least is what he showed this year, right? Like, and he's gonna get better, and look, the Kings are gonna have to continue to put the right pieces around him. I mean, I read something today, I don't know if it's true or not, that they might be stretching and waiving DeMar DeRozan. Not sure, we'll see. But I mean, that's probably the right direction to start heading in, is move off Sabonis, get rid of.
He only has
they're
1
probably
year left.
they're probably stuck with Levine. Well, who knows what their plan is. But just, I love Neek. I like Reynaud. I like Cardwell, Acuff. Like it's not super sexy outside of Acuff, but like it's definitely, they're heading in the right direction with the young players that they're identifying.
The Kings have drafted well recently. Like they found good guys and hard to find spots in terms of that second round talent, even signing guys in the undrafted free agent market. Like I kind of trust the direction the Kings have gone from a youth perspective. It's just the timelines with the veterans that they've had on the roster and those young guys, it just hasn't meshed. So to the point where we're talking about, I wonder what's going to happen to Sabonis, to Levine, some of these older guys, to make room for, Acuff and Neek and Reynaud to keep taking steps forward and continue developing on the court and actually get the playing time and get the reps to become better. I'm fascinated to see what happens in Sacramento for sure. But no complaints for me for the draft right now. Top 7 guys on my board are off the board. So no complaints.
I kind of wish Nick was on the stream right now. So he'd tell us how he feels about all this, because it feels like, to your point earlier, Corey, it feels like the board broke just right. And for Sacramento to get a guy like Acuff to dream about this this next stage of hopefully a rebuild with them, having Acuff's really exciting. And here comes the pick.
The Atlanta Hawks select Kingston Flemings.
Oh,
okay.
Nice.
Okay.
So we didn't mock Kingston Flemings in this spot, but it was a name that we heard. I think that if the Hawks were going to stick and pick, that they wanted a guard, and I think Kingston Flemings was the most popular name that we heard. So not a surprising pick by any means. And I don't know about you guys. I think he actually fits this roster really well. I think we might have some different opinions about it, but like this team with Jalen Johnson at the helm, they want to play fast. They want to play a transition game. They want to get into their offense quick, hunt for shots early. I think Kingston Flemings allows you to do all of those things. Is the fit maybe a little questionable if the shot isn't fully what has been there and what we expect it to be? Maybe. Does he need the ball in his hands all the time? Can you find ways to utilize him off the ball? I think you can. And I think he just blends with what this team's identity wants to be on offense.
I think he's an awesome fit.
He was incredible this year. Like,
and the fact that he played like with or without Uzan and Sharp all year, I think projects really well for how he can fit next to Nikhil, next to CJ, next to Dyson. Like I think he has a ton of positional malleability. He can get downhill. He's a blur. He's one of the best defensive guards in this class. Super good with deflections. Really smart kid. I think he's a perfect fit.
I think this is a great pick. I think this is the right thing for Atlanta. Look, I know some have questions about his size and everything. He plays like a giant, and everything you hear about Kingston is through the roof. I think the shot will be fine. I also just think he's such a good creator for his teammates. Like the driving kick ability he has is sensational.
Yep.
I think he'll figure out he's got to get to the free throw line. He's got to figure that out. He's got to figure out how to get as a better rim finisher. But like his vision, his feel, his anticipation on the court for like kind of how to create, he is a master of getting the defense to get moving all over the place because he knows where to move. He's moving pawns around the board. Yeah. So I think Kingston's a great pick for Atlanta. It's just a great asset to get in the mix. I think he's going to be one of these higher floor guards. The ceiling might not be as high as every other guard that's gone ahead of him, but I think he could just play. And it's kind of what you guys have been saying. Like what he did as a freshman at Houston is unbelievable in that system. They were literally expecting him in the beginning of the year to be a 2-year guy. And then like all of a sudden they're like, oh, this one's going to be gone pretty fast. But like that was the expectation. The developmental plan was Kingston year 2, we let him go crazy. And then they found out quick, like, oh, this might be the best guy on the team right now. So
you can make an argument he has as high a potential as any of these guys.
Yeah.
Especially as a two-way player, right? Like he is an awesome defender. Like
yes.
Yeah. Maybe a little I don't want to say undersized. He doesn't have the same length as maybe some of these other guys, but he's an insane athlete. You know, like track and field athlete. Like he did that in high school. He's so fluid, and like, who prepares you better to play defense at the NBA level than Samson?
Yep.
And when we spoke with him, Albert, like this is a kid who's got his head on straight. Like he's like an unbelievable person.
Yeah. I mean, he's got some real self-belief stuff to him. To your point about him having the same ceiling as all these other guards that went in front of him, I absolutely believe that. And I think he's a guy who could, there's a real world where he ends up being the best guard out of all of them. And to everything that you guys have said with his two-way ability, the mid-range scoring, the outside jumper looks weird, but it goes in all the time. We saw it at the combine. He made every shot. You guys are going to put this on the humble brag thing, but I actually texted him this morning. And I sent him
that's worth 1.5 right there.
I sent him a photo from a scene of like this anime that he loves, and we talked about it on our pod, where like his favorite character like does this crazy scene, and then I sent it to him, and I was like, "Today's the day, like wishing you the best," and he responded, "Yep, get it back in blood," and I think that tells you his character and the chip on the shoulder that he's got and how much he wants this, and I think him going after all these other guards is just fuel to the fire. I think he's going to be unbelievable.
Notice Dallas put this pick in pretty fast. Interesting.
We have some suspicions on who it could be. Did he play for Tennessee last season?
Nate has some suspicions on who it could be. I have less suspicions.
I think there are like 3 names that make a lot of sense, whether it's Ament Burries, Murray.
I'm not confident in any of the.
Yeah.
a Daimara. Like, I don't know.
Here we go.
Dallas Mavericks select Merez Johnson. Wow.
See?
There it is. The big stunner.
There it is.
Take us
Come
on.
on.
I love
Let's
that pick.
go.
Come on.
Best
Come
big in the
on.
class. Let's
Michael Schmitz.
Metcalf,
Size.
you and I were talking about it before the rest of the guys got on, right before the first round started. Like, this is what we would have done if we were picking for the Dallas Mavericks.
Yep.
he rocks.
God.
He's so
Yeah, dude.
good. One of the best defenders in the class, elite rebounder, elite character. It's really interesting that I think it's really interesting that they just hired his college coach as well, who just got a ton of offensive growth out of him in the last year. I know he started working on a lot of it at Illinois, but Dusty May really brought a lot of it to the surface this year. I think that positional versatility, ability to defend basically 1 through 5, and the fact that he's just barely scratching the surface on the offensive end of the floor is so exciting. In just a very short amount of time, we've seen the shooting take a massive leap. We've seen the passing take a massive leap. The scoring touch, the processing speed, the composure in traffic all take a massive leap. I don't think he's necessarily like a focal point of the offense, but he's a guy who's low maintenance, can get his points in broken plays. He doesn't need stuff run for him. Pure energy guy who just contributes, who just makes winning plays on both ends of the floor constantly.
Also, a very Masai pick. Strength, length,
Yeah.
big body. Him and Cooper. Are you kidding me?
And Lively,
Well,
if he's healthy.
for about 12 games. But yeah, that would be an unbelievable front court. And this is why none of the guards made sense to me when that were getting mocked to Dallas. Like,
Yeah, I'm with you, Corey.
Oh, go ahead, Albert.
Sorry, really quickly. I'm right there with you, Corey. I didn't see Burries. I think I tweeted that out yesterday. I was just like, I can't see it. Like, I don't think Burries makes sense here. And with Merez now, Jesus, to your point, Merez with Cooper defensively is terrifying. Like, you just think about what they're going to look like in 2 years. Them together, just guarding everyone on the floor. They could play 2-on-5 defensively, and they'll survive. That it's a freakish pairing with those two. And now also they have pick 30 tonight, so let's see what happens with that. Maybe they move up, grab one of these guards that falls. But man, I'm with you, Metcalf. I love everything you guys are saying. Merez is an unbelievable pick here. I think, man, this was what we were waiting for, a little turn, a little curveball here, and this is a really fun one because I don't think anyone can look at this and be like, oh, they made a mistake. I don't see it that way at all. I know Burries has a lot of fans out there. I get it, but adding Merez Johnson with Cooper Flagg, and to your point, Metcalf, with Dusty May coming in, this is an electric fit in my mind, and this is so exciting.
And I just, Rucker, remind me, but I believe someone said preseason that Merez Johnson was going to be Michigan's first player drafted.
If anyone's looking for
was it Albert? Was it
head is
Albert?
in the
'Cause he's been on a
cloud.
hell of a run.
Yeah, it was
Definitely
Albert. I
wasn't
think
Albert.
it might have been
Definitely
Albert.
wasn't Albert.
No, but hey, Metcalf, you saw it early, and
Hats off.
I
Yep.
had
But
to
he
you.
better be good, because if he sucks, I have talked way too much.
It's also really scary that someone else is banking on a Michigan guy after Albert did Jed Howard, so we're really go
Oh,
blue.
boy.
Different
But-
regimes.
No, look, I think you guys were spot on. It never felt. It felt like the Masai, like Burry. It felt like that's not their style.
Yeah.
But it just felt hard to be like, well, is it Mara? And then you're like, well, really? And we even got some people like, why not Merez there? And then I feel like, well, would they do that? Like first draft, would you kind of, in theory, is it a reach? But I think like putting him with Cooper, like you guys are saying, oh my gosh, boom, boom, drafts like back to back. There you go. And it's not, you don't need Merez to be this like all-star scorer. He's not going to be, he's going to be the enforcer. He's going to set the tone. He is going to be another really good defensive weapon with Cooper. And now you got some muscle behind you, and I think that's just such a good step in the right direction. They still got another pick in the first round. You never know like what value could come down there.
Mm-hmm.
Albert, I think in Portland, I may have mentioned to somebody.
Was this when you guys got ice cream?
In conversation? Nah.
That is such a good inside joke. I wish.
Oh, it's been going for a while.
Yeah, we
today.
did this. We made this joke during the pregame show.
it was
so
great.
if you've been rocking for 4 hours, you completely understand it. I may have mentioned the name Mraz Johnson to somebody in Portland.
Yes,
That may or may not
you did.
have proven that they like Mraz Johnson.
We were sitting in a gym with somebody, and yeah, you mentioned that to him, and he gave you a good smile. Is what I remember.
And then
we should have
got
also
ice cream.
just known that like all of the smoke we heard was Braden Burry's Nate Amen. We should have just known that this front office wasn't going to let it leak out, and that we should have just went an entirely different direction in the smoke.
But we had heard
But-
some Mraz stuff, but it was a while ago, and
A little bit. I mean, we all thought it made sense.
Look, the Amen thing was.
He looks pissed.
That was. I mean that seems like an agency thing. That seems like agency smoke to me.
You keep cutting out. What'd you say?
I think the Amen thing seems like agency smoke.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where we're about to find out if we're going to get a lot of. Oh, we've had a lot of smoke cooking. I think we're about to get into a serious range where it's like, has it been Smokeville?
that might be too much green in the Bucks draft room.
Jesus.
Oh, I can't see it, and I'm so furious I can't see it.
It's a lot.
It looks like a D-Generation X video.
like they got really into our green room segment.
Oh, now I'm going to have to watch the draft again tonight.
the Milwaukee
Because,
Bucks are selecting Braden Burries. Okay.
Golden State's
Yeah,
furious. They were one pick away.
I love that for Milwaukee. I think it's a really smart pick. Guard who can do a little bit of everything, who's physically ready to get on an NBA court, and that's half the battle for a lot of these guys. I adore his game, and it just feels like a really measured, kind of like responsible pick by Milwaukee here as they go into the post Giannis era.
Yeah. Very cool of them to get a bunch of guys who can do a bunch of stuff. Jaime
not a big-
Jaquez, Yakuchonis, Burries.
But
Just a
but
nice
that's the
middle-
thing, though.
Just a nice middle of the road team.
They have no incentive to be bad. Like they kind of have to remain afloat. They don't control their draft. Like this is the position that they're in, and I think we all agree though that Braden Burries can offer short-term value, but also has that long-term runway as one of these guards that we value highly in this draft class. So I think it's a good pick by Milwaukee.
I love Burries. I mean, the fact that he looks like he is about to film a death row video, it's just icing on the cake. But shout out to Suge Knight. He's awesome. Like he's another guy. You could make a clear argument for every guard picked that they might end up the best guard.
Yeah.
To your point, Corey, the red shirt, red tie combo with the gold jewelry is not my favorite, and he's wearing a all gold Rolex Day Date that I think just doesn't look great with the shirt. But yeah, I'm with you. Like the player, unbelievable. And we talked about how like we didn't feel like Burries made a lot of sense to Dallas, but even if he went to Dallas, he would have been fun. He would have been a really interesting option for that team. And here with Milwaukee, that's clearly starting a new chapter of their franchise. They've got a bunch of these guys now from the trade. An interesting option for sure. But with Burries, yeah, and he's a little bit older too, which I think is a good thing, for the situation. I don't mind that at all. And a guy who really, I thought showed a lot of improvements with his outside jumper. And obviously we know what he can do getting downhill. So a lot of fun. A lot of fun
And
here.
they got another bite at the apple and a few picks.
That's right. That's right.
So like when we were putting together our final mock, like we had heard that Nate Amen could slide, and it seemed like the most logical place early for him to go was this 8, 9, 10 range. Now that we're through that, does he fall? Does he tumble? Is there a spot that makes sense to you guys?
I wouldn't be shocked if Chicago looked at him at 15.
Why can't OKC look at him at 12?
They're smarter than that, I think.
Way to not bury the lead there.
Look, if he gets past the next Milwaukee pick, things are going to get really interesting fast.
Yep.
I understand Milwaukee going Burries there. I feel like it's a really smart move by them. Like, I was like, that's smart, which is, no offense, Bucks fans, we never say that about Bucks picks. And if you get Ament at the next one, I kind of get the, like, okay, we went a little safe feeling with upside, plus now we're swinging. Fine, I get that, but that's the tough part about Nate, is like that he was connected everywhere. And when you get that many teams connected and you talk to teams and they're kind of like, this smells a little smoky, I feel like then it's like, okay, well, you can only dodge that for so long before it's going to start to come to the surface. So I don't know. I really don't. This is the most fascinating pick of the night, in my opinion.
What is Golden State going to do? Yep.
Because could this be Nate?
Look, for all of the, lack of enthusiasm about Nate that we've had. I mean, Cameron Carr escaped Tennessee and had a monster year.
For sure.
Yep.
So you don't know. I mean, granted, he had a lot more freedom than a guy like Cameron Carr. So like,
is this a shot of Dunleavy arguing with someone with Lacob? It's been unbelievable. They're just fighting, like screaming at each other.
I think they're rehearsing a scene right now, is what it looks like. They look like they're an improv.
Somebody definitely doesn't look happy.
That looks like Lacob, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dunleavy's on the phone. Maybe he's either calling the pick in or.
So the two names we've heard most connected to Golden State are Yaxel, Lenneborg, and Adai-Mara.
Yep.
Like leading up to the draft, those are the two hottest names connected to them.
I'd throw Cam Carr in there as well.
Cam Carr
Cam
would
Carr.
definitely be a third name.
There's a lot of good. Like, you could talk me into, Howie, our Bears in the chat mentions Hannes. Like,
Yep.
Hannes would be pretty interesting to me.
Steinbach would be awesome.
Mara still on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, this is where if people wanted fireworks. Here you go. And this is why, because if you get a little like now there's value going to slide down the board. We see it every single draft where we're like,
is this the Trey Murphy?
Well, that was the buzz. I think Golden State was probably trying to figure out a way of like,
They're
look
like
at all of it.
they're like second apron, right? That's hard.
Yeah, they would have had to get creative.
Trade Jimmy.
But Merez going top 10 now all of a sudden makes this a little bit of like, Charlotte, you want a big? You might be, got to figure it out. So I think this is where things are going to get really interesting.
Oh,
now we're seeing the guards get away. We're getting away from the guards now. Sorry, Corey. Go ahead.
Galici in the chat also said Kareem was a name that we heard attached to Golden State as well.
That too. Yeah.
Which like, oh man, wow. And Dunleavy was courtside when Kareem dropped 32
There you go.
with Larry Harris, I believe.
I mean, to be fair, like especially with a guy like Kareem, outside of Yaks, there aren't a lot of like big, strong, physical, like mobile fours.
No.
Like wingy fours, and if you watch the playoffs and the finals this year, like if those guys hit, they provide a hell of a lot of value.
Who do you guys think it should be? Because I think it should be Yaks.
Same.
I think it's got to be Yaks if you think you got one last run at this. And I also just think Yaks is a good fit with this team.
Yeah.
I know he's older, but like this one's different. Go ahead, Albert. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say same age window as those guys, so it makes a lot of sense.
I just feel like he's enough of like the tough mentality enforcer to be like, I don't care if that's Jimmy Butler and Draymond. Like, let's do this. Just let's go to work. And we're about to find out.
The 11th pick, the Golden State Warriors are taking Yaxel Lenneborg. Okay.
There it is.
Oh,
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he was
how about
smiling a
that?
lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? Like, he obviously there were a lot of financial motivations for him to go back to school and go to Michigan to win that championship, but like, he was a player who wanted to hear his name like a firm top 20-ish promise in last year's draft. He clearly got the feedback that there were some things that he needed to show and things that he needed to prove. He went back, he made his money, he won a championship. Now he's a lottery pick, guys, regardless of the age. Now he's a lottery pick. Like, this is a great story for Yaxel, in all honesty.
He's the epitome of no ceilings.
Yeah.
And what that represents. You know, like, this is a dude. I mean, Maxwell covered him in No Stones Unturned. I don't know, 3 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
You know, like this is a dude who was always interesting, but it was like, oh, he's really flawed and he's a little old and he's had this weird path. And then sometimes these things all come together. I think he made a really brilliant decision, like you mentioned, Nate, like going back to school. Because when I was at Hoop Summit last year, and I was talking to teams, I was like, so what do you think? Like, you think Yax is gonna stay in, or you think he's going back? And they were like, we think he's going back. So, and also shout out to Yax, because he's very, very online. He's always liking No Ceiling stuff.
But like, he also got significantly better as a player this year.
Yeah.
Like, he improved as a shooter in terms of volume, in terms of consistency. He improved a lot as a defender in terms of, especially like doing the little things. He was super disruptive at UAB, but like his rotations, his footwork, his fundamentals were a mess. And this year we saw him picking up point guards full court, switching everything, defending in the post, scaling down to play more of a role that he's going to play in the NBA, whereas UAB, everything ran through him. That wasn't going to be his NBA role. So going to a big time program, showing that he could scale down, but also step up when he needed to take over a game and win, that tells you a lot about who he is as a player. I don't really care about like what any of the maturity concerns that you hear floated out there, because I've never gotten like anything actual red flag or like actually an issue. The guy has shown that he was a major driving cause for a really awesome team and really positive culture at Michigan that won a lot and produced a team that was super, super close. So this is really, really cool for Yaxel.
I also think he's the ultimate old dude, because most of these old dudes don't have his physical attributes.
Yeah.
And his skill set and his well-rounded skill set.
Sure, but his well-rounded skill set is amplified by the fact that he's 6'10" with a 7'3" wingspan.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's
Right. That's what I'm saying. The combination of the two.
Like,
is
how about
unique
this?
for a
Like,
player like that.
Like, we all loved Neek Clifford last year as like an old super senior. Neek's he was 6'6" with a 6'8" wingspan or something. You know, like that, those extra inches.
Yeah.
The extra weight.
For sure.
It just allows you to have a higher ceiling and kind of be somebody who could potentially break the mold, because the history of old dudes who are being drafted in the lottery are pretty tough. And Yax might be the ultimate. Like, it might be hard to find somebody who's going to be 24 who gets better than this.
Yeah.
I said he is the poster child for my favorite, like, can he break the mold of the old guy, the upperclassman that goes in the lottery? And I think Yax has got the best possible chance to do it. He landed in a great spot, obviously, but the skill set he has, the toughness, like I've said it before, like this type of enforcer, versatile piece is usually like 6'7", and we're liking him. He's 6'10". He's 6'10", 240. I think he's going to a great place that will even help him get better. but like this is also a guy, he has not been playing basketball long. I know he's older, but I don't think Yaxel's best basketball is done. I think he's going to figure out even more ways at the NBA level to kind of be an expert at his craft. So I know he's older. I know everyone's been focusing on that. This is a heck of a player. And he was a good player last year, and he got way better this year. And we saw it with, Michigan winning a national championship, just how important he was. So I think for Golden State, for a team, like not only are you trying to get a guy that helps now, but Yaxel could be a guy that they keep around for a long time. Like he could be kind of Draymond pushing it to Yaxel in a weird way.
I think it's important that you guys mention the context that he's going into. Draymond came in as an older guy. Jimmy Butler came in as an older guy. Steph Curry, right? Like I think he's coming into a situation where they have an infrastructure of veterans who know what it's like to come into the league as, older college players. And I think he's going to learn so much from them. And just being around Butler and Draymond is only going to make him better. And everything that, any question mark you might have about him, like he's in a great context to learn and to improve upon this stuff. And we also don't know what the future looks like with this roster, right? Like things could change, blah, blah, blah. But I just love where he's at. I think this is a great spot for him. And I love that point you made, Rucker, where when we talk about older prospects, we tend to think we've seen their best basketball. But when it comes to Yax, I think he's shown, especially this past season, making the jump to Michigan, that he's still growing. He's still learning. He's still on that developmental climb. And that's why I think Golden State felt great about taking him at 11.
I mean, tripling your 3-point attempt rate and hitting on the percentage that he did. Yeah, he's 23, but like that's impressive no matter what age you're doing that in college basketball. Like
While
that's
also
significant
shooting
of a
like
jump.
12% in January.
We've got Pickens in, Adam Silver, OKC.
With the 12th pick, the OKC Thunder. Adai Mara, okay.
Go blue.
Back to back.
Are we
3 of the
back?
last 4 picks.
No ceilings
We're
back.
Big blue.
We're back.
Little heater. Little heater.
Back.
We got the deposit at the ATM. We're back.
We got the
that?
second wind.
I'm thinking we're back.
I got the itch. We're back. Come on. One more. All I need is one more roll.
Get the brew
Oh,
going.
Dusty, amazing.
Espresso 4.
Line them up. I'll be right on the block. I feel really proud that we got an OKC pick right. I think put it on the resume.
Yeah, seriously.
It makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Hey, can we real quick? We just put wax poetically about, Yak's rise to gambling on himself, now going the 11th. Adai Mara, a year ago, we thought this guy isn't even on the radar anymore. Now, respectfully. But like this was a huge, intriguing prospect from Spain, goes to UCLA, nightmare for 2 years. Albert talked about how impressive he was in person during warmups. That's very sarcastic tone. And gambles on himself transferring to Michigan. And immediately this year we were like, oh my gosh, he looks completely different. So like 3 Michigan players in the lottery is a pretty unbelievable thing.
I want Albert to talk about the rise of Adai Mara from what he saw at UCLA to where he ended up in Michigan to where he is now, the 12th overall pick in the 2026 draft.
His freshman season with UCLA, I was really excited. I was like, oh, this guy could be a one and done dude. Like I'm going to get to see him play all of his home games in person, blah, blah, blah. Freshman season was a nightmare. Sophomore season, I thought was even worse. And when we do a little digging and to see how he played for Michigan this past season, I think we can accredit a lot of that to the context that he was in at UCLA. As someone who's credentialed by UCLA, I don't want to hate too much on the team.
Number 6.
But dear God, like watching Mara
Shot.
just absolutely struggle during his 2 years at UCLA, and watching him just be completely checked out. Watching it, Rucker, you mentioned the pregame stuff, like nightmare stuff, and heading into the season, I didn't even have him in my top 80 because I was like, oh, from what I saw, I'm like this kid just doesn't have it. He's not going to figure it out. And then he goes to Michigan and he ends up there with Yax and Merez and that team, and he had an unbelievable season. And to think about him going 12 here to OKC, a team that just won the title the year before. This is an unbelievable context for him. And also, they're not going to need him to play 35, 40 minutes a night, like with what they've got. And they've got Sorber coming back and Holmgren and Jalen Williams. This is kind of the perfect situation for him. And then you think about what he offers, obviously Hartenstein as well. This is crazy, a crazy situation for him. And for someone who like really hated on him at times, I'm actually really happy for him. And he ended up in the perfect spot.
Oh, go ahead, Corey.
No, Nathan, I want to call back to when you and I were on the Garden floor. I don't even remember who they were playing. Ohio State, maybe? I don't know. North Carolina.
It was Ohio State. No, North Carolina. That's right. North Carolina.
Yeah. And we were there watching the warm-ups, and much like Albert had mentioned, like, you know, he's posting up 5'7" grad assistants. And just kind of going through the motions. But I looked at you and I said, that is a big dude, and a team is going to take a chance no matter what.
Yep.
So like,
you probably snuck a few other expletives in there that were.
I said some other words that this is a this is a family show.
Yeah. How did that bus feel that Nathan just threw you under?
But no, so what I'm coming back to with this pick is I've been waiting for OKC to kind of do something a little out of their strategy that they've kind of been in, which is we just want to find as many dribble, pass, shoot, perimeter-oriented players as possible. We've kind of been waiting on them to do something a little different. Does this kind of fit that bill in the sense of like they finally just went to get a guy who he might not be their full-time starter, he might not be playing 30 minutes a night, but you can bring him off the bench in different situations. He's kind of just like okay, if you're going to do this, well, now we're just going to go down our bench. We have this different kind of answer. Like, is he maybe that type of player for them that kind of breaks the mold of how they've been drafting a little bit?
And I would say, aside from like the dribble, pass, shoot aspect, I think what they target most is guys who have an incredibly high feel.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Adai has. Like, you see it with the playmaking, you see it with his post moves, where he had the lightning quick drop step going to either hand this year. You see it with his defensive rotations and how he got so much better at even just moving in space, rotating from the weak side, blocking shots with either hand. So I think that's the sell with Mara here, is that he thinks the game at an incredibly high level while being massive and providing something to OKC that they just don't have on the roster right now.
I wanted to say, like, I will tell, there's a lot of Thunder fans in the chat, like, how does this work? How does this fit? Like, what does this mean for Sorber? I like this pick because now you're getting creative now. And you have the lineup versatility, but like, he might be the best feel guy right now on the roster. He's that good of a feel guy. And I know SGA is unbelievable, but I'm talking about an instinct, seeing the floor, how quickly he processes as a passer, especially is what I'm talking about. The playmaking, seeing it in person, it is unbelievable how quickly he's a hockey assist machine. You post him up and run actions off of him away from the ball. He's so good. Tight windows. Like, it is ridiculous that good of a passer at that size. And then the shot blocking. So no, this is not a Wemby stopper, but this is another wrinkle that you can get creative with that gives that coaching staff like, hey, now we have weapon X in a series where we can really present some problems.
Yep.
I like Hart. I mean, you have some fun stuff now. It's just, is this a major minutes guy? I don't know, but you're getting
He doesn't
depth.
have to be.
And they're doing what they did with the point guard position or the guard position. Now they're going big, heavy. Now they're trying to build that depth to give you some insurance also for injuries because they just got banged up.
For sure. We're at a fun spot in the draft right now, guys.
They have another bite at the apple.
This is where it's going to get crazy. Yeah.
Maybe they can land Nate Amen at pick 17, Nate.
They could. They legitimately could. Like, that's not crazy. I mean, look at the teams who are going. Like, could Milwaukee maybe now take him at 13? Could Charlotte take him at 14? I don't know. They could, but I don't know. I think if he wheels back around to OKC again, Corey, at 17, like, I feel like Presti would be like, let's just bet on the talent. Like, let's just bring this guy in at 17.
If this isn't
they
it,
could
have a conversation.
They use the entire clock.
I think people are trying to get someone to come up to. Everyone's like, no, you take it.
They can't see straight with all the green lights in there.
Well, look, you're getting thin on bigs.
Break down.
Steinbeck's probably one of the big ones on the board still in terms of like that kind of run. So I bet Charlotte could be an interesting little. Are you sweating it a little bit or not? I don't know. Milwaukee could go any direction, obviously, right now.
I want them to swing a little
fun
bit.
Part. Yeah.
Same.
Nathan put it perfectly. This is where we're going to get really funky with the draft.
We also have not had a trade yet. So my fun over 3.5 on that line that Albert threw out in terms of trades tonight. It's not looking so hot right now.
Like, Corey, is that swing Nate Ament or someone like
No.
Phylon or a Corey?
I was thinking Carr, somebody like that, but I think Phylon and a Corey would both fit the bill for sure.
I would love
There's a
Carr
swing.
here.
mean,
Here we go.
They do
Or-
like Rollins though.
This took
If this is
forever.
another point guard, I'm
13th
going to be like
overall
a
pick.
little surprised.
Nate Amen. Okay, there you go.
Wow.
There you go, Rucker. You said we were going to have some questions. Well, we don't have to have those questions. He's off the board.
Well, anytime you can replace Giannis with Nate.
I can't even
I think that's a smart. Or I think they did a really good job playing the board there. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think if they win Amen at 10, there's no chance Murray's is there at 13.
What I would give to look 5 months into the future to see the on-off splits with Kyle Kuzma and Nate Ament sharing the court.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just really quickly, I really don't like his suit. I hate that he went with the flat black tie with all the black he's already wearing. Some texture on the tie would have made a lot of sense, and also he's wearing no jewelry, so I don't know if I like that either. That would have made way
It's
more
not
sense.
it's not one of the worst fits of the night.
For sure.
Let's. Oh, go ahead.
And no, all black does give me like waiter vibes at an Italian restaurant.
I'm gonna be a crazy person right now, and I'm gonna tell Bucks fans why I actually like this pick.
Ooh.
I think if a team had 2 picks, I understand one of them being Nate. You get him, like Metcalf said, you played the board perfectly. You got good value with your first. You take a swing with your second. You're rebuilding. He just needs to play. He just needs reps and reps and reps, and you got to get some patience to develop him. But like, if you get the SEC version of Nate Ament, it's gonna be a top 10 player in this draft, easy. But it's a big if, and I think this is the raw upside, like super raw upside prospect of this class that we just need to really be patient with. Like a team needs that. In a weird way, the more he was going down the board, I was like, he's probably ending up in a better spot because of like the expectations won't be what people were putting him at in preseason. But like, I think Nate's got the tools. There's still flashes. I think he's got a long way to go to be a number 1. But if he could be a piece alongside, also Metcalf, it's hilarious. You said he needs to watch Chris Middleton, and he goes to the Bucks.
I think it's a good situation for him because
Yeah.
they have multiple ball handlers and perimeter shooters with Tyler Hero if they keep him. Where, theoretically, at least, God, I hate that how much I have to use that word with him. Theoretically, at least, he's going into a spot where he shouldn't be asked to do much and can just get minutes. Now, he still probably needs to add another 10 to 15 pounds and learn how to actually use it and play with that additional strength, because we really didn't see him start to figure that out until late January, and we got about 2 to 3 weeks of it. So he's still got a lot to figure out, but if he hits, like it's a big swing. I just think the variance in his outcomes is some of the most vast out of anyone in this draft.
Really quickly, Rucker, the point that you made about Amen and him eventually becoming like a number 1, like to your point, we don't know, right? But grabbing a guy at his size with the skill set that he has, and him potentially becoming like a really good number 2 or number 3 option, grabbing that guy at 14 doesn't hurt. Like that's really good value. And when we talk about how highly regarded he was coming out of high school, you can't teach 6'10" with some of the skills that he's got. This is absolutely the type of home run swing you have to take after you just traded away Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like this absolutely makes sense. And when Corey and I did his pod, we tried to be fair and we tried not to be too harsh. But in the process of like doing the deep dive of his film, I think both of us walked away kind of like slightly impressed in a way that we weren't expecting, and just kind of thinking, well, he played really hard. And maybe the context he was in wasn't like the perfect place for him to showcase his skill set. And on this Milwaukee team now with Burries in place, they can grow together, and Ament won't have to carry the full load of being like their number 1 first round pick and having to kind of shoulder all the burden and the pressure of that. So I'm with you guys. I think he ended up in a really good spot, and maybe this is the context he needed to really reach his ceiling.
Nate is very talented.
Yep.
Right.
He's very talented. This is a perfectly fine pick, especially because they had to.
Exactly.
He's huge. He's skilled. He's just not quick. And I don't know if you could fix that, but he'll get stronger. I think the rim finishing will improve. I think he's a good defender. He boards. He's pretty smooth. He's not going to be your number 1. That's what he is a victim of his own expectations.
Yes.
If certain people hadn't said that, this is the next Kevin Durant, or this is the most talented, or this is the most talented prospect in the draft, and he was in this range heading into the year, I think people would be like not excited about his season because the percentages finished in a pretty tough spot, but you could look at the flashes and be like, yeah, like this dude lived up to the expectations. But instead, it was, this is the clear-cut 4th guy. But and he's gotten a lot of the Ricochet comps, right? I think there's a clear difference when you go number 1 and when you go 13.
14, yeah.
So I think for him, this is a really good situation to land in.
Question for you guys. Nate, I know you're keeping track of the mock draft stuff. He wore the wrong hat. Do we get half a point for that?
We
Great
are not
question.
getting credit on the on the Nate Met one.
Just wanted to check.
We're in a good spot though.
Trade. Oh,
Glad
Pick is
Silver
in,
announced the
number
trade
14.
right now.
okay.
The Charlotte Hornets select Hannes Steinbach.
I like that fit.
Well, they needed rebounding. That's one way to address it in the draft.
Yep. Yeah. If they weren't going to get Merez, this was the right pick.
1,000%.
Yeah, we were kind of hearing like the floor for Hannes and Merez was 14, 15.
Yep.
Like neither of those guys were making a pass here, so I love Charlotte grabbing him. Just a freakish rebounder at every level he's ever played on both ends of the floor. Just really fun upside with his offense too, with some of the passing stuff that he does out of the short roll off of offensive rebounds. And when you think about him just like running a high pick and roll with LaMelo and receiving pocket passes and then spraying out to Khan or Brandon Miller, I really like how he immediately fills the need while also amplifying what they're already good at.
I think Charlotte was in an opportunity tonight. I'm really excited to see what they do with their other pick, but Charlotte was in an opportunity. I think they could have a very, very big draft in terms of like you took another step forward. This team is on the rise. I really like what they're building. Steinbeck can play, man. I think this is like it's not the sexiest pick, but this is what you need to keep pushing the needle forward. And I really think this is one we're going to look back and be like, this was really good, solid piece. Boardman gets paid, and he has a gift for rebounding. So I like this fit a lot. I think this was great for them.
He could just be scratching the surface, though, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Like he showed some really intriguing ball handling flashes the second half of the year. Washington became more of a face-up player. We know he's working on the three-point shot. Don't have a lot of answers about how the passing is going to translate right away at the NBA level, but he's, as we've been talking about, he's a big guy who has a clear strength to get him on the court, get him minutes, and he's continuing to round out that skill set. If he does, all of a sudden we're looking at a player who could return higher value than where he was picked at 14. Like,
I just feel like the stable of bigs that they have now is really interesting with Diabate and Kalkbrenner and Steinbeck.
They're all different.
They're all different. And I think having that versatility there for a young team who's building towards becoming a contender, that's very rare to have a front court where all three guys are different types of big men. And I think that's what's really special about this pick. And, you know, I've heard people say like, oh, he played on a bad team, somebody had to grab the rebounds. I love the point that you made, Metcalf, because he's been a rebounder at every level. This wasn't like an anomaly just because he played on a bad team. He's an elite rebounder, and he's got like a real nose for the ball. He absolutely battles to get position and to box out, and that's a big part of defense, man. Like, we've talked about it all night long. Rebounding is really, really important. And with Hannes, to also have the wrinkle of some of the offensive potential with him on a team like Charlotte, who is really, really fun as an offensive team, this is this kind of feels like a home run to me.
I'm going to pivot rooms, so I will be right back, folks.
Sure.
Little intermission for the team in general, which is to be expected. We've been on the air for, some of us have been on the air for over 5 hours.
Have we?
How you holding up?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Listen, we're not doing bad by our mock draft projections. We're not in a bad spot. I would say if Cameron Carr comes off the board within one of the next few picks, I think we're still in a very good spot.
Cameron Carr would make a lot of sense here at 15.
Yeah,
He sure would in Chicago. That's a name that I think we've had connected to them a lot, to be honest.
But it's especially after taking Caleb Wilson at 4, to add a guy like Cameron Carr, the shooting, the length, the athleticism. I mean, it's terrifying stuff. And he could just this could be a great, great situation for him.
You've got a bunch of guys who on the break will fill the middle of the floor. Now you need that athlete who can match them sprinting to the corner and getting wide open for 3. And Cameron Carr can do that for you at a bare minimum.
Or flying in for
fit.
lobs.
That too.
Does a LeBaron Philon swing make any sense here?
I think so. If they want to go guard, I think it can make sense. Is he probably the guard that fits the best for them in your opinion, Metcalf? Like out of this next tier of guards we're going to talk about?
Probably. Yeah, he was nasty this year. Just the way he grew as a shooter, scorer. I wish the defense was better, but we saw how good it could be as a freshman when he wasn't doing everything. I wish the playmaking was a little more dynamic, but whatever. It was efficient, high volume. So, like, tough to really argue with it too much. I think he'd be really fun here, too. I guess unless you're totally convinced that Josh Giddey is your point guard going forward, which, okay.
I don't know.
I have
we
a
started to
curveball.
hear some rumors about Josh Giddey on the trade market a little bit, though, so I don't know.
Yeah. I have a curveball. I still think Carr, great fit. LeBaron makes sense, too. Could they have any interest? I know he doesn't really match the slap profile, but I feel like they kind of have that covered with Caleb. Could a guy like Bennett Sturts make sense here?
You can never have too much slap, Albert.
But you mentioned the fact that, you know, maybe they believe in Giddey to do a lot of the decision making for them. And Sturts is an option as a guy who can shoot the cover off the ball, who can also handle the ball a little bit, play make a little bit. And so he kind of becomes like a secondary option for the future next to a Giddey. I think it's something to consider. I'm not saying that would be the pick I would make, but I do wonder if he was kind of in the conversation.
I don't hate it. I also just love Bennett Sturts. So, and I
Yeah.
think he's one of these guards that kind of just fits anywhere. And I think I think way too much was made about the style that he played with in Ben McCollum's system with how slow it was. Um, I think that dude can play with pace. I think he can, and the conditioning is through the roof. That dude just never gets tired. So I think he's one of these guys that can fit literally anywhere.
You know who
Corey,
else
we're-
fits slap, who isn't projected to go in this portion of the draft quite yet, would be one Jaden Quaintance.
I was also looking at that name. I was like, boy, that would be spicy. Corey,
Corey, we were talking.
who are you
Oh,
thinking
sorry.
here?
I would love Cam Carr.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what we said. Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't hate Quaintance. Like, to be 100% honest, like, I understand the risks, and it's risky, but
It's also
if you're gonna
pick
go,
15.
it's 15, and if you're gonna go slap, like, there's no slappier prospect on the board than Jaden Quaintance. So, I think it'd be very interesting.
Are we getting the pick here?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Mavs draft ruined it for me.
Dalen Swain. Interesting.
Interesting. Huh. Well, slap.
I mean, he's probably the first wild card.
I think the range makes sense. I just hadn't heard him linked to Chicago at all. So he had a heck of a year at Texas.
Yeah.
I know they're with the same agency, but man, for the Bulls, I would have preferred Carr here. With the shooting that Carr would have added to this team. I get it with Swain, but man, I just can't get over the fact that I think his jumper just absolutely needs to be rebuilt from the ground floor up. But I also get it. Damn.
So like the biggest pushback on Swain that I got from league people this year was he's not going to be able to do
Right.
what he did at Texas in the league. And how does that really translate when he scales down to a role that looks more like what he was at Xavier? At Xavier is an awesome defender, really fun slasher, passer, all that kind of stuff, but never looked at the rim from the perimeter. So if you're trying to turn him into a 3-and-D wing, you better be really confident that like some of the shooting indicators, like the free throw percentage and that kind of stuff, are really predictive of what his shot is going to grow into. Because like aesthetically, it needs a lot of work. I still think it's really slow.
Yep.
He's a really fun player, and the way that he grew as like a ball handler and playmaker and decision maker out of the pick and roll is awesome this year. I just don't know what it looks like when he's not allowed to do any of that.
I actually, as I was watching Castle a lot during the playoffs, I went, this is the path to him becoming a real player. Like Castle in college was a guy who handled the ball a little bit, made plays a little bit, but was really just an off-ball wing. He's carried a lot more on-ball usage, but you see that there are diminishing returns with where he's at in his development if he's tasked with being the primary playmaker. And I think Castle's a more creative passer and better decision maker.
Yep.
But Swain can pass a little bit. And I think if you just look at him as a big jumbo toolsy wing in the Castle vein, who still obviously is somebody who is going to be struggling to shoot the ball consistently, you can see the vision for why you can get excited by a guy like Dalen Swain.
So Josh
Okay.
Giddey, Dalen Swain, Modest Buzelis, Caleb Wilson, insert your 5-man. That is a big team. A lot of shooting questions, but that is a big athletic team. So clearly that slap philosophy is driving the bus in Chicago.
I mean, when you come in as a new front office, I think you're just looking to get your guys in your philosophy. And we could talk about, Giddey and these guys being fun next year. I don't think Josh Giddey is a piece of the long-term future for the Bulls.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, Modest maybe. I think because I think he fits philosophically. We'll see about Noah.
But right now, in the short term, that is a massive team you're putting on the
No,
court.
they're huge. They're going to be great.
Yeah.
Like they're going to rebound everything, and they won't be able to hit threes. So they'll lose every game just on the math. But I guess, they probably will be a really good offensive rebounding team, potentially. Who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
Ultimately. I think this is a pretty cool pick. Swain is not who I would have went with, but I completely get it. We'll get him back. Galici in the chat, mentioned the 211 pounds, but that we were told he basically got sick and he lost weight. And Albert, you and I, when we were at P3, we saw his profile and he measured, I think he weighed like 217 or 218 at P3. Yep. So him kind of getting sick checks out and losing that weight. So if you look at a guy who's going to probably be like 225, 227 when he's a full pro, near 7 foot, 6'10" wingspan, almost 6'8", really creative handle, did make improvements as a shooter. Like you could talk yourselves into Swain being an interesting piece, I think, pretty easily.
Oh, for sure. 6'7", 6'8" wing who can handle the ball, can make plays off a live dribble, can attack the rim, can get to the free throw line. Like if it all works out for him, he has a star wing profile.
What happened?
What's the news?
Oh. Wow.
We got a trade.
Well, so we got the Grizzlies. Bennett Sturts. Bennett Sturts is the pick. What's the trade, Corey? What do we got?
He is being traded to OKC.
For 2 second-round picks, I believe. Is that what
Bennett
it was?
Sturts is going to OKC?
Wow.
Bennett Sturts going to OKC.
Oh.
We had him here. We had him here on our mock, though, so we'll chalk that one up to a
we get credit.
Yeah, that's a W. Yeah, that's a W. So the debate here for a while was between Bennett.
Sorry, Nathan. I'll get you back on in a sec, bud. I don't know when Rutgers
identical
getting
to
back.
everyone in his family.
Wow, that's crazy.
That feels like an insane value to get the 16th pick in this draft for two
seconds.
2 second-round picks.
Yeah. That feels crazy.
Is that the trade before the trade? Like, is Memphis going to do something else here?
Maybe, but for OKC, I think Sturts makes a lot of sense because we knew that they were trying to trade up really aggressively for Keaton Wagler, and they clearly weren't able to do that. And Sturts, stylistically, is very similar, I think, to Keaton Wagler with his ability to play on or off ball, really launch it from outside, be a really smart passer. And he's the type of guard that OKC constantly drafts, and they just can't help themselves, and they have to get one of these guys every year.
I think it's kind of awesome because Sturts has had, from various segments of draft Twitter some pretty lofty expectations, and this completely washes away the in my opinion, unrealistic expectations that were bestowed upon him. And honestly, like, Sturts is a dude who he did a lot of dribbling, and he was the system for years. I mean, they're going to let him dribble, but at least this time he'll have some guys to pass to. Because to me, that was the most unappealing part of his profile, is that when you watched him, he couldn't always get all the way to the cup. And when he didn't, he would dribble it back out and try again. And if he couldn't, he can dribble it back out and try again. And now, you know, like, seeing him just be able to move off the rock and hopefully get some spot up looks, like, could be pretty cool for him.
And also, you also have to wonder if this is OKC, like, is there a trade coming with them too, with all the guards that they have now? Topic, McCain, AJ Mitchell, SGA. Like, this is a lot of guards. Dort, Case and Wallace. Like, I wonder what's next for them, because it does feel like they made this trade to keep Sturt. So I wonder who we're going to see go out the door.
Well, they're up at 17 too.
Correct. There's another player coming in. How do you guys feel about OKC bucking the youth trend with some of their recent draft pick history, like in these ranges? There's no freshman coming off the board for OKC right now. It's a Daimara, and it's Bennett Sturts.
They go with high field guys. They don't really care about age. We saw that with the J-Dub pick.
Dylan Jones.
Yeah, Jalen Williams, the other J. Will.
Yeah.
AJ Mitchell, like, they don't care about that kind of stuff. They have their type and they stick to it. But could this be like a prelude to them packaging a bunch of the guys that Albert just named for someone like Trey Murphy, for someone like Jaylen Brown?
Crazy. Crazy.
Where
that Trey Murphy deal makes a lot of sense.
We end up seeing like a 3-for-1 type thing in terms of players, and this is their way to fill out the roster very cheaply while bringing in someone very expensive.
Sorry, guys, really quickly. So it looks like it's a pick swap. So Memphis is going to be drafting at 17 now.
Okay. That makes
so
more sense.
they made a pick swap, and then the Grizzlies also got 2 second-round picks.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes much more sense.
Who are the Grizzlies taking at 17 then? That's a good question.
Could this still be Christian Anderson? Could it be?
It feels like it.
Could it be Cameron Carr? Could it be Kareem Lopez? Could it be Alan Graves?
Mm.
Those are probably the names that I'm looking at for Memphis right now.
Hmm.
17.
File on Fall is on though, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say Phylon Fall's real. We had heard, some whispers about that before the draft.
And the fact that Minnesota was able to get him in for a workout at the last minute when they had the 28th pick was telling.
This is interesting. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Is that good emotion from Cam Carr that he's trying to hold in?
He's thinking something. He looks like he was kind of spaced out. Shoot. Are we getting the pick now?
Adam Silver should be coming out any second.
I need a little more urgency from Mr. Silver. Once we get the pick is in and, the camera starts panning to the stage.
Got to skip to the mic. Yeah, wow.
Are there any surprise names that you guys can think of that maybe could be in consideration that we weren't thinking about for Memphis?
Okori?
I like that.
I don't think we've mentioned his name ever.
I like that.
Could be.
I think Graves, I think you mentioned him, Nate. I think he's an interesting
Yep.
swing. We know how analytically heavy their front office tends to lean.
Yep.
Walking away with Cam Boozer and Alan Graves would be really interesting.
This is his range too.
Acquaintance.
Hmm.
Could
You
be.
got it. You got a couple of assets to take the risk.
Yeah.
That is fun.
Wow, another trade.
Another trade.
So I think
Memphis
this
is trading 17 to Detroit to move back to 21 for 3 second-round picks.
so this is 100%
Wow.
going to be Christian Anderson.
Dude, Memphis just stacking the second round
Luka
picks.
Corey is the pick that is now going to Detroit. Interesting.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
I really like a Corey. I think we all do. Actually, I shouldn't speak for you guys.
Well, why do you like him?
No, I like. Okay, I am curious about the fit here with Detroit.
Yep.
My brain can't process it right now because I was kind of wondering, like, if I'm Detroit and I'm moving up to 17, why not go get like a Cam Carr? But with a Corey though, I mean, dude, freshman guard, he averaged like 23 points per game. A guy who, and I know a lot of us have tweeted about it and talked about it already, but just a really underrated passer too. Like when I did his deep dive, like I couldn't believe how many of high reads he was making, high level reads he was making, and like his teammates just absolutely bricking shots off of his nice passes. And like I get it, like 6'3" guard, can really score, athletic, bursty getting downhill. A lot of fun, just a lot of fun. And I'm guessing for Detroit, they're looking at him as like a bucket getter off the bench. But I just wonder if this was the best choice for their roster. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure.
They definitely needed more self-creation to help Cade.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Because it got to a point in the playoffs where it was just Dennis Jenkins.
Yep.
So I do like it from that perspective. And I think he's a little bit more dynamic than Dennis is as an athlete. And
Oh, for sure.
Look, man, 23.5 points per game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That is nothing to sneeze at, man. It's nothing to sneeze at. And again, he didn't look. I think Acuff is a way better passer, but
oh yeah,
it's way different throwing, rolls to the rim with Trevon Brazile and Malik Ewan and Billy Richmond versus Oscar Gilte, like who's cool.
Is he?
I like him.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be good this year. But if that's the most interesting player I think that was his most interesting teammate.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
I mean, you guys hit the nail on the head. Like this backcourt needs self-creation. They need guys who can create for themselves and get their own shot as well as create for somebody else. And like, if a Corey shoots it, like he has a top 10 ceiling in this class, like very legitimately.
Yep.
And not a lot of people have had that type of grade on him because of the size concerns, but he's another one of these guys who he measured at around 6'1", but he has like a 6'8" plus wingspan. Like these smaller guards who succeed in the NBA have these massive wingspans because it gives them a chance to fight in different respects on the defensive end of the floor. So like you start putting all the pieces together, this is the type of guard in that mold that you would want to swing on.
I think I would have gone file on there. You guys talk about shooting and self-creation, and I know Ibuka plays with like a special level of speed. But I just thought the way that Phylon grew as like with his handle and his shooting, and the versatility in that, how creative and versatile he was around the rim, I thought was so much more impressive. I I don't really buy Ibuka's shot, and that's probably where I differ from you guys on this. I also
Sure.
really worry about him around the rim, and he really struggled for a lot of the season. Spacing and context and all of that obviously play a huge, huge factor. So I'm willing to take that with a grain of salt, but it's not like the Pistons spacing is elite. And I'm not sure he really helps that. So I love the speed. I love continuing to add additional creation help. I think it would make sense, but I just think for me, Phylon was a little more intriguing at that spot.
The one thing I'll say that I agree with is that I don't know if I really don't think he's like a pure shooter, but definitely more of like a shot maker. So I won't argue with you on that. But I also do feel like there's some upside there where he could become a better shooter. Because I didn't think like the mechanics were terrible or anything like that. But to your point, and to Corey's point earlier too, like I understand the rationale. Like I get it now, thinking about it more. Like I can understand why Detroit went this route, but still, I'm with you. I think I would have made a different pick.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Grizzlies picked up 3 second-round picks while moving back.
5 total.
So
5 total.
Yeah, crazy.
Phylon Christian.
They're falling.
They're falling.
Listen,
a
what,
hunch about
I
that.
think I still think one of those guys go into the mid-20s. So one of those guys is going to fall that far.
Yeah.
Like we just didn't know who it was going to be. We heard different buzz to different teams, but we knew that one or multiple of these guys were going to fall. So,
well, we had heard Christian Anderson to Memphis at 16, and they've traded back twice now instead of taking him. We've heard him connected to Detroit, and they traded up to not take him. So I encourage Christian Anderson at 21 to Memphis.
Could make
still
sense.
Still makes a lot of sense. And I think the fascinating question is where's Phylon's landing spot? Because we've said it multiple times. Worked out for Minnesota when they had the 28th pick 4 days ago. And we had him fall a lot in our mock, and he just seems like he's unfortunately going to be the odd man out.
We're getting pick number 18 for the Charlotte Hornets. The selection is Christian Anderson. Okay.
Oh,
So this is where he
never
goes.
mind.
Interesting to see him in Charlotte.
Yeah.
We didn't hear him connected to Charlotte.
We did not. There's his dad.
Hey,
Big
boys.
big fan of No Ceilings. Welcome back, Rucker.
Fun when you have to move rooms because your dog barks and your family's coming home. How are we doing?
Christian Anderson was just taken to the Charlotte Hornets at 18. Not going to hear any complaints from me.
Yeah, so tell us about him. He's one of your guys.
He's
Maybe.
100% one of my guys. Listen, I think he's the best shooter in the draft. I think he's arguably the best pick and roll playmaker in this entire draft. I love his passing ability. I love his vision, his eye manipulation and ball screens, the way that he can just kind of make something happen in those types of situations. I think he has a little bit more 3-level offensive ability than given credit for. I know he doesn't get to the rim a ton by what the Texas Tech stats said last year, but I've seen him finish at the rim at a high level in other settings. I've seen him finish against bigger players at those areas of the floor in other settings. I think he's an incredibly smart player. I think he's a hard worker, and I think this is someone who is going to become the best version of himself in the NBA. And that's the type of guard at that intersection of dribble, pass, shoot with high feel that I would want to bet on in this class. So he's going to have fans. He's going to have some people who are skeptics again about how often he touches the paint. How does that impact the game at the NBA level? And how's he going to hold up on defense being only close to 6'2" in shoes? But I think the offensive ceiling is much higher than some people think, and that's why he was higher than that on my personal board. So I think the Charlotte Hornets got a really good player here.
Gotta love the Steinbeck and Christian Anderson going to be teammates too.
You
That's
love
pretty
that.
cool.
You love that.
And they were nasty together in FIBA last summer.
That is really cool.
That is cool.
Christian fits really well in Charlotte. Like, to me, probably better than any other landing spot outside of maybe Memphis. I guess you can make that argument. The amount of floor spacing that team is going to have is going to be pretty unbelievable.
Yep.
So is that a sign that they don't think they're going to be able to retain Kobe White, or that they don't want to, or
I don't think so.
There'll be some sort of parting of ways there?
I don't think so either.
I think when you're a really smart team and you're building the right way, you don't get married to position. You just attack the value. And look, they needed a big. They took care of that. And then you just kind of let the board fall into your lap. And I think Anderson's a fantastic get at this point. That's how you keep. We were talking about earlier, like, hey, what are they going to do with that second pick? This is how you keep taking steps forward.
Yep.
Plus, like, their guard depth isn't awesome. Like, previous to getting Christian, like, obviously LaMelo, Kobe, and Khan. Josh Green is like a good NBA player, but more of like a 3-4 who's just undersized for that role. Trey Mann just hasn't really caught on, and carved out a niche. So I think they could use more backcourt depth too. Like, LaMelo's also huge. Khan's big. Like, they can afford to like go smaller.
I also think between him and Steinbach, like, these are two selections that continue the trend that they started last year of let's get no nonsense guys in the building. Let's get guys who are pros, who are going to be pros, and who are going to do what we need them to do on the court, make right decisions, and just play team basketball. And I think both of those guys can do that and fit really well with everyone else on the roster that's currently there. So
imagine McNeely takes a step forward. Then this team is really
100%.
fun. So, like, could Corey, that was your guy. And I feel like
100%.
we give up on guys right away because it's like kind of like, oh, well, they weren't on Knipple as rookies. It's like, well, not a lot of people are. But, I mean, this looks like a team that really could be, one, summer league fun. Two, make things interesting. I'm really worried about LeBaron Filan's eye.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But
yeah, that's not great.
I really want, hey, some big names on the board still. Filon, we got Carr still.
I just would have rather gone Cam Carr. I think he makes more sense for Charlotte. He does everything that you guys just talked about that Christian Anderson does, I guess, besides handle it. But just provides just lethal off-ball shooting with better defensive playmaking, and way more athleticism at a position still of need. So
you were saying for Charlotte?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's always hard because we're trying to be like, well, what about, LaMelo? It's like, Carr's still on board. It's just shocking to me. We're getting into territory right now where, like, man, Pistons probably not. I mean, Sixers. Oh, that Corey's going to the Pistons. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I love when the board's not updated up there.
Toronto's interesting here, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's a lot of buzz about them looking at a center, but sometimes when the board breaks and there's certain players available, I will say though, like we projected the 19 picks coming up.
Wow.
The pick is in. Raptors are going with Alan Graves out of Santa Clara.
Promise season.
Yeah, we heard that.
Yeah.
We did.
We also heard they weren't expecting him to be there.
That is true. Great suit.
Can't see it on my screen.
Pocket watch is a nice touch.
What is this charm deal on all the hats, though?
Oh,
I want to know who did that.
I just don't understand why they try to be fancy with the
Gen Z.
hats every year. Like, can we keep it simple and old school and stop trying to, like, what are we doing? The bedazzled look? Like, come on.
It's probably Fanatics.
Oh,
yeah, I would.
wow.
That checks out.
Hate them. Just
Yeah.
kidding. Love you guys.
All right, so Corey, you're the high guy, the high man on Graves.
Yeah.
Why does this pick make sense?
Pinstripe suit. Sorry.
Well, I personally never understood why they were so in on him. Because I think that unless they
That's a good
believe
start.
that Colin Murray Boyles is a 5, I don't really get this pick. As the high man, as what I'll say about him as a player, I think he is as plug and play as you can possibly get. I think that his analytical profile is going to be the most interesting thing to look out for, because just strictly looking at what he did from an analytical perspective, it was pretty unprecedented, based on the names that he did it with. It's all tippy top tier guys, from his box plus minus. I mean, he's a red shirt, so there's it's a little wiggle room there for the term freshman. But 40% shooter, clean stroke, monster rebounder, really good feel. I am more confident in him handling the ball than you guys are. I don't think he's creating anything. But I do think that he's able to dribble the ball effectively when he has advantages. And he's such a quick decision maker that I think he's going to be really good at taking advantage of those 0.5 decisions. And once he does, he's a really crafty passer. So I know that there's a lot of people who have him in the top 5 that are really analytically tilted. I can't get there at all because he doesn't have any kind of self-creation ability other than potentially developing some kind of back to the basket thing in certain mismatches. But ultimately, I think that he's going to just be a really solid player that fills in the gaps and leads to winning type of basketball. I just don't understand the fit because I think he's locked in as a 4. Yeah. I don't think he's big enough to be a 5 or skilled enough to play the 3. And I think Colin Murray Boyle's a phenomenal player. So I just don't really get it from Toronto's sake, other than they just don't think any of the other players left on the board are good.
Do you think that they can play Graves, Scotty Barnes, and Colin Murray Boyles on the floor at the same time?
I think they're going to try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of cool. Look, I'm not against getting really creative.
Sure.
And I do think that Colin Murray Boyles can play 5 in spurts, but the NBA is upsizing in a big way. So you might be able to get away with that, I think, in the regular season. And I think that'll lead to probably some really good lineups because Scotty, Colin Murray Boyles, and Graves are really smart players. Yep. And they will find a way to figure out how to mesh together. You can game plan that in the playoffs, though.
Yeah. Yeah. And also maybe, Graves came off the bench all year. They see him doing a bunch of that, so he'll be comfortable in that role. But to your point, Corey, when we talk about the NBA growing in size, we always think about Wemby, but he's not the only one. A lot of these great teams have great bigs, and so to your point, in a playoff matchup, you can kind of pick that apart. So it is an interesting fit.
Who is the highest guy on each of your boards still available?
Cam Carr.
It's
who I
for
think
me.
would
It's
be an
Phylon and
incredible fit
Cam
here
Carr.
for San Antonio.
Cam Carr,
this would be a
Zuby,
great get.
Phylon.
Yeah.
What do you guys think the reason why you think Cam Carr is falling? What do you think is the main thing we could pinpoint and say, yeah, that's probably what NBA teams are not seeing to take him a little bit higher?
185 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just the frame too. It's I'm concerned. I don't know how much there is to put on. And I think there's also probably a little bit of hey, he was great at Baylor. Can this be as effective and not, a free range system? I think
he does not look.
No, this is tremendous value. I don't. That dude is a bucket, and that dude was born to get buckets. And I think there's potential to work with. Might not be ready just to be full time like out of the gate, but I think there's too much upside here to pass on.
I mean, we also heard like one of the reasons that it didn't work out in Tennessee is because he, how to put this,
Wasn't ready.
the most sufficiently. He wasn't ready. And didn't love that he wasn't ready.
Yes.
Felt like he was ready.
Yes. There you go.
He had a different opinion.
Oh,
Yes.
Snack fun suit.
Sanac suit is
Little old
it's
schoolish.
good suit. Not really just straight down the middle, a little bit above, but not elevate.
Oh.
Didn't take a chance though. You know, like I think you got the. I think finding the right draft suit is taking a chance, but doing something classic.
But you're loud. You're a loud guy. It's okay. I mean, I'm loud, but you're loud. You like the aggressive. I feel like I'm the Darren Peterson, just Men in Black.
Yeah.
What would
well,
Dathan be?
I actually agree with
I
all
want
that.
to hear Albert's.
I want to hear
what
Albert's
suit
prediction
would I
for our
wear?
suits.
No,
between
sorry. I
picks.
just wanted to say Malika's outfit looks fantastic. Super classy. She looks great, dude. It's a great outfit.
Anyways.
Nate. Sorry. I know it looks fantastic. Nate, maybe a little bit, maybe leaning towards Jay Billis a little bit.
Okay, I can see that.
Okay.
Silver's announced.
I could see that. I could.
Oh my
What do
gosh,
you
they did
think the
it.
San Antonio
They did it.
Spurs select?
Oh, my stream's slow.
Jane Quaintance. There it is. I mean, listen, we brought up that idea a bunch of times on so many different shows that, like, what if San Antonio, the team that they just made it to the finals,
Did we do
this
that?
will be
No.
another deep team?
What would we do, Mock?
Yep.
We did.
Spurs call.
This
I
is
mean,
this is
an
unbelievable
incredible
value.
pick.
Yeah.
They could be patient with them.
Incredible
They don't need
pick.
him right
This
now.
is crazy.
This
crazy.
is
Just-
so.
He could just take his rookie year off.
Yep.
Basically.
Wow,
And if he hits with Victor,
bro,
holy smokes.
bro,
Holy
I hate
smokes.
this pick. I hate this.
Okay,
this
so-
is crazy.
For okay, so for everyone that's kind of getting familiar, Spurs fans are probably like, "Oh my gosh, like what?" This is the risk, but I also think this is. Oh, I thought I was a ghost. This could be an unbelievable defensive asset. This could make this team incredibly scary. A lot of coulds there, a lot of ifs. I think the reason why he's still on the board is, from what I gathered, teams are even thinking he's going to have to redshirt this year.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but if you're a Spurs fan hearing that, this is going to be one that's like, oh, if you still did that, he's going to be, I think, still 19
Crazy.
next year at this time,
Crazy.
if that's correct. But
Yeah. He's still 18 right now.
yeah, this
Crazy.
is a crazy defensive talent, and you want some muscle. If you could be patient, this one could pay off in a really big, scary way.
Not a lot of 18-year-olds are built the way that he is.
Yes.
It's some truly terrifying stuff. And then he pairs that with the athleticism and the defensive instincts with him. Obviously, offensively, still super raw, but he's flashed some stuff time to time, which gets really interesting. And the fact that you take this type of talent next year when he's 19, playing next to Wemby, this is crazy. This is a crazy pick for the Spurs. Wow.
I will say, because I love this pick and I'm optimistic about it, I really hope he doesn't have to redshirt next year.
I really hope so too.
I don't think it's a good idea to miss 2 years of basketball, because all of that he's super young stuff kind of goes out the window, because to where he had a head start, if he has to redshirt again, he's actually behind now, regardless of his age. because he missed 2 developmental years. And this is not Joel Embiid, who you could clearly see had like superstar two-way upside. This dude needs to work on his offensive game really badly. Like the defense, I'm not worried about. He could redshirt 4 years and come back and be awesome.
Yeah.
But the offense is really far behind. And if he redshirts and he doesn't come back shooting 36% from 3 in his rookie season, he might be like a pretty tough play offensively. Granted, he's going to be next to Wemby. And that's a game breaker. But I really just developmentally, because he has a really high ceiling, I think he needs to play it some like really like.
No,
soon.
I agree.
I agree with that.
Great point.
I think that's what I was trying to do. I think the fear
Yeah,
that he
for
might
sure.
need to is why he was even falling, because like that's what scouts had said. Like there's a fear he's gonna have to,
Yeah.
which is exactly what Corey's saying. Like, and then teams are like, well, he will be missing 2 years of development. But man, we talked about it before. People were thinking like he could fold, and we were like, in the 20s, this talent, the upside's too high.
Ridiculous.
I know it could not work, but if you don't work, if this one you miss, okay, get ready for that. But if this one hits, we're all going to be terrified of that defense. But I'm with Corey. The offense this is not Robert Williams for everyone. You're going to hear that. No, this is not Robert Williams. Offense has got some work to be done.
There's tools to be sure. Like he flashed some stuff at Arizona State as a 17-year-old, like cool passer, a little bit off the dribble. He did shoot threes. I might be more confident in him shooting threes than shooting free throws at this point. But he could be the worst offensive player in the league. You put him on the court with Dylan Harper, Stephen Castle, Victor Wembanyama, and Carter Bryant.
Teams are never scoring.
That legitimately might be the greatest defense of all time.
Of all time, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they'll have like a sub 90 defensive rating.
That's
Like
great.
the rest of the league kind of has to hope that this is not
That
It doesn't work. People are like, why would you project him there? But I remember during this year, Spurs fans were saying that. And I was like, because if it hits, oh my gosh.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like if he goes healthy, him and Dylan Harper pick and rolls. Oh my gosh, Harper's gonna have a joy throwing lobs to him. Steph Castle too. Oh gosh, they're gonna have so much power and strength, and then a 7'6" guy.
Those traits all translate to playoff basketball. To your point.
They sure do.
Damn.
I can't believe they did it. I love that so much.
Crazy. They actually did.
I will say by the intel, there were very, very, very few people who had Quaintance even in a range of where that pick was made. So I think that was a surprise for almost everybody.
Quick pivot here though. It has to be Phylon or Carr here, right?
I'm ahead,
Detroit
so I'm not going to
Pistons
say
select
stuff.
Kareem Lopez.
Whoa.
So this is for Memphis. Kareem Lopez.
Makes sense for
Fascinating.
Memphis.
Jeez.
How?
Well, Cam Boozer, Kareem Lopez, and Zach Edey on the same team.
Dude, that's a lot of strength in the front court.
I just want to say,
Oh, go ahead, Albert.
no, just because, and I know people will say like, oh, you guys did the pod with him, but I think a point that Corey made earlier is an important one where when we're projecting Kareem, and I know that there is a long path for him to get there, but watching OG Anunoby on the Knicks, and me obviously being a Knicks fan and watching him all the time, like there's something about OG with his growth and his developmental track in the NBA where coming in, obviously he was not a shooter offensively. There were questions, but we knew that he had the size and the strength and the measurables. I get it. And I'm not comparing the two. I'm not saying it's a 1-for-1 comp, but that is kind of the vision that you need to have if you're taking Kareem Lopez in the first round. So I think like obviously strong as heck, I think he's a confident player. I think the shooting obviously has a long way to go, but there's some interesting stuff with him, and there's some passing chops to him as well. And I think for Memphis, if we're thinking 2, 3, 4 years down the line to really become contenders, maybe that's the perfect runway for Kareem to develop into that supplementary type of 3-4 on their future squad. So I get it. Once I mentioned Phylon and Akar as other options here, but I also see why Memphis could have gone this route with how strong he is and the brand of basketball that he plays.
Look, the message we got in the playoffs this year was size, strength, length, versatility. We've seen that now play out in the draft wholeheartedly. The guys who were talking about falling, physicality reasons, body type, weight, the guys who are going in ranges we thought or maybe even a little higher, they're awesome athletes at their position. They're strong. They're physical. They play with force. The NBA told us they were going this way.
Memphis is a very analytical front office as well. Kareem has a really interesting statistical profile in a pro league. And along with all the strength stuff, which now, like, if Kareem ends up being like a starting 3 potentially, they're huge in the front court. And then you allow Cedric Howard to really just take the shooting guard spot, and like the length and the size that you have there is pretty ridiculous. And I'm not going to lie, their point guard of the future, like, I know that Christian was the rumor. Nathan, we talked about it for years. Cam Spencer might just be their point guard of the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That dude
wholeheartedly
is awesome. Like, he's one of the best shooters in the league, like the tippy top shooters. This team's going to be really good next year.
They didn't have to take a point guard. Like you said, they have Cam Spencer, they have Javon Small, they have Walter Clayton, they have they didn't need to take one. Yeah.
Is this going to be? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, really quickly. Is this going to be Phylon to the Sixers? Because it looked like he was getting emotional there.
Carr and him looked a little happier.
like, look at this.
Albert, I can't wait for you to see Phylon's tie.
Listen, I was talking about as a Sixers guy, like I was saying, like I wanted Zuby Ejiofor, I wanted some nasty in the front court, I wanted defensive versatility, but if one of these guards actually fell to the spot, I mean, this team played with no backup point guard the entire year last year. It's a need that had to be addressed.
What happened to their backup point guard?
Oof.
We almost made it the whole show, Corey. We almost made it the whole show.
Did they sell high?
So they say. So says the man who's no longer working for the Philadelphia 76ers. But I digress. I would love Phylon here. I would like Phylon or Cam Carr here.
How about Chris Senick?
This is why we've been so excited about this draft, and this is why we've been saying, like, every single year we do this, you never know who's going to slide down the board. If you told me around 22 that Phylon, Cam Carr, and all the, like, this is a very nice looking run for the rich to get richer. Albert, I know, is probably going to get like one of the best guys on the board because he's just on an all-time heater that I've never seen someone this hot. We have to get you to Summer League as fast as possible at the crap table. Like, can you just keep this momentum, please? Isaiah Evans looks like he's literally a villain in Men in Black.
He's currently in the Matrix.
That one's better. That one's way better.
Yeah. He looks like one of the twins.
There's been a notable mood shift on the Phylon table.
Yeah. Love Phylon's glasses. Yeah, to your point, Rucker, the board is breaking beautifully for the next year at 24. So I can't contain my excitement right now. But
Well, it's also too like Denver. There's a lot of teams right now
Yep.
that are like, whoa, like okay, we got some value here. But I think even for the Sixers, like you probably didn't really think you had a shot at Phylon. We knew one was going to slip through the cracks, but you know what I'm just trying to say. Like,
How many have we had? 3 trades? 2 trades? We had 3?
3.
oh, I took the under.
3, I think.
I think we're 3 so far.
Did we set the
I feel
over
really
under?
good about there being one more.
Over under was 3.5.
The Philadelphia 76ers select. LeBaron Phylon. Yep.
There it is.
It just makes so much sense, guys. It makes so much sense. I'm
I
really
love
happy
him.
with the pick. This kid's a stud. He's a competitor. He's a trash talker. He does the little things you want him to do on the court to win games. He'll crash the offensive glass as a guard. He'll dive for loose balls. And then he might have the best handles in this entire draft class. Like in terms of sizing somebody up, creating separation, and getting to their shot. He's up there. If he's not the best, he's certainly up there. And he's a creative guard. He can get buckets from all 3 levels. This is the type of backcourt player that the 76ers team actually needs that I don't think they were going to be able to find on the free agency market or in a trade. Jared McCain jokes aside. So
No,
I'm happy with the pick.
I think that point was probably the most crucial there, Nate. Whereas, like, what can you realistically find in free agency, and can you find a dynamic bucket getting guard, or like Phylon, or is it more likely that you can find guys who are a little more physical and bruising on the wing and forward spots to kind of fill in where needed? And I think those guys are a lot easier to find for pretty cheap in free agency, and you can't always find guys like Phylon. And we saw his freshman year how good the defense looked when he wasn't having to create everything and he was playing next to another guard. So I wonder if we see an uptick in that area as his offense scales down, maybe, but still a lot of work to do on that end of the floor. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Think this could be gold for the Sixers. Look, I know the weight is and the strength is a big, serious thing that he's going to have to overcome. But worst case scenario, I think this could be a heck of a change of pace guard for Philly, give you some really good depth. And you're right, Nathan. I think he has got one of the best handles. He's unbelievable with getting just the breaks and getting you to bite. His hesitation's like one of my favorites in the class. Like really, really smart at kind of getting defenders all out of a whack. But he plays bigger than he's listed, but that's gonna catch up to you eventually. So I think he's got to get stronger. He's got to fill out a little bit, but he plays tough. And for a fan base like the Sixers, they're gonna love him because he's not afraid of anyone. Like he's ready to go to battle. Like look, going against Michigan, that dude was trying to take them down by himself. Like he's stepped up on some big time games, but
when I saw him against St. John's, they couldn't do anything. Like in person, I was like, and this was the beginning of the year when we still had questions about his finishing, his shooting, and everything. St. John's couldn't do anything. And I remember he had started off the first 10 minutes, 12 minutes of the game pretty slow. And I was like, man, I really wanted him to take the lead. And then he just, he hit this big shot to end the first half, step back 3. And then after that, it was like, you couldn't stop him from getting in the paint. He was finishing at the rim with his offhand. He was making plays for everybody. I was like, man, if he can continue to do this, this is going to be a dude. This is too low for me. I think I finished with Phylon, I think at 13 or something.
I had him at 14 on my board. Yeah.
14.
And I felt terrible about it because I was like, this could be the dude who just absolutely explodes and is averaging 27 points per game in the NBA. Now, going to be tough to do that with VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey on your team.
Maxey and VJ are going to love taking him under their wing, though.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad fit. I'm just saying,
Well, yeah.
ultimately he's not going to be able to reach whatever his high-end outcome is in Philadelphia.
No, but I think he's going to fit chemistry-wise with those guys. I guess the chat brings up a great point. So this was the pick that they got back for Jared McCain. So the question is, would you rather have LeBaron Philon or Jared McCain? Now that we know how this turned out.
McCain.
Could be a conversation. McCain's proven.
Yep.
But I think it could end up being a conversation.
Yes, I agree with that.
Time will tell.
You get Philon in transition, and I kind of like the wrinkle. You can kind of balance them a little bit to be funky with Philon. You could play a little bit more all right, let's get pick and roll and get people moving around. And obviously with VJ and Maxi, it's just firepower. I like it. It's just one of those hey, as Corey's saying, if this one hits, woof, this is a heck of a get at this point of the draft.
To your point, Rucker, in the minutes when Embiid's not on the floor and you've got Philon and VJ on the floor together, that's pretty electric. That could be a lot of fun. And like you mentioned, in transition, man, they could do some damage. So
gotta look at my board now. Hurts when you watch the draft and you're like, oh, now my lottery is off the board and it's not early in the draft.
So at this point, the highest guys we've been talking about Cam Carr. For me, after Cam Carr would be Zuby, would be my next guy.
Same. Okay, after
we might think alike.
Jinx, buy me a soda.
After that would be for me, Terrace Reed and Chris Sinek.
For me, it's Koa Pete.
Yeah, same.
And then Terrace, Isaiah Evans. Run out of guys I like.
Yeah, I think we all kind of have the same cluster of names, just in slightly different order.
Yeah.
Yep.
Terrace Reed.
I see Tyler Bilodeau on my list, so.
Oh boy.
Zuby and Terrace, and then I'm into my first.
Do the Hawks go Carr here, or do they go for?
Oh gosh, if you leave with Kingston and Carr, that's a pretty fun.
That's really
boom.
If you leave with Kingston,
Terrace
Zuby,
Reed?
Terrace, that's
Terrace is a fantastic get.
Yeah,
23.
I heard Terrace shot the absolute cover off the ball in the workout, and Kyle Korver was like, "We didn't know we could do that."
Here we go.
Let's see. Pick is in. The Atlanta Hawks at 23 select.
I want to read there at 24.
Zuby Ejiofor.
No.
There we go.
No.
My favorite draft. Not even close. It's my favorite draft. Kingston
Albert,
and Zuby.
you just said you wanted Terrace. Now you can go.
Yeah, I know.
Kingston and Zuby is a great haul. Go, Albert.
No, it's a phenomenal haul for them. Phenomenal. This is awesome. And one of the big concerns for Knick fans everywhere was that we were like, Zuby's probably not going to be there at 24. That's exactly what happened here for Atlanta, adding Zuby to that roster, and obviously Kingston tonight too. They're definitely pushing in the right direction.
Man, Zuby, Jalen Johnson, front court.
Yeah.
So here's the only puzzling piece to it, though, right? Is like they didn't take a center. You can play Zuby with these guys, but if you're playing him as that small ball 5, he's not giving you a different look than Okongwu. So I wonder where they're still going to look for a little bit more size on the interior.
New York is trading 24 for 25
to the Lakers.
So who
the Lakers are coming?
Here?
The Lakers are coming up to get Reed. Yeah.
I still miss the Woj bomb. I miss that so much.
I do miss that one.
Woj, come back, please.
That felt perfect.
Yeah, so this has to be Terrace, right? For Lakers coming up.
Yeah.
This is like the two names we heard them linked to were Isaiah Evans and Terrace Reed. And
Someone said, "What was that?" in the comments. Should we just play it again? We do it.
We have fun here, guys.
Boom.
We like to have fun here.
Yeah, it's got to be Terrace here for the Lakers.
So then the Knicks weren't in on Terrace, huh?
I got
Oh,
a
I guess-
text from good friend Simon Rath, who I can't repeat the text on the air, but he's very, very, very excited with the Atlanta Hawks selections. So shout out to Simon.
And you never can tell.
You never can. Hey, that's a. I know. I'm sorry. I just was like, wow, what a night! But what a great 1-2 from Atlanta.
Oh, for sure.
Kingston and Zuby. That's just two guys that are going to be around and get some nastiness defensively.
This front office is frying the last two drafts.
Yeah. Yes, they are. No ceiling zone. Jacob Larea is at the draft too. We haven't gotten any updates from him. I bet he's having a blast. He looked like he was having a blast.
He did. Got some pictures with our guys from Numbers on the Board.
Let's
Ryan
go.
Hammer.
Do you think Atlanta Hawks fans forgave us for the Nate Ament projection this morning that they didn't read? Do you think
There's a
now
lot
they're
of-
like, okay, wait,
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion there. They should be good now. They should be fine.
They should be ecstatic.
What a haul for them. This is fantastic.
Albert, give me your top three. I know it's going to the Lakers, but let's be honest, no one cares about the Lakers. Albert, give me your top three wish list.
I'm gonna assume Reed is off the board.
Mm-hmm.
So Cam Carr is at the top of my wish list. Would also feel great about.
Oh,
Honestly, I would like Koa Pete there at 25.
camp?
Pope would be a lot of fun.
Guys, Derek Queen just posted a picture of Troy Weaver with a smiley face emoji.
Oh,
Is he getting traded?
Maybe it's him saying, forget them picks, dog.
Hey, could this be Cam to the Lakers? They were very, very connected to another shooter.
Isaiah, yeah.
I'd still think this was terrorist because they're probably freaking out that he's still on the board, but
Probably.
I
I mean, I'd rather have Cam Carr than Isaiah Evans. So
This is a tough fall for Carr, who had an awesome combine, awesome season at Baylor. This has been tough.
I know he's pissed, but if he ends up at 25 with the Knicks, I think he'll be pretty happy. For him to learn behind McCall and OG would be phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
He is so Knicks
Yeah.
coded.
really would like him not to go to the Knicks.
Welcome, Sergio De La Reyes.
Welcome, Sergio De La Reyes is right.
Get ready to keep learning Valencia, buddy.
wow, the Knicks did. So the Lakers did go for Cameron Carr. There you go, Rucker.
Okay.
Cameron Carr is the pick.
It really hurts when prospects you like go to the team you hate the most in all of sports. But I'm gonna be mature here. Good. I think unbelievable get for the Lakers.
Yeah.
The ghost of Dalton Connect's probably still haunting them, so they double down. In all serious, like this is a really, really good fit. And if you want someone that can get buckets alongside Luka, and we know LeBron stuff is all up in the air, but Cam's got the athleticism and everything to be a real find for the Lakers. And you don't see that type of length and archetype. I think this could be really big for the Lakers. I think this could be a great find. but it's just the frame. It always comes down to the frame. But Cam can play, and if he can be a lethal off-ball shooter, which he has shown he can be, him with Luka is going to be fantastic. And this is also like a guy that he will throw down on you. He will be a chase down block artist. Like, he's got that pop. It's just the strength. I think it's just all the strength. And last thing I'll say to guys, we're finding out how the NBA feels because Phylon, Cam Carr, guys are slipping a little bit. That their biggest question, the loudest question, was the frame, the strength.
I think this is perfect fit, just like you said. He's not going to be asked to create anything on offense. Like, we saw how much that improved this year at Baylor, but that's not who he is as a guard or as a wing. He's a 3-and-D wing, and playing off of one of the most impressive playmakers in the league, if not two, if not three of them. That immediate floor spacing is going to be so beneficial for those guys, for whatever rim runner big man they bring in, for himself. I think this is an awesome fit, and he's one of these guys that also gives them like real juice on the defensive end with his ability to rotate from the weak side, jump passing lanes, use that length. So yeah, he's skinny, but he's got like multiple elite skills that I think make up for a lot of that.
Yeah, he's really nice in between Austin, assuming they pay him, and Luka. I mean, running in transition with Luka, like, going to be awesome.
Yeah.
I am still wondering about this Knicks-Lakers trade, because was it just a swap? Did the Knicks get nothing else in that pick?
They just did him a favor.
Literally, just
a lower salary.
They had to have gotten something. Interesting.
Can still get Terrace Reed.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of
Cash
smoke around it.
considerations.
Okay. Well, we need it.
Classic Jim Dolan. That parade was expensive.
The sphere ain't gonna run itself.
A lot of high good vibes there in that Lakers war room.
Just electric.
Yeah. There's like 4 people in there.
They recently scaled down in a big way, didn't they?
Yep.
Oh, that is
They
true.
Did. Yeah,
they
did.
But they just hired our guy Dom.
I saw that. Shout out Dom. Look into the Lakers. Moving on up with the weather.
Yeah. There's been some smoke around Isaiah Evans for the Knicks. Sergio De La Rey, Malik Thomas. My prayer is Terrace Reed, though, just because.
And they're not bringing Mitch back. They gotta.
It's going to be Terrace Reed because my prayer was him going to the Celtics, and we all know Albert, is just on an all-time heater. So, let me tell everybody what happens here. Terrace Reed goes to the Knicks. Albert drops a couple Italy references, and we put this one.
Oh my gosh!
Would be a really good fit. Would be a really good fit for the Knicks.
He would be. My thing with Terrace is that whether we bring back Mitch or not, I think he's a great fit. Even with Mitch back as our third center, rather than Ariel Hukporti, Reed is so much better than Hukporti, and I think would be phenomenal on this team. And just, you know what you're getting with Terrace. Beast inside, freak rebounder, started to flash some of the passing stuff. You just know, and comes from a winning program as well. So. 4-year guy, he kind of has all the stuff that the Knicks would be interested in terms of a backup big. So I think he just makes a ton of sense here.
Also, I really appreciate Shams not tweeting the picks.
True.
Really.
Yes, absolutely.
That is true.
Has he really not? I legit might be
hey,
thank you, Shan. That's street cred.
The black SUVs had to roll out.
Although I'm
guessing tomorrow is going to be a disaster with it, but
the 1 year Woj just kind of bent the rules and just phrased everything funny. It was the funniest thing of all time, though. They are zeroed in on, laser focused on. All right, guys. You got like
I will say we
six
haven't
picks left. Let's
seen
go.
we haven't seen like a second round curveball in the sense of like someone we had projected there come up into the first and like really mess with our projections. We haven't seen one of those yet.
I think there's just a really clear delineation line between like the first round
Talent,
guys
yeah.
and the second round. Like there's a huge drop off, and we saw that with pretty much every withdrawal deadline, even just like the early entry pool in general, like smallest one we've ever had, and it shows.
Yeah. Who do you think would be that guy at this point? Like, if you had to choose someone where we have projected like early second to maybe come up, like one of these veteran teams that are picking here in the first, like.
I think if this is Reed, we could probably see Joshua Jefferson maybe in the next 2 picks.
Yep.
I feel like
Chris
there's a good amount of
Senek
people
still on the
first
board.
round.
Senek.
Yeah.
Jefferson had some intriguing, like when you asked around, there was some like, oh, I like him. And it wasn't just kind of like people got a little excited about him. So I think he's just kind of more of like if you're going to miss out on the big, you're probably just like, okay, let's get a little like forward that we could play 5 out-ish. But we'll see. Here we go. Silver. I'm not going to say anything.
Like would Aaron
Let's
Nkrumah
see.
be like the biggest, like, holy cow, someone did it?
Probably. Got to announce more trades. Classic Silver. Holding the Knicks fans in anticipation.
If only they had 10 minutes to figure this out.
Oh,
Here we go. The New York Knicks. De La Rhea. There we go.
Like we said,
I tried not to
Sergio.
react, but it was
we
amazing that
said.
you guys made the joke. I kind of like it actually.
yeah,
We've
no,
been saying that name so long, guys.
I mean,
De La Rhea.
I was
Yeah,
with
roll hard.
Ian Beckley today and just talking about how, like, with all the cap gymnastics that the Knicks are going to be doing, like this made so much sense. Like, it just made so much sense. I get it. Draft and stash.
Are they
Spanish
showing
Coast is
athleticism as a strength for him?
They are.
Who's they? Specify.
No.
Espen.
The current broadcast.
The evil empire.
That's my biggest concern about him is the athleticism. I like Sergio a lot. I think he's crafty getting downhill, awesome playmaker, just keeps steadily improving as a shooter. But like the footwork and the athleticism with his on-ball defense is kind of a disaster.
I also
he's smart and active off the ball, but interesting.
I also don't think he's an excellent shooter. Like I was surprised they put that in there too. I think his shooting is something that he's gonna have to continue to work on.
It's improved, but I think he still has a lot to
Right.
prove.
Right.
I will say shout out to Tom Crean. He gave me an excellent sell on Sergio De La Rhea as a steal potentially in this part of the draft because he really valued his on and off ball versatility on offense. Like he really spoke highly of his awareness on offense, his ability to cut, move without the basketball as much as make some of those awesome passes and find guys on the move when he does have the ball in his hand. So I agree with you, Albert. I don't think he's an excellent shooter, but I think he does a lot of other things fairly well. Needs some growth in some key areas in order to impact a team like the Knicks, for example. But I mean, we're talking draft and stash. Like he's the most obvious and interesting name on the board. So
and once again, like the mission is clear. They traded back one spot and picked up cash considerations, and then they immediately drafted Sergio De La Rhea. Like the mission is to bring back Mitchell Robinson. I think they're trying their best and doing everything in their power to make that happen, and obviously
As they
try to
should.
make things and try to make things work with Landry Shamet as well. They really want to bring the band back together, is what it is. So I can't hate the pick. I would have really liked Terrace Reed here, but if he falls to 31, maybe he's still an option there. So we shall see.
I think Denver goes big here.
This has to be Terrace, right?
I could set either Terrace or
Senek.
Or Senek is my guess on what's going to happen here.
Which one would you do? Which one would you go, Corey? If you're Denver,
Mm-hmm.
Would you go Terrace or would you go Chris if you're in their position?
I'd go for the one that's better at basketball.
So would I, but I mean, someone could make an argument that like they just don't have any youth on their roster anymore. Like, period. Like, even their quote unquote young guys they're now entering their mid-20s. So would they just want to inject some youth into the roster and develop a guy?
No, they might. I mean, Senek is not without strengths. He's a really good rebounder, and he's tall, and he weighs a lot for a dude who is that mobile. But they have Nikola Jokic, and you need to get if you're going to use the draft as a way to improve, when they took Peyton Watson, they had a little bit more time on the timeline to try to develop that. Now, we've also seen them draft older guys and it not really work out. So ultimately, it's about just identifying the best talent.
Think we view differently about Terrace, though, than some of those other guys. So definitely
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And ultimately, their front court's pretty slim right now, as far as their depth.
Whether they make a pick for a big with this selection or not, they're going to need Deron Holmes to really step up next year. They're going to have to get something out of him in the front court. I don't know where else to look for a veteran center, but
they view Deron as a 4.
Yeah.
Valanciunas will not be on that team next year.
No, I think he only has $2 million guaranteed out of his 10 or something.
So they need a big, and then even past that, they're going to need Deron Holmes to really play a fairly significant role for them.
And I'm not sure he's proven he can.
He definitely doesn't do the big man things that Terrace Reed could come in and do. That's for sure.
Also, did they move the clock now? All the teams are getting 10 minutes. Why does this feel so much longer now?
It does feel
Why does
longer.
the Denver Nuggets war room look like it's in a Motel 6?
That's a great joke. I see that.
I mean, we gotta.
That's incredible.
Wow.
We gotta
You're
get someone
right.
in there. We gotta get.
That's
someone
a great. That's gotta be a meme somewhere that you could make.
We gotta get someone in there to fix that.
Oh, Josh Kroenke's there.
I know a good sand guy. You know.
Oh,
Sand in here. Oh gosh, that's the meme. You guys are. I'm sorry you're ahead, but you're gonna see this. This is incredible.
Those kids are super cute.
Kid violently throws down the Raptors hat. Someone's gonna meme that. Oh, that's so good.
I went here.
What did you feel? How did you feel about the Raptors pick in the first round? Oh, I need to find that. Can someone in the chat send me that? Tag me on Twitter if you find that. I will be really happy.
happy birthday to the ground.
Happy birthday to Albert Gim and Sergio De La Rea. So wait, is he stash 100%, Albert?
Oh, I wouldn't say 100%, but I feel like that.
Yeah,
is,
was the cash from the Lakers for his buyout?
I feel like he's kind of
didn't even think of that.
Really good, fun fit with the Knicks,
Yeah.
pretty early because he played for a very tough coach overseas, so he might be kind of let's go, I'm ready to roll. But I also makes sense.
So
if they want to stay.
before we got the actual commitment that he was going to be in, there was a lot of talk that he's going to have a significant overseas role next year. So I don't know. The Denver
Corey-
Nuggets select
Oh, it felt
Terrace
like Corey was
Reed. There
gonna
we
say-
go.
Nice.
It's
Punch me in the
Terrace
face.
for Denver, except the pick actually goes to San Antonio.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh,
Jeez, come on. What?
like so, like we heard
Jaden
Denver was trying
and
to trade out.
Terrace?
We'd
So
heard
they're trading. Denver's trading 26
my-
to San Antonio for 35 and 2 future second-round picks.
They had him.
This is crazy,
I don't think Rutgers picked his job yet.
Started to hurt.
bro. This is
That's-
crazy.
The really smart front office. Now Jaden's just okay.
Take your time, bud.
yeah.
Take your time. You just got a bully.
I hate that for Denver. Like we knew they were trying to trade out to save money for the Watson extension.
But what are you?
Well, what are we doing?
Wow. Wow.
So for the chat, Terrace Reed selected by Denver, being traded to San Antonio for the 35th pick,
35.
two future second round picks. So San Antonio is now walking away with the home run lottery ticket in Jaden Quaintance and the ready to go big man, who's one of the best interior defenders, rebounders, and big man passers in the draft in Terrace Reed.
Look, take like the top 4 teams, because we all know how we feel about those players when we call them like winners of the draft. San Antonio has to be like the next winner. It's between them and Atlanta, right? Like winners of the draft tonight. I feel like it's San Antonio.
San Antonio got punched in the face in the finals, and they went and attacked aggressively how to get size and some potential nastiness alongside
They
Victor.
went
I
in-
think they did great.
They went and got some brass knuckles, is what it is.
Yeah, they're
Something-
reloading a little bit. They're like, all right, we figured out what we need to do. Look, even if Quaintance doesn't work out, I think I like the Terrace value just as much. I know he's older, but like that's a good piece.
Good insurance.
Good insurance. And if Quaintance hits, you have both of them. Now you have really good muscle, and if Victor gets, you can come in and play a little bit. Like, I like that a lot. Why did Denver get?
They saw how opponents lit up and attacked the rim the second Wemby went out, and they're like, we're done with that.
Nope.
What, Luke Cornett got exposed? Oh gosh, I'm excited for the Celtics pick until they trade it back for 4 seconds and Jordan Walsh again.
This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting.
So Boston's up next.
I think Jaylen Brown's gonna go announce the pick.
Guys, I'm so happy to be here.
It just comes out to like Notorious B.I.G. or Hit 'Em Up by Tupac. Yeah, I thought Terrace would have been a great fit for Boston. Oh, picks in. Wow.
I had it spoiled.
Am I gonna be upset?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. See if Metcalf really knows. Oh, PJ Carlissimo in the background. Great, good.
So, Rucker, who do you want here?
If you're going, I think they have to get a big. I know Sanak would be like, hey, you're swinging. You're probably like, we need to get some upside. I think he's got a long way to go. But if you're like, hey, we're going to make it simple, we need him to rebound early on, and we can unlock it, great, fine. I like Isaiah Evans as a wild card that probably a lot of people didn't think. I think that would make some sense. I think Joshua Jefferson makes a ton of sense in that system.
Yep.
But I just would have been a really nice fit there for a team that needs a big, like, more than anything in the world, including Jaylen Brown, apparently.
I still like Koa Pete there for Boston. They just develop guys really, really well. What do we got? The Boston Celtics select
Rucker, that was fantastic.
Chris Sinak. There we go.
That was Rucker. That was A1. That was hilarious.
What?
Nathan goes, I love Kobe for the Celtics, and you just go radio silent.
I'll be honest. I'm ahead of you guys, and the moment he said Kobe, Silver literally started walking on the stage, and I was like, "Oh, it's perfect timing." Sinak, I'm in.
That was funny.
Got a long way to go, but I hope he likes Maine.
Dude, you know, Bill Simmons is gonna be like doing backflips about this pick in like 5 seconds.
It's you know what
it's a smart long-term play.
It's a smart long-term thing. Like, look, you got to think long-term now. If all of a sudden you're going to do it with, I think Chris, that team is unbelievable with developing players. If they feel like they can get him to buy in, if he can be if he would buy into being a center, I would be really intrigued. But I think it's a really good value for 27th. I really do, but I think you gotta be patient. But man, he can rebound, and they don't have a lot of that right now. So if you can get him to lean in on being like, "Hey, we're gonna make it you rebound early on, and we're gonna just be patient with you," we might be shocked in a couple years what Chris Sinak looks like. But I've been a guy that's just like I'm gonna go down swinging with Sinak. I like his game. I think I've read a quote where he was like, someone said, "Do you regret like going to Houston because of how tough it is?" He goes like, "Well, every other day." So I mean, we know he got coached, and the last thing I'll say, and then I'll be quiet. I saw them in person this year, because I was like trying to see Kingston early on when he was buzzing after the Auburn game, and I've never seen a player like Sampson and the whole staff were just like ripping them. And you would see players all the time just kind of like sulk, put their head down, and he was just locked in, taking it, welcoming the coaching, and just like, okay, I got you. Like, so I think there's talent and tools to work with, but someone's gonna have to work to get him out, and Chris has to be willing to be patient with that. But great landing spot for him.
For me, it's going to come down to who does he want to, not who does he want to be, who is he willing to become?
Yeah,
Sure.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfectly put. Yes.
Because he wants to be Anthony Davis. He wants to be Jaren Jackson. And he's just not there defensively.
Yeah.
And just being tall and shooting threes
It sounds like Joe Mazzulla's dream. Okay.
Sure. I mean, and look, I mean, it makes a lot of sense because we were like, oh, Vsar is a guy that, the Celtics might like because they like big, good space. Right. But if he could really commit, to me, it's all going to come down to like, not what he could do on the court, but how much is he willing to learn off the court? How much film is he willing to break down? How, because that's where it's at. Like, he can move, he can guard. If you're going to be a big, you got to protect the rim. The rebounding is cool, but he hangs out on the perimeter on both sides of the ball. And, there needs to be a little bit more interior dominance because he's good at the stuff when he does it. It's just not always there. And that's why he's available at 27, didn't go at 9. So for the Celtics, this is a really great bet. It's not as great a bet as Quaintance, maybe.
Right.
Because the payoff I don't think is as high, but he's a really talented kid. And like, even if he just becomes Bobby Portis, like 27, that's an awesome.
It's a win.
Pick, right?
Bobby Portis has played a very long time.
Yeah.
NBA champion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's a fun path for Chris to become like a really good like talent from this class. Look, at the beginning of the year, you talked to scouts and they were even like, hey, like Chris is the wild card. If he hits the ground running at Houston and is this two-way force, he could be a guy that's in the top, 10, top 5, whether you wanted to believe that or not. But right now, like there's talent, there's tools. It's just, can you find the defensive stuff? Can you get him to buy into a role? But I thought like for Chris to have the chance to become like the best player, he had to land with a team like this, like a team like, you know, the Knicks or something like that. Those were my favorite projections for him because I was like, he needs somewhere that's going to be realistic early on. Like, we know you got talent, but we need to find it and find out how to get it to the surface quick or length. You know what I'm trying to say? Consistently. Minnesota?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn?
Oh,
Albert, we hit the over on the trades, bud. Congratulations. One of the big winners. Big winners of the day.
Is this Koa Pete?
That'd be a really
Could
cool
be.
spot for him.
Could it be Malik?
could be Malik.
Another
Oof.
guard would be funny.
I think Kobe Pete makes a ton of sense, though.
I'm still very in on Koa.
Same.
I think that dude's really talented. He just so happens to have made a really horrible decision in trying to change his shot mechanics
when
right
he did.
before the combine. Yeah, the
Yep.
timing of it was
Insane.
really not great. So
I love him in this range.
yeah, he's a big time upside swing, and
Yeah.
like for a team like Brooklyn, like he'll have an actual chance to get on the floor.
Isaiah Evans
Kinda
is on the board still. Does he make sense? Just go get a shooter at this point.
Isaiah Evans is going to make sense with every team
Yeah.
Yep.
because he could
Yep.
shoot.
And he's 6'7", and
It's just a matter of how. I mean, at this point, like it's you get a specialist, right? Like
Man, having Richie Saunders over Isaiah Evans for best available feels like a choice.
All right, here we
Yeah.
go.
I dropped Pete a ton, but I still had him at like 19 on my board.
Pick
so-
number 28. The Brooklyn Nets select Joshua Jefferson. All right. Okay.
I mean, definitely fits their MO.
Yep.
Yep.
Feels very safe.
Definitely over. Does he overlap a lot with Danny Wolf? I guess we don't care.
I think he's like purely a 4.
Yeah.
Who maybe even is better off sliding down and playing some 3. Like I've heard him considered a big a lot, and like I couldn't be further out on him as a big.
Yeah. No, he's
Mm-hmm.
he's like Graves, where it's like, no, you're a 4.
Yeah, which is tough because that's going to lock you in to one position.
Right.
And that makes it hard to get on the floor now. But for me, he's a 4-3 rather than anything else. And if they just want to play big and positionless basketball, like why can't him and Danny Wolf play on the court at the same time? Danny Wolf's 7 feet tall. Like he's going to have to play some 5.
Which it's tough.
It's tough.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to hope that you're going to have to make offensively tilted runs.
I mean, and they have 33, they have 40, or no, they don't have 33. That's Minnesota. They have 43 still, so you go grab Akpara or Onyenso or
Yep.
someone like that. Just literally anyone who can block a shot, and then you can run out your funky 4 other guys who do.
I mean, they also have Day'Ron Sharp, who I think is one of the more undervalued bigs in the league.
Sure.
That is true. Forgot about Day'Ron Sharp. Don't have Claxton anymore.
Don't have Claxton anymore. That's true.
So
He's a slap.
Nathan, I think you're the highest on. Were you the highest on Jefferson here?
No, I might have been the lowest. I had him at 31.
Oh, okay. I had him at 32, and I just didn't really get him. Maybe I'm mixing you up with Maxwell, but
Maxwell loved him. Yep.
yeah.
I had him at 30. I think I finished.
I wanted to have him higher though, Metcalf. I wanted to have him higher. Like
I really
32.
tried to buy in, and I just the athletic stuff concerned me, and I don't know how it translates on defense.
He's also like not that strong.
Yeah,
For somebody who looks
Mhm.
strong.
like skilled, really fun passer.
Yeah.
I've heard more optimism about the shot than pessimism. I'm kind of the take it or leave it camp, but it's just a funky player.
Well, Maxwell loves funky players. Shout
That
out
he does.
to Maxwell.
So do the Nets. The Nets love funky
And
players.
so do the Nets.
Do they have a type playmakers?
I mean, they're gonna be huge.
I like Josh. I really do. I'm intrigued. I like him as game. I feel like it could fit really well in the NBA, but why not for Brooklyn, huh?
Why not?
Just realized I had to move to my third room, and now I don't have a TV in here to watch the last pick, so I'm gonna have to lean on you guys.
So now Rucker's going to be like everyone in the chat trying to get us to announce the picks.
Does seem like our job on here.
Yeah, that does.
It
It's a
enhances
fair
the
criticism.
experience.
Speaking of which, if you are in the chat, why don't you just hit the like button, the subscribe button,
Oh, great.
little of this, little of that, little column
Just
A.
go ahead, scan that
column B.
QR code that's awkwardly covering Corey's face. Go over to NoCeilingsNBA.com. Subscribe. Check out the draft guide while you're there. When you're looking at these guys and you're like, I have no idea who this is. It's in the draft guide. You'll learn a lot. It looks
Also,
beautiful.
round 2
right there.
is for the sickos.
Yes.
Another stream tomorrow. The boys will
You'll
be
see
bringing
some
the
sickos
heat.
on the screen.
I just remembered I'm doing a best available article for tomorrow. I'm going to run into traffic. Who else we got on the board?
Do we have a Jake Fisher bomb?
That's what
Do
the
we?
chat's
I'm
saying.
trying to look.
Is
We're
it an
getting
actual
another
bomb?
trade with Cleveland at number 29. Sources say Sacramento's moving in.
Oh.
Oh,
Who's on the board? Hit me. Go Pete.
I saw the pick. So
Got
Gosh,
Kobe, we've
Metcalf?
got Vasar.
what is part of the trade announcement?
Yeah, it is. That is true.
Is it?
Do you like Metcalf? Let's play this guessing game. Metcalf, do you like the pick? We all get a question.
I don't hate it.
That's such a Metcalf answer. Albert,
I
go.
don't hate it.
You got to ask a question to try to figure it out.
is he?
Yes, no questions.
Did he play for Arizona?
No.
That's very direct, but it's a good question.
Corey, go.
Yes or no questions. Ooh. I'm looking at my board.
Corey's gonna ask
Is he
something.
wearing sunglasses indoors?
No idea.
Is it a guard?
No.
Oh, we're all over.
Oh, I know.
Is he European?
No.
Alex? I'd like to guess.
Go ahead.
Did you see
I'm
it?
gonna say who is Henry Vasar?
No.
No.
Oh,
He would be European.
oh, I didn't hear the European question.
Albert.
Welcome to the circus. We're now in the clown show.
Are we still on the clock? Oh yeah, it's
Is it Malik?
it's
No.
Wow.
What the hell is going on?
amazing.
Or you're gonna hate it.
I'm
Is
gonna
it
hate
Alex Caravan?
Ding ding
Oh,
ding.
it's Caravan.
That was the easiest clue. You should have just led with that one, Metcalf.
Well, we
Oh,
had
so
a
they
commercial break to fill, so
They were
That's fair.
afraid. We had heard some good things about
Yeah.
his workout.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
we heard
afraid he
about
was not
this
going to
one.
make it to them in a second. That's smart. I mean, hey, go get your guy.
all right. So Cleveland is trading 29 to Sacramento for number 34, a future second rounder, and the Kings are taking Alex Caravan forward from UConn,
I kind of like that draft.
who we had heard they liked. I think a lot of teams right in this range, early second round, liked him a lot. So
I like him. I don't know if I love him for Sacramento, but
did they trade their second rounder this year? I'm sorry, I was thinking about something.
What?
Sacramento, they traded up. Did they trade their second round this year?
Yeah, so Cleveland moved back to 34.
Okay.
Where they may end up grabbing Vasar.
And Sacramento still has their other second too. I think it's like early 40s.
45.
Where is this even being reported?
Shams.
Oh, okay.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Fisher says there's another bomb at 30.
another one.
Oh my goodness.
Another Fisher bomb.
One.
Listen,
Are we
I
just
tried-
spoiling them
Uh,
for
looks like
the
the Suns.
chat?
The 20s were going to be chaos. Here
Ooh.
comes Koa Pete to the Phoenix Suns, probably.
Mm.
That was the buzz that if they came up into the first, they'd
Yeah.
be targeting Koa Pete.
Malawak and Koa Pete. Let's start the revolution.
With Ryan Dunn, Oso,
It's a
A
brick
lot of
fight.
shooting.
Rasheer Fleming.
That's what they got Kobe Bryant for.
Let him cook. Colin Gillespie.
Colin Gillespie.
Hey, let me represent you, Colin. I would have told you to not sign that contract.
He probably is freaking out just to get that after his pass.
100%. He should have got more.
Yeah.
I think his max was like 460 or something.
Who did they sign
Yeah.
right after that? Oh, Goodwin. They gave an extension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Also
Okay.
for like dirt nothing.
Hey, wait. If Koa goes 30, this is a win for us.
Yes, it is.
Draft slot. Guys, come on. Everything
Yes,
counts.
it is. That's a win.
Everything counts. Celtics fans found my Chris and Ack tweets. Enjoy.
Which ones?
The good ones. He's very raw, but
So in our first round,
Would
I
you?
mean,
Yeah.
it's-
Would you like to know something fun? We have
No.
the most correct picks on the nose out of all the outlets that I'm tracking for mock drafts.
Wow.
love it when you roughhouse.
The bad news is we have a lot of misses as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be the only focus. Were we
I
at
mean-
at least close with the misses?
that's it. I think we have a pretty good plus minus range on a lot of the picks.
Yeah.
The
We do.
BPM people with us?
But on our board, guys who, assuming Koa is going 30th, we had Visar
Yeah,
first
first
round,
Koa Pete is the pick, yes.
Isaiah Evans. And
Oh, whoa.
Yes,
I
it's
believe
Isaiah
so.
Evans and Vasar who didn't go.
Yeah,
Evans to round 2 is going to be Knicks.
Yep. That could be.
Knicks at 31.
Yeah, I might write that in pen. Yeah.
last year there was a lot of buzz for that Phoenix pick when they had 31.
Mm-hmm.
Good point. The Knicks
Um,
could definitely trade back again.
Was that
Or trade
Fleming
out.
last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, they traded
Yeah,
like
Minnesota had that, and then they couldn't, like, everyone already had like deals lined up, so they just kept moving back and took Zukarski. That's right.
names still on the board in our first round. Anyone? Or anyone for
Isaiah
you
Evans.
guys?
Evans and Visar.
That's it?
Yep.
Malik and Isaiah Evans for me.
Oh, on our board or in?
Yeah, I meant to say board. I think I kind of combined both questions.
It's the same for me on my board. Those are the only two guys left. My first round.
Rucker, you've been streaming for 7 hours, so it's okay.
I did more than me, so I tipped my hat to
He
Metcalf.
took an hour break. That's slouch.
I was doing graphics, but
Slacker.
enough. Ironically enough, we'll probably have all the graphics done for the second round. I like Ryan Conwell a lot tomorrow too. I think Evans for the Knicks would be a fantastic get where they got. And
Yeah.
Listen to what Metcalf said earlier. We identified virtually all of the names. They went in some different orders, but as he said, that talent gap between who we were projecting in the first and who you could find in the second was pretty clear, and not a lot of surprises in that regard.
Yeah.
Even the guys who we had go 31 and 32, those were the 2 second rounders who jumped up into the first. So, like, we're literally on the nose.
Yeah, like the only 2 guys who weren't in my top 30 who went were Josh Jefferson at 32 and Caravan at 34. So,
Yep.
I had Malik and Conwell, but that's it for me.
Second round's going to get interesting, though.
Yeah,
There's
I
going to be a
can't
lot of
wait.
names that the audience has not heard before who end up going in the second round.
I can't wait for the Celtics to take Bilodeau, and you guys think we're going to change our system? Sanak and Bilodeau from outside, baby.
let it rain.
Bazula's going to be like, yeah, bet. We're doing double down. Oh, gosh. Fake laugh, hiding real pain.
Any other thoughts, fellas? Likes, dislikes,
Yeah,
bold calls for tomorrow?
I think a like for me is San Antonio. I just can't believe what they did tonight. I think that's really good business, and them being very clear and direct about wanting to bolster their front court around Wemby. Like, that feels like a home run to me. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
whoa. Sorry, I just got
Atlanta, Charlotte.
messages.
San Antonio, Atlanta, and Charlotte are my favorite non-top 4 draft hauls. Clearly.
Love what Atlanta did. Really, really love that. That's how you start doing some fun things. San Antonio, great recognition to just not only get the upside swing, but get back there and get some insurance, as Corey put it perfectly. I like Charlotte. I feel like I go back and forth now. The more I think about it, I'm like, I like Charlotte's draft. Steinbeck was the big get for them, and then Anderson's just the icing or the cherry on top. So why am I feel like I'm missing someone?
Okay, so
Another
you had a
big
good draft.
Yep.
OKC. Do we think they'll ever run out of picks?
The limit does not exist.
I don't like F them picks. I don't think Sam.
That's true.
I think he's got like the
Adimar and Bennett Sturts is a great haul.
unlimited ammo and Grand Theft Auto cheat.
We have a little action, it looks like.
Oh,
Pershams, New York traded number 25 pick Sergio De La Rey to the Dallas Mavericks for 30 Koa Pete and 2 second-round picks. And then the Knicks traded Pete to the Phoenix Suns for 3 rounders and cash. I'm guessing that's 3 second-rounders and cash. So Knicks move out of the first round and pick up 3 second-rounders in cash. So Sergio De La Rey to Dallas, Koa Pete to Phoenix.
boom.
Nick's just saying, who do you guys want will be the guy that drives everyone home.
Yeah,
Yep,
and the
basically.
biggest thing with the Knicks is this is all in. We have to bring Mitchell Robinson back. Yeah,
It's smart. It's
Yeah,
smart.
I
If you're
get
gonna try to get but it was just more like, shout out to Knicks Film School. I think they wanted me to come on to talk about the Knicks pick right now. Might be a short show.
Could be a quick one.
Well,
so this is a different way.
does it
to get
exist?
cash.
you guys got money and future second round.
Yeah. Do you guys want to talk about cash considerations? Great wingspan. Yeah, Albert, you're spot on. Like, hey, and the locker room's probably like, great. You're trying to keep us all together. Cool. I'm trying to figure out if I like that for Dallas or Phoenix more. think I kind of like that for Dallas.
Yeah.
I mean, they get the inverse of the Ryan Nemhard guard slot, just a giant one instead.
Koa, that's cool for Koa for Phoenix, Mr. Arizona. I have a feeling I might see him a couple times in G League next year. Hopefully, I don't.
I mean, they
Consider-
utilize their G League
Mhm.
with everybody.
Just really quickly, there might be a big bidding war for 31 tomorrow. Is what
Yeah.
it's starting to look like.
It's if they're trying to get rid of all of their picks to keep the vets, I think the Knicks could be a little surprised by like the offer they could get tomorrow for that.
Yeah.
Because someone's gonna want a sharpshooter. Isaiah's staring at everyone. Malik Thomas,
Baysar,
So much.
Baysar.
Conwell. Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of could anybody else like get people a little cuckoo. I don't know. Metcalf, do you think, I know Minnesota moved back to 33. Do you think they would maybe be like, hey, wait a sec, should we try to go up a little bit? Like, do you think they would maybe try to get Malik, or do you think now they're like, hey, let's just see how it plays out? We're going to get one of those guys.
I think they're in wait and see mode. They don't have a ton to really move, and I know they liked Caravan, they like Jefferson, so those guys being gone might hurt that a little bit, but and I believe Malik had a really good workout with them, but there are a lot of names kind of in that range, so I anticipate that they'll just kind of stay put, if not move back again.
Gonna be a sicko day.
Gonna be a wild day too, everyone.
Gonna be a wild one.
Cool. Well, shout out to everyone who watched live. We're going over 7 hours, 35 minutes right now. I'm about to lose my mind, but over 25,000 viewers across platforms. You guys are incredible. The chat was awesome today. We'll be back tomorrow for round 2. NoCeilingsNBA.com. Subscribe, like, review, all that good stuff. You know what to do. Till next time. See ya.